Hello, and welcome to the Shea Hates Everything podcast, where two brothers argue about video games and other shit that matters. My name is Shea, and today I hate networking.
And my name is Kyle, and today I hate my ears.
I mean, I generally hate most things about your face. Ears would not have been at the top of the list of things to call out, but...
Fucking got him.
Got him.
Yeah, I woke up this morning and my right ear was impacted. But not to worry, folks, because this happens to me regularly, like at least once or twice a year. One or both of my ears will become impacted because I am, drumroll, high wax producer. Which is what my doctor has called me, which is not going to be on my tombstone. But yeah, ear was impacted this morning, so I had to flush it out. And like, if anybody listening has ever had to do that, it totally fucks with your equilibrium because like your eardrum is all like out of whack and inflamed and stuff from it. But I can hear again, which is good. But I've been really dizzy all day and I've been like stumbling around the house. So it's a good thing that we're recording this on a Friday. So the work week is now done and I get to sit for like 5 hours while we do this podcast.
Yeah, spoiler alert.
Yeah, that seems like kind of the, well, it's not, yeah, I mean, they know how long it is.
That's fair. I was going to say like, even if we were like, screw it, we need to start trimming this thing down, this would not be the month for that with
Correct.
All of the summer press conferences and games announcements. There's just a lot of stuff to get through.
Tons of stuff. So
yes, 5 hours is probably a good guess. Let's see
how close we are. Yeah, absolutely. So it's a good excuse for me to sit down and not be super dizzy.
Well, there you go. You're welcome. And anyone at home, if you need to get your ears cleaned out, here you go. Here's a 5-hour potential podcast for you to sit and relax and listen to and make sure your ears still work. Because, or even better, if your ears don't work, you don't have to listen to us.
I feel like this podcast increases your likelihood of impacting your ears. It's like unhealthy. It's like, it's not good to, you shouldn't. Don't listen to this.
Great. Yes, that is good advice for the first 3 minutes of our episode.
Cut it out. All right, we gotta roll. We gotta roll it again. We gotta start over.
Hello and welcome to the.
Tell me about networking.
Yeah, man. So like, I just don't like it. I don't like putting myself out there in that way in a professional context. Like, I'm not a social person in my personal life either. I enjoy having a small, close-knit group of friends, ideally friends that I've had for years, because I hate the early parts of a friendship where you're figuring each other out and you feel a little bit guarded, just like you would in a dating relationship. But that's how it always feels in a professional context of like, I know you because we worked together, or more accurately, I know you, or like I am meeting you because we work in a similar industry or you do a similar job and we want to learn from each other, but we know nothing about each other as actual human beings. It's just our work context.
Yeah.
And that's just hard. It's hard to, I don't know. And like the whole idea of networking too, at least for me, it always feels like I have this hidden agenda, or I'm supposed to, that like, how can I use you? How can knowing you benefit me? And I just do not like that at all, because that isn't,
it's
a
gross.
Good relationship with someone. But the other part of it is not that people are generally good, because I think we would both agree that a lot of people suck, but plenty of people are genuinely good and will genuinely want to help you. If you ask them for help, a lot of people genuinely would help. I know that you would. I know that I would. And other people would too. But I don't like asking for help. Not out of pride, out of guilt. I don't like putting someone out or like making someone else's life harder or more inconvenient to convenience me. So it's tough. And in the industry that I work, networking and like a personal brand, I'm using sneer quotes, is super important. There are lots of people that I have interacted with who are very good at this and very successful at this. And it does not come naturally to me. I just don't enjoy it. I don't want to do it, but I feel like I have to because it's what's expected these days. It's all of that. It's all of that wrapped up in there. And it just is annoying.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, because we both definitely feel the same way about not wanting to, like foist our problems onto other people or let our sphere of problem responsibility encompass someone else's life. And I don't know. I feel like we've always been that way.
Mm-hmm. Well,
as long as I can remember.
It's a self-sufficiency. And again, it's not out of pride. It's not because I think I can do everything myself or I think I'm better at everything than someone else. It's just it's a negative quality is what I'm saying. Like feeling like you should do everything yourself is a thing that you should not feel. And we both feel that anyway. Yeah. So having to work through that is something I've been trying to do over the past couple of years and like lately in particular. And it's just hard. And that isn't to say like, I mentioned folks that are, LinkedIn is like a really big spot in marketing, right? Like lots of marketers hang out there. They post content there and thoughts. They engage with each other. And there are several people, a lot of them former customers of where I was working that like are just great at creating content, great at engaging people, and they're good at using the LinkedIn algorithms, just like you would any social media site, to like promote your content. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I don't want to, position any judgment or negativity on people that do that. It's purely that like, I'm not naturally good at that, and I don't have a natural desire for it. But given that it's become so much more pervasive, where so many more people are doing that kind of stuff, for me and like for my future career, I feel like I have to. And I don't like doing things because I feel like I have to do them. Exactly. I want to have a passion behind it. That's why we're doing this damn podcast. We're not doing this podcast to build a personal brand, despite the fact that the podcast is literally named after me. But like we're doing it because it's fun and it's a good excuse for us to chat and to waste a bunch of people's time that choose to listen to us. Not because I'm trying to turn this into a side hustle, like that's just not the objective. And I just don't like the idea of being forced into treating social media like a job. That is terrible. That's why I don't do social media marketing. Like that is not my bag.
Yeah, that's also why I struggled a lot in academia because particularly in subjects where it's just like rote memorization, like because I enjoyed mathematics, but once you got into the higher level, like physics and like trig and stuff, I was like, I don't have a use for this. I will not be using this in my life. And if I need to, I can find a person to do this for me that has a passion for it. And so like, that's where I struggled in academia at like the higher levels of certain subjects. Just not having the passion or interest for it because not seeing the utility of it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, talking about the education system is a whole other type of podcast. But just like the literal application of a lot of, mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Like, when has that ever been relevant? But I believe that there is value in learning those things because it teaches you how to learn things. Not always successfully. There are plenty of teachers that don't take the right approach or that just are not good. There are people who are bad at every job, like, and that's scary to think about. And unfortunately, there are teachers who are not good at their jobs. Not most of them, but they do exist. And like, but the general application of that thought process, like with math, using friggin' like fractions are super useful in everyday life.
Yeah, for sure.
But something like, I don't even know, what are the things that it's the fraction with the exclamation mark at the end? Radicals?
Yeah, radicals.
Free radicals or something? Like, no, that's not useful. But the exposure to those types of things will be useful for people thinking about a potential career path. Right. I'm like, oh, do I want to be an engineer or do I want to be in a different sort of field where that is useful? I've now been exposed to this, so I can make a more educated decision about it. But yeah, so much. It's, the age-old thing that we've forgotten more than we know at any given point. That's the way that education works. But yeah. So yeah, that's I don't know. Now I feel like bummed out because it just makes me feel like I'm lazy. Because really,
don't be bummed out. Come on,
Thanks, man.
chin up.
Okay, all right. Since you said so, I will now be in a good mood for the rest of the podcast.
Who needs a therapist?
I'll speak with a smile for the rest of the show. It is an actually fun. So not to go on off a whole diatribe, it is a thing that I just with experience, like I went to acting school, right? So little tips and tricks that I have learned through that education that I see people try to create content online, try to be a LinkedIn influencer or whatever, and doing videos and doing voiceover and trainings and all those sorts of things, that like my acting background comes out, where like when you're listening to someone doing audio, and it's just a little bit monotone and they're kind of just talking like this. And I've worked with people that it's not their natural ability, but we needed them to do something at a job. And I'm like, just smile when you say it. That's literally all you need to do. And it takes from you just sound like this to sounding like this. It immediately gives you more energy. It makes your diction better. You have more of an inflection, and it just has a brighter tone than talking like this does.
Yeah, well, it also like forces you to be mindful of your mouth and what your mouth is doing, and then just that the connecting the synapses, or instead of it being automatic and having it be conscious, creates an avenue for something a little more robust.
Yes. So there's your acting tip for the day. And that maybe I should make a LinkedIn post about that, and that's how I can like spread my thought leadership about smiling when
thought leadership.
What dude, I work in marketing.
Yeah,
let's not go down the buzzword vernacular rabbit hole, because I could definitely make you vomit with all the stupid marketing terms that are now just a part of my life. Kelly will like come upstairs when I'm in a meeting, and she's like, "You sound like a completely different person." Just not because I'm faking a personality. It's just literally the language that I use is so different. I hate the word synergy, right? But like a word like that, I say lots of that stuff when I am working, because that's how you talk when you are talking about work shit. And I hate that too, but it just is what it is.
Yeah. Oh, I definitely have a work voice though.
Oh yeah.
When I'm running, like, because I run meetings. Like, I'm responsible for running meetings where there are like CEOs of companies in the meetings.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's very much like this.
I hated that.
Shea, I hear your feedback and I really appreciate it. Over to you, Carl.
Let's circle back to that comment from before and see if we can really get aligned on what sort of outcomes we're looking to drive. Have we had the ROI conversation? It's all bad, but it's, what I spend most of my life doing, which is also depressing.
Yeah.
But when I'm not spending, my life trying to create content on LinkedIn, cringe, I am generally playing video games, which is
good, powerful segue.
I feel like you sarcastically compliment my segues at least once every episode. It's one of my favorite recurring bits because it doesn't offend me, because that was a good segue I just made.
Yeah, it was.
You can joke about it.
Totally kills the momentum of the segue, which is what I love so much about it.
That's also true. I didn't think about that. Because it completely undermines.
It could be the smoothest transition. I'm like, what a good segue. Completely kills it.
Oh, my word. All right. Well, yeah, now that we're back off the rails, let me get us back on it. The point of it is there's a lot of video game stuff to talk about. I mentioned, with all the summer press conferences and all that good stuff. Let's talk about the agenda. Let's just walk through. So what we're going to do in this episode, we're going to sort of flip the order because of all the big summer press conferences. We're going to start there because there's a ton of content, and it's good to get through that first. So we're talking Summer Game Fest, the Microsoft Showcase, the Ubisoft Forward Showcase, the Nintendo Direct, and then we pulled several other random games from like PC Game Show, the Devolver Digital thing, just because it's impossible to literally talk about every game at every conference. So we just kind of pulled some other ones that stood out. Then we'll go back.
I like what you named it, though.
Oh, Best of the Rest?
Yeah.
That's like a thing. I didn't make that up. I feel like I've seen that places. But yeah,
well.
the Best of the Rest. And then we'll go back to talking about our games. So our June Game Club games, if you didn't listen last month or you forgot, we're talking Lord of the Rings, Heroes of Middle-earth, Ravenlock, and Citizen Sleeper, because we were stupid and chose 3 games, which I very quickly regretted as I finally started playing Ravenlock a few hours before we recorded this podcast.
Oh, okay.
And then we got a bunch of other stuff, a bunch of other games to talk about. You've been playing some Diablo IV, some Final Fantasy XVI. I played the demo of that, so I can give a little bit of context. System Shock, Warhammer 40k Bolt Gun, Shadows of Doubt, and then you've got a bunch of other not old school, but like older games. And then most of my games are old because that's just where I was this month. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Pokemon Sword, some more Fallout 4, some Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, all the recent bangers.
The big
and
hits.
You're giving the stupid games that no one cares about, like the Diablo 4 and System Shock.
Yeah, I played a bunch of Steam Next Fest demos, so I'd like to kind of touch
absolutely.
on those.
Yeah, that'll be really good. I saw you streamed a bunch. I checked out a little bit of that, so I'm curious to hear about a bunch of those. And then we've got a couple other pieces of news to cover. We'll do emails. We got some more emails. Nothing Disney World related, which is nice. And then we're going to wrap up talking about the games coming out in July, and then reveal our July Game Club game for anyone that wants to play along and listen to what we have to say about it next month. We are only doing one game for Game Club this month because I at least learned my lesson. Kyle, it seemed like you had an easier time catching up with all this stuff. But
Yes, yeah, I played a lot of games.
yes, I played a lot of Fallout and Pokemon, so that's just where I was this month. July will be better. I'm going to check out some other stuff. But yeah, that's the agenda. Let's dive in. We're going to start talking through all of the Summer Games Game Fest stuff first. So overall thoughts, and as a quick catch up, this was a few weeks ago, I guess at this point, 3 weeks ago. So not everything is as like top of mind or fresh, but would love like a little bit of what your overall vibe was with Summer Game Fest compared to previous years, compared to what we would normally expect from an actual live E3.
Yeah, I think it was, again, it continues to depress me that it's also spread out and difficult to track.
With all the different publishers doing their own thing.
Yeah, like I build my own schedule now every
Right.
year, like a calendar, a spreadsheet calendar that has all of the dates and times and stuff. And there are sources out there that you can find those, but I'm, as I hear about things, I will put them on my list because inevitably, whatever list someone puts together, they'll be missing one or two things. So I try to get as comprehensive of a list as possible and try and engage with all of it that I can. So that it's frustrating from that perspective because I know I'm missing things, even though I'm trying to follow the big outlets and try to read everything. I know I'm missing stuff.
Right.
But what I did see, what I did consume, was I'm pretty high on a lot of that stuff. I feel really good. Like there's a massive list of games that I'm really excited about, or at least interested in seeing more of. There are a lot of question marks for like large franchises that we didn't see anything on, like games we know are in development that we didn't get any information around. But there was a huge amount of announcements and for a lot of different kinds of games from a lot of different levels of development. And I think that is exciting.
Yeah, there were definitely plenty of large games and small games that jumped out that I was like, yeah, I want to play that. For me, overall, I was pretty underwhelmed. Like taking everything in totality, even including the PlayStation Showcase, which I think we, as we talked about it last month, I think I specifically had said like, it feels like we're still feeling the effects of COVID.
Yeah.
Just because there's a lot of stuff that just seems to be missing a little something. And I'm still feeling that a little bit. And on top of that, as we look ahead to the Microsoft press conference that we'll talk about, a lot of really cool looking games at Microsoft. To me, that was like the best, quote unquote. It had the most stuff that I would be excited about was at Microsoft.
Yeah, I agree.
But a lot of it was trailers with no release dates, no gameplay. Like, these games could still be 3 years away. Who knows? So that was kind of my biggest part.
What, at Microsoft? Or you mean just in general?
At Microsoft.
Well, no, Microsoft's big thing was everything they showed at least had some in-engine stuff.
Yes, but that's, again, going back to marketing. That was bullshit marketing speak. Because, yes, the Fable trailer, I'm sure, had in-game graphics, but it wasn't gameplay. None of that was real. Like, that game's coming out in 3 years.
Yeah.
That's bullshit marketing talk.
I guess it's like, it's halfway to what we want, right? Like, normally we would get just CG trailers.
Oh, totally.
Here, at least, we're getting stuff that's in-engine.
No. Don't hear what I'm not saying. It's not a criticism about necessarily what was shown. It was more the release schedule going into next year still feels a little light.
Oh,
that's
sure.
more what I mean.
Yeah,
like, we're still feeling the effects both in terms of creativity, in terms of the quantity of AAA games that are coming out at a rapid pace. Like, the rest of this year is pretty slight. And maybe next month we can, because we're not going to have time this month, but maybe next month we can take a look at, like, the rest of this year. What are the big things that jump out that we want to play?
That's
but,
a
like,
good idea.
it's not that long. It's not that big of a list. And this didn't add a high volume, like a high quantity of games I'm hyped about in the way that previous, like, E3s have done.
Sure.
There were highlights. There weren't as many as I feel like I typically would come away with. And part of that's a shift in the industry, right? So, like, thinking back to PlayStation, most of the big games that they showed are multiplayer, like, extraction shooters. And no, thank you. So that immediately takes a lot of games off the list that I would be excited about necessarily.
Yeah.
But yeah, so let's talk specifically about Summer Games Fest to get started. Overall, for this press conference, I think, like, I thought it was successful. I think, Jeff Keighley was out there ahead of time, like, gently trying to reduce the amount of hype. Because there weren't, like, a ton of huge bangers at this show in terms of, like, net new announcements. So that I went into this with not, like, low expectations, but I didn't go into this thinking it was going to be a huge 6 new AAA games announced coming out in the next year. Like, that was not my expectation. And so I think it met my expectations from that perspective. I liked that it was a stage show. They had some developers come out. They did a little banter with Jeff. I like that stuff. I know you like that stuff a little less because it can be kind of cringy. But that's what I like about it. Like, the Marvel Snap guy, like, that was cringy as hell, but I loved every second of it because he just loves the game and was passionate about it. And I like seeing that kind of thing.
I just imagine being passionate about making Marvel Snap.
That game is totally fine. I played a couple hours of it a few months ago as I was trying to find a good mobile game. It's fun. It's not my thing, but it's a fine game. A lot of people love it. And by all accounts, the monetization is, like, not horrible, which is a really positive thing to say about a mobile game.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, I also, like, comparing it to the Game Awards, what I liked about this is there were way fewer ads as part of the show. There were still, like, the trailers, right, that were in transition where it's clear, like, they just paid money for them to play their trailer in between. But, like, it felt a lot less advertiser focused than the Game Awards does, which I thought was good as well.
It's a little more focused that way.
The other thing that jumped out was the quantity of Saber Interactive and Focus Entertainment published games. Like, it felt like 60+% of the games we shown were published by either Saber or Focus Entertainment.
There were a lot, yeah.
In which I think comes back to the point that you were making earlier on everybody does their own thing now. Like, these sort of mid-tier publishers are not going to have their own showcases unless they're Devolver Digital. And so this is the spot for them to break through a little bit more of the noise versus partnering with a Microsoft, where plenty of third-party games were still shown at those other press conferences, or at least at Microsoft specifically. But like, it's easier to be seen at a show like Summer Game Fest because everything it's platform agnostic, versus at the Microsoft conference, a lot of what people are looking for there are the first party games.
Right.
And at Summer Games Fest, it's everything.
Yeah, people are looking industry wide. So
yes. Yeah. So I think that was certainly part of it.
Yeah.
But just interesting. So we're just going to go chronologically. I'm sure there's a couple of games that we will have skipped just because we just cannot be forced to care about them. So if we forget something that you're super passionate about, write us an email, info@SheaHatesEverything.com. Tell us what you thought about different stuff, and we're happy to take a look back and talk about it. But if we missed something, it's likely, if we don't mention something, it's likely because neither of us care.
Give a shit.
So they started off with Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, which I thought the reaction to this has been extremely mixed. This was like the big teased thing, right? Coming into this.
Right.
And so they showed like a pretty good amount of gameplay. And I thought the combat looked not what I expected from a Prince of Persia game, but I think like it looks flashy and fun. And like I think I could get into it. It's just super arcadey, which is just not what I expected from a game in this series.
Yeah, it seems to fly in the face of a lot of the design philosophies of the previous games, which is fine. It's if they're gonna kind of try and reinvent it a bit, that's fine. It just means that I'm not that interested.
Well, yeah, and I guess for those that didn't see it, should clarify, it's a side-scrolling 2D action game. Like I said, the combat's super over the top. A lot of really souped up power moves and sword combat kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's very Devil May Cry, combo based, but then they're using the Sands of Time mechanics in very creative ways during combat, not just kind of puzzle solving. It's also utilized during combat, resetting your position, getting a combo off and then rewinding to get out of the way of a retaliation attack kind of a thing. So it's a lot of stuff like that. It's a lot more active, fast-paced utilization of those kinds of powers, which you haven't really seen as much in the series.
Yeah, and that I liked. It reminded me a little bit of Guacamelee 2, because that game does a lot of realm shifting between the normal world and the world of the dead. So certain enemies you can only hit them in one realm or the other. And then also you have your special moves that are all based upon colors that enemies will have a shield. So you need to go to the world of the dead world and use your over special attack to break their shield. And then, now you need to flop back to the regular world and use your up special attack to break this guy's shield. So it reminded me a little bit of that, of really using that rewind time system to elevate what is otherwise flashy but likely kind of straightforward combat. So that, I liked that part of it. It was interesting to see a lot of people this looks like dog shit, because
I don't think it looks good, visually, aesthetically. I don't like
good.
The look.
Just because it has a little bit of that cell shady cartoonishness in it.
Yeah, and I just think it just looks strange. It's just it feels like kind of a mishmash of art direction. That it just it doesn't feel like it has its own visual identity. It just something about it was really weird.
Okay, I think I can see that. I think I could see a little bit of genericness maybe.
Yeah, and that's not enough to make me not play a game, but also mixed with it's a side scroller and the type of combat and stuff that it is. That's why I'm not interested. But it was an aspect of it that I was not super, attracted to.
Yeah, I'm definitely on the fence. I am curious enough, I would say. The other side of it is it's a Ubisoft game, which we'll talk about as we go on. But Ubisoft is not in the best place, and it's usually pretty safe to assume that their games will not be great, just because that's That's been their modus operandi over the last like several years. They
It's
just
the
don't
safest
really release
assumption.
very good games. All right, and then next was Mortal Kombat 1. Ed Boon came out, which was fun. That game comes out in September, which is pretty soon. I think the biggest thing to call out here, because neither of us really care about Mortal Kombat, is just that like people are super hyped over this and like the changes that they're making in the story, because it's sort of like a reboot of in a different universe, a multiversal take on it. And I've just seen a lot of people that are really hyped about that, and that just makes me happy. I feel like fighting games are in a pretty good place. Street Fighter 6 has been really well received. This looks great. I think Tekken 6 is coming out sometime in the next year or so, and I know people are pretty hyped about that too. So that's fun to see. I think the game, like visually, looks really great. Animations, etc., top notch. I will say that like their whatever, like the X-ray vision fatality level stuff of like breaking the bones and all. I guess the fatalities are separate. The fatalities look insane. The like bone breaking X-ray vision has been the last couple Mortal Kombats, I think.
I think so. Yeah.
And there was something about the violence of it that's starting to feel a little bit played out. And I know that's the Mortal Kombat thing, is the ultra violence, but the like more realistic looking it gets, the more I'm not loving the violence. Because it like feels it feels a little too real, and also to see someone being stabbed 80 times and then continue to fight as if nothing happened, it like breaks that fourth wall a little bit in a weird way. Although that's probably a stupid criticism, because like they have magic and they're gods and shit. I don't know. There was just something about watching it that I felt a little like it didn't excite me. The style of it, which historically it always has. I love how Mortal Kombat looks. And this, it didn't do a ton for me, but I've seen plenty of people that are excited. Path of Exile 2. I wrote down, I have no familiarity with Path of Exile, but this literally looks like Diablo 4 in like visual style.
Yeah.
Have you played the first one?
No, I did not play the first one, but it's in the same vein as a Diablo.
And I know they're competitive products. Yeah. It's purely just like,
I mean, when they started showing it, I wondered if it was Diablo 4, and then they said it was Path of Exile 2. I was like, all right, sure.
Yeah. Hey, I know people are big fans of that series, and it's been a while, so I know there's a lot of excitement. But it's purely based upon the visual style, and obviously it's a similar type of game. But Diablo 4 is a new look for the Diablo series. Path of Exile 2 is a new look compared to the first game, and both of these products look exactly the same.
Yes.
And that's just crazy to me.
Yeah.
And then next we had Jeff's Keanu Reeves moment, which is when Nick Cage came out on stage to talk about him being in Dead by Daylight.
Yeah.
And like,
so
he's
Nick
a
Cage,
weird fucking guy, because of course.
Nick Cage is weird. But he's in that game because apparently his son really likes Dead by Daylight. And he was approached by the team, and he's like, oh yeah, my son loves this game, so I'll be in it for my son. That's fun.
Yeah, it's fun. To me, it's weird that he's playing a character, but he's like one of the survivors and not one of the murderers. And I think people were disappointed because they wanted him as a killer, or like especially as whatever that new vampire movie he's in, like to be that character potentially.
Because this
has been leaked or rumored or something for a minute, but it was fun. It was a fun moment for him to come out. I'm not a big Nick Cage guy, but it was a fun moment for sure.
Fucking love Nick Cage.
And then Witchfire. This game still exists.
Yeah,
and
I'm excited. So
I
had the same moment that I had when it was first revealed, where I was oh shit, what is the name of that game? Dark Watch. When it was first revealed, because it was just like gameplay, and then they did like a late title card to announce what it was, and I was like, is this a fucking Dark Watch game? Hell yeah, let's go. The the critically acclaimed PlayStation 2 shooter Dark Watch.
I've never heard of this game.
It's not very good, but I do love it. And then it showed up again here at Summer Games Fest, and I had the same moment where I was like, oh, are they finally doing a new Dark Watch game? I was like, oh right, it's Witchfire, right, that game exists.
I'm looking at some screens of Darkwatch, and I don't know if this is fan art, but there is a very scantily clad woman with unnaturally large breasts, and it looks like she's probably in pain because of how large they are. Is that a character in this game?
Yeah, I'm looking at it here. Okay, that's Tala. I don't really
That's what
remember.
I was like, is this just gross fan art? Or is that actually what she looked like in the game?
Well, you can see there's a screenshot of her in the game, and she pretty much looks like that. Dude, it was a PS2 shooter.
PS2.
Like, of course it was.
Yikes. This looks like Evil West, like the design of the character. That game that came out last year.
Yeah. Sort
when
of,
did that game come out? Earlier this year?
It was this year or last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I've been waiting for a new Darkwatch game.
Well, you're going to keep waiting.
Fuck.
Probably forever.
Probably forever. But hey, Witchfire is entering early access on September 20th of this year.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
Yeah.
Early access is weird.
Well, I feel like everying does early access
I think
now.
it's like a single-player campaign.
That is, yes,
so
that does make it a little weird. But yeah, I remember when this was announced several years ago, and I was like, this looks like another Doom, but like Western. Hell yeah, sign me up. And it still looks like that, so I'm down.
Yeah.
And then we got some Sonic Superstars, baby. Don't you love more Sonic?
No, I want it to go away.
It's got 4-player co-op. It looks like, or I should say, the gameplay looks like old school Sonic. It's obviously more that mixed 2D, 3D look. I don't know, dude. I think this is by the team that did Sonic, whatever that one was, the like soft remake of the original games. Sonic, did it start with an F?
Forces?
Sonic. No. Oh, I'm thinking of Sonic Frontiers, which is not what it was. What was that game called? It was because it was like a collection.
Right.
Sonic Origins,
where it was like the back to the 2D style.
Yeah, it was like a. I don't know.
It was like a new 2D Sonic.
Yes,
and people liked it.
Yes, and I believe it is by that. This is by that team.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter. It's Sonic. Who cares?
Yeah, I wish Sonic would be Thanos snapped out. Well, no, because you still remember he existed if he gets Thanos snapped.
I have nothing against Sonic. I have something against the hardcore Sonic fans that like think these games are amazing. That like think Sonic Frontiers was like the best game that came out last year. Like these people are completely delusional. They have like freaking Stockholm syndrome over Sonic because all of the games suck. And so they just have convinced themselves that they're good because otherwise they have nothing in their lives. That's what I don't like about Sonic.
I just want it to have never existed in the first place.
Yeah. All right. And then Lies of P, which...
Pinocchio Dark Souls.
Yeah. I remember when this was revealed.
For this on Steam Next Fest.
When it comes out soon, too. It comes out in September. It's going to be on Game Pass.
Yeah. Since it's on Game Pass, I'll check it out.
Yeah. I mean, I won't because it's a Dark Souls game. And I remember when it was announced, that was my biggest disappointment. Because I was like, oh, this is sort of like a bleak, weird, interesting sort of gothic game. And then I was like, oh, cool, Dark Souls combat. No thanks. The biggest thing that was revealed in this trailer was at the end, there's a sentient lantern that's like attached to the main character's hip, and he was cracking wise.
Yeah, that's your Jiminy
that
Cricket.
trailer. And I was like, oh no, please not again. We don't need another like, animated whatever item that's attached to your body that talks and is wisecracking. Horrible. Cringe.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, it's a mid-tier Dark Souls like. Most of those games are not great, but for people that love Dark Souls, it has something to offer.
Yeah.
So we'll see. It's probably going to be a 7 out of 10 kind of thing.
Probably.
But we'll see. And then there was Sandland, which is from the writer of the Dragon Ball manga that is like an open world RPG. It looked very weird.
Yeah.
But maybe like, I don't know, dude. I have never played a Dragon Ball game or a One Piece game or a Naruto game. I feel like all that stuff, games-wise,
they're all kind of the same.
Are all the same. Like bad open world RPGs.
Yeah.
So who knows? The visual style is the same too. It's that like cell shaded cartooniness.
Yeah. Well, and even, I mean, because it's the same guy, like people have a really strong affinity to like that character designer. I don't know who it is, but he did Dragon Ball, Dragon Quest, Sandland. I forget who it was actually, like who's the actual like, character designer on that stuff. People have a strong affinity to his design style. It has never done anything for me personally.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's never been a driving force for me to engage with that stuff. So, but yeah, I imagine this will just be like another JRPG. So people who enjoy that style of game or have the patience and time for it will probably get a lot out of it, I would assume.
Right. And then Alan Wake 2.
Finally, a real fucking video game.
Yeah, I'll let you lead because I know you're pretty excited about this.
Yeah, so they showed off like it was a trailer that also had some gameplay in it with some limited UI HUD stuff that's shown, but it is actual gameplay. So you're kind of splitting your gameplay time between Alan, who's like trapped in the dark world, and I forget the name of the FBI agent, but you play a female FBI agent. Oh,
yeah. It's something weird.
Yeah, of course it
is.
It's
like a literary term.
Yeah, yes, of course it is. But very excited about this because I recently just played through Alan Wake Remastered. And so kind of got refreshed on the story and where that ended and the things that it set up. And I completely forgot at the end of the first game, it sets up this other version of you that's called like, is it Mr. Smiles or something? I forget what. Yeah, it's something to that effect. But he's you, just an evil version of you, and he is the main antagonist in the standalone expansion for Alan Wake, American Nightmare, which I never played actually. And so I don't know. I have a theory where Alan is trapped in the dark world still, trying to write himself out of it. And I think his doppelganger is in the real world and is bringing the dark things out. And so this FBI agent is kind of caught up in that. And so you're as Alan, you'll be in the dark world, and then as the FBI agent, you're in the real world fighting some manifestations of things that are driven by some force, which I hypothesize, not knowing all of the information, hypothesizes maybe your doppelganger, which could be interesting.
Okay,
but yeah,
Saga.
It looks
Saga
awesome.
Is her name, by the way.
Okay, Saga.
Yeah. Told you it was some like pretentious literary term.
Yeah, it looks fucking great.
It does.
I'm so excited for this. Like a Remedy game post Control set in this universe is very exciting. Because I will say the combat in Alan Wake Remastered, the game was too long to support the combat system. It got really old and pretty rote by the end of it. So something with a little more dynamic elements, a little more hardcore survival horror, which it seems like they're going for, is super exciting.
I don't think that those two things go together. Like, to me, this, like, granted, small gameplay slice, but the stuff where he was as Saga, shooting that other dude, like, that felt survival horror. Limited ammo, slow, you're using the flashlight just like you did in the first game. I personally would not expect a dynamic approach to combat in the way that Control did.
Well, that's what I think the dark world is for, right? Like, I think you see more of that in that imaginary space.
That's possible. It's just, to me, that goes against the survival horror approach. Unless that is their thing, where the real world is survival horror, the dark world is the, like, more arcadey style. That's possible. That seems like a Remedy thing to do.
Right.
But I don't know. We haven't seen anything from the dark world gameplay-wise, so impossible to know.
But it looks fucking
yeah, it looks
great.
cool. Yeah,
and it comes out this year.
I feel very forced to play the first one and actually finish the whole thing, because there's no way I can play this game not having beaten the first one.
I don't think you should. As someone who's never played it, I don't think you should. I think you would fall off because the combat, it's a bit of a slog. I would just like. I'm sure there's a story recap supercut. That's not super long.
Love YouTube. Yeah. All right, and then we got John Carpenter's Toxic Commando, which, like, I'm not totally sure what this game is. It seems like it's like a co-op horde shooter.
I worry that this thing's a little too early to have, like, a solid identity, because what they showed was a little muddy.
It was all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, there's definitely some vehicular, like, customization and combat while you're driving in the car.
Yeah.
Not sure if, like, someone drives the car or if it's on rails or what the deal is. And then on foot stuff. It's clearly some kind of co-op, group.
Yeah, some sort of Left 4 Dead-like.
That's what I was going to say, is I don't know if it's more of a Left 4 Dead or if it's more open world.
Right.
Like,
it looks
we
nice
don't really know yet.
Visually.
And
the idea of
the zombie stuff's so played, it just did nothing for me. I feel like I've seen this game 50 times.
Yeah, this is the kind of shit that I'm all about, so of course I'd be excited.
Yep. All right. And then Spider-Man 2, just a little quick thing where they actually announced the release date for October 20th. It felt weird to do that, to like have one of the devs come out on stage, announce the date when like we had this huge gameplay slice at PlayStation,
right?
Just like a week earlier. I don't know why they held the release date for Summer Game Fest. Like, it must have been some agreement for promotion at Summer Game Fest where like they had to have something like a release date announcement to like make it relevant to the show. It just seems weird that they would announce a release date not at their own show.
Yeah.
But yeah, so October 20th, which is dope. That's soon. I was expecting a November, or potentially, not even going to make it this year at the end of the day. But October shows a lot of confidence that it's ready to go. I think, and they were asking a lot of questions about the Venom symbiote, and they showed, some art of Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and Venom. So clearly at some point, Spider-Man divests himself from the symbiote, and they said it's not Eddie Brock as Venom, it's someone else, so who knows. But yeah, they talked about Kraven being hunting down all these other superpowered characters, so just the way that he was talking about it, I think we might get some cameos from other Marvel characters in this, like beyond just the Spider-Man characters.
That would be a good way to elevate it. I feel like you'd want to...
Yeah.
I feel like interest in this is largely low because it's kind of like, well, what are they doing different? It's kind of the same thing. Like we've effectively had two of these already with the first one and Miles Morales. So
I don't know that that's true. I mean, both those first games did phenomenally well and were really well received. I think that any muted reaction towards this was what we talked about last episode, where like what they showed just didn't do a ton to look exciting and fresh, but that's for the hardcore people. Like a general person that played the first game, I imagine they are well signed up to do another one.
Okay.
And I also, it's an actual sequel, not the Miles Morales sort of spin-off.
Right.
I still think the switching between characters thing is cool. The map is double the size as the first game, which I don't know is really necessary, but if they can make all that stuff interesting and different, that's fine, because like Queens is in there now. So that'll be nice to like, go to Pete's home maybe and fly by or swing by.
The Venom Parker voice is pretty bad though.
It was pretty bad. Yes. Not a huge fan. Yeah. I am interested to see how they handle the gameplay. Like, if Peter gets rid of the symbiote, how does the gameplay change after that? Because that's the big thing they're hinging on here, is that's how they're leveling up his gameplay to be as dynamic as Miles's was with his own Venom powers, the like yellow electricity powers. So story-wise, I don't know how you handle that. If the symbiote splits in two, so you can have the symbiote Spider-Man and the symbiote Venom at the same time. I don't know what they're going to do. I'm curious to see. But back to what I was saying about, like, all the other characters. Like, that's not saying that, hey, Thor needs to be here. But, like, a Daredevil. Like, characters that are based in New York, I think would help expand the universe a little. And Daredevil I mentioned specifically because, like, that'd be a really fun game too. I'd really like a Daredevil game that's set like Spider-Man, but it's, you know, boots on the ground, kung fu style fighting systems. That would be really fun. I would like that too.
But with a lot more detective stuff, because I feel like Daredevil and Batman have a lot of shared DNA.
Yeah.
And so, like, a lot more of that. That's what would probably get me to play the game, because I probably wouldn't care much for the combat and stuff, but
that's fair.
More of the detective-y type stuff I think would be interesting to me.
Right. All right. And then Lisfanga? I don't know how you pronounce that.
Sure.
But this I liked because it has like a time bending thing where you like create copies of yourself. Like you do an action and then you create a copy and that copy does the same action. So that's kind of like the puzzle solving combat approach. And it reminded me a lot of Ratchet and Clank: A Crack in Time with the Clank puzzle sections where like you were making copies to solve puzzles because you had to do things in specific orders at the same time.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It looked cool. It was, you know, that isometric top down view.
Yeah, very much like a Hades type.
Yes. I'm interested. I kind of want to see a little bit more full context on gameplay to know if it's something that I would jive with or not. But the idea, you know, I really like.
This next one is
Pal World.
I've had my eye on this one for a while.
Which it's Pokemon with guns.
Pal World looks fucking insane. It's like it's
very confused.
Yeah, it's, you know, we all grew up playing Pokemon, but we're adults now, and
still playing.
We
Pokemon.
like guns, so we like
adults
guns
do
in
love
video
guns.
games. Yep.
Yeah.
Adults are always loving guns.
For any of our non-American listeners, American adults love
guns. All about guns. This looks wild. Like, you have these pals, I guess you would call them. I don't know what the other name for them in the universe would be, but Pokemon equivalents, and you can have them like working ammunition assembling lines and like making shit and using them in combat as like meat shields and other shit like that. Like, it just looks fucking crazy. I cannot wait to play this.
It looks weird, for sure.
Super weird.
And then this next one I was into, and I hope that you are into.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings Return to Moria.
This has been on my radar for a while.
Yeah, dude. Like, this is your shit.
This is my game.
But also Lord of the Rings. Like, hell yes.
Yeah.
It's, you know, mining, crafting, building.
An Epic exclusive, unfortunately.
Oh, that sucks.
On PC, at least.
It's coming to console, though.
Yeah, I don't know if it's coming to... Yeah. So
although these games, a lot of times it's hard to translate to controller controls.
Yeah, it could be.
Because there's so many systems, but we'll see. But yeah, I was all about this when I saw it. It looks fun. Like, this is not really my style of game, but it being set in the Lord of the Rings universe makes it far more appealing.
Right.
So yeah, Lord of the Rings Return to Moria. It's on my radar for sure. And then Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis. This is a mobile Final Fantasy game set in the Final Fantasy VII universe.
Yeah.
It looks quite bad.
Mm-hmm.
It has both, like, more quote-unquote realistic-looking graphic design, as much as you can on a phone, and then it also has, like, more chibi-looking shit, like, in the combat. And I didn't like that.
No.
I didn't like really anything about it. Yeah, it looks bad. And then Banishers Ghost of New Eden. This is that Don't Nod game that I feel like last year maybe it was revealed, where they really just showed it was more story and it had some like conversation choices. In this, they showed a little bit more combat-y stuff. which like I'm all about. Don't Nod, they've got a ton of stuff that they're working on.
Yeah,
I'm
they made
surprised.
Vampire.
Yeah, they just whatever that game just came out. Harmony: The Fall of Reverie just came out.
Right.
They also have another game that we'll talk about later that was revealed here.
Yeah,
that's a Don't Nod joint. Yeah, they're working on a lot of stuff, so good for them. Not sure how a lot of this is landing, and like they're definitely in that middle tier team where you can't just like bank on all their stuff always being good.
Right.
But the biggest thing is they've got good storytelling chops, which is great for a game like this. That clearly there's a lot of like character story happening with the lead character, and I don't know if it's his wife or who, the sort of ghost female character that pops in and out. And then there's just that like it's a more combat focused game, which I know Vampire had kind of mixed results.
Right.
Remember Me back in the day was not very well received, but it had a lot of good ideas. And Vampire, I think, has a lot of good ideas.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see, them taking another crack at that style of game.
I agree, yeah.
And then Under the Waves, which is being published by Quantic Dream.
This looks fucking incredible.
Yeah, when I initially saw it, it seemed like big time underwater spooks, which is like a double hardcore no from me. But I've seen more people talking about it, and contextually it seems like it's a little bit more of like a psychological, not even horror, but just like just dealing with isolation and sort of like the psychological effects of that. So not like a scary game, but like an unsettling maybe game. Which still, it's on that line because the underwater stuff is still horrifying for me.
Right.
Unless it's like a brightly colored, like Abzu style underwater game. Anything that's like cloudy underwater, like realistic underwater, no thank you.
Just this trailer was so fucking good. It establishes the mood immediately. Great shots, great creepy environments, an awesome logo, great name. Good, atmospheric music. This trailer really did it for me.
Yeah, I totally agree. I have a lot of confidence that, like, this is gonna do well.
Yeah.
Like, it's gonna be good. Just the writing in it seems really strong, and the character stuff seems strong. It's just, this might not be a game I'm capable of playing. But do you know anything else that Quantic Dream has published like this? Like, it was, I forgot to write it down, but it's their, like, Q something publishing arm. I didn't even really know that they were doing that.
Yeah, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. I don't know.
Trying to Google it really quick
to
see. Because I was curious if what else they've got.
Game publishing by Quantic Dream.
Oh, this is all their own games. Oh, no, Under the Waves. Oh, Lisfanga. They're publishing Lisfanga.
Oh, they're doing Lisfanga. Okay. Oh, they did Sea of Solitude.
Yeah, that game was not very good. I really wanted it to be.
Yeah, they talked it up like crazy.
It was boring. The woman who made the game, I remember when she was
passionate about
talking about it, super passionate,
yeah.
But it just did not have anything going for it.
Right.
All right, moving on. Immortals of Avium, which was just delayed, was supposed to come out in July and is now coming out August 22nd. So that's just hopefully just like a polishing thing.
It is. Yeah.
I don't think this game is going to be good. I'm pretty sure I've said that on a podcast, but my sixth sense about not good games is like tickling. I do not think this game is going to be good. Do you feel like, are you impressed by what you've seen?
I don't think it's going to be good, but I will probably play it.
All right.
if that answers your question, because I'll want something to play, and like the idea of a magic first-person shooter.
Yes.
I want to see how well they do that, because if they do that part of it well, because the story's going to suck, and it sounds like the voice acting sucks, and is annoying and bad. So, but if there are parts of the combat that seem like it hit pretty well, then I'm interested to see, what more capable, video game creators that aren't tied to rote narrative that doesn't speak to me, what they can do with the same combat ideas.
Sure, fair enough. Yeah, it's not been a great year or really 2 years for EA. Like, their last big release of Battlefield 2042 was a complete disaster in every way, shape, and form. And this, like, even if it is good, it doesn't seem like the kind of game that's going to sell like hotcakes.
Right.
So, I don't know, dude. It just seems weird. Although, I guess they put out Jedi Survivor, I believe. Didn't they? Isn't that still the under the EA license?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that game was good, but yeah, I feel like EA is not in the best spot. They didn't have their own conference here, obviously. So, I don't know, dude. It was certainly weird. It was a weird presentation, and like to have the main actor come out to introduce it felt a little odd. I get it because it's, the character looks like him, but it would be different if he was like, an A or B or even C list actor, where like he's recognizable, but I feel like I've never seen this dude in anything before.
Yeah, I have no idea.
And so him coming, I was like, why? Why do I care about what this actor is? We
just might not be the generation that knows this guy. You know what I mean? He might be from things that you and I just aren't aware of.
Now I want to know, like, is he on like all these, Gen Z shows?
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
What's this dude's name? Darren Barnett. What are you up to, Darren? Oh, hey, he's in the new Gran Turismo movie.
Oh shit. Okay.
Oh shit, dude. He was in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. He played Malik's son. I don't remember him at all.
No.
Wait, no, he isn't in. Why is the trailer for Gran Turismo next to his IMDb page? Because he isn't in that movie.
Oh, okay.
Which is weird. Oh, it's because it's an upcoming. IMDb changed their UI. Yeah, he's in Gran Turismo. He's in a couple other. Are they remaking Roadhouse? Because he's in a movie. Yes, it's a remake of fucking Roadhouse.
What the fuck?
Well, that's a Jake Gyllenhaal movie. Okay, so maybe he's an up and coming.
Sure.
Guy. All right, that's enough about.
Hey, best of luck to you.
Fucking Darren Barnett. Point being, no one knows who this kid is. It was just weird to have him on stage and not a developer who knows about the video game.
Yeah.
What was nice is they showed actual gameplay.
Correct.
Not a trailer, but like the UI was on the screen, which is what I've been asking for, and that was nice. I liked that. It unfortunately didn't convince me that it was going to feel good to play.
Yeah.
Like switching between the powers, just the actual mechanics of it. That everybody, and including them, keep comparing this game to Doom, but it doesn't look like Doom at all because it's like not fast paced, which is the whole point of Doom.
Well, that's why I think I will like it, is because Doom is too fast for me.
Yeah.
So something that's a little more measured, I think, is more my style.
And it's more just the like combat arena approach just feels really outdated.
I know. That's the part that I'm. Well, that and the writing, but
the arenas don't seem super interactive either. Like that's make the environments more engaging.
Yeah.
Like put some fucking explosive barrels. Like that's the baseline of shit to do, and I just didn't really see anything like that. It felt slow. It just didn't feel that engaging and creative in terms of the combat. It feels like it's like super flashy with lots of colorful particle effects, and the story and the writing and the acting seem
not great.
Bad. It looks bad. All right, and then to close the show, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which I thought was a dope ending. It looks good. I'm excited. I like the farther away I get from Final Fantasy VII Remake, the like less passionate I am about that game, because I loved that game when it came out, and like the more I think about it, the less I love it. I still think it's very good, but just I don't know.
Join the dark side, Shea.
It's not a bad game. No,
it is.
You're never going to convince me that it's bad. No, I think it's a good game. I really enjoyed my time with it.
Imagine if they had a mode where you could just play turn-based combat. Imagine
No,
how good that
dude,
fucking game would be.
No, I enjoyed. My problem with the combat was that I liked playing as Tifa more than I liked playing as Cloud, and I didn't figure that out until very near the end of the game. And that was my problem with it. I just didn't find Cloud to be fun to play because he was slower and he just didn't have as much options. Tifa was so fun because she was way more dynamic and juggling and had these cool powers, and that I liked. That was not that it was on me because the game could have done more to encourage me to play as different characters, but that was my problem with that game. This, I think, it looks good. You see a little bit of Yuffie in there. You see a little bit of Red 13 in there in terms of party members. I'm excited for it. They're clearly going way off the story path from Final Fantasy VII and how they're dealing with Sephiroth, which, like, I'm all about. Make it a completely different story. That's totally fine. I don't have as much of a memory for Final Fantasy VII as a lot of people do. I think that game's awesome, but, like, I don't have specific memories of every moment in that game the way a lot of people do. So, like, change whatever you want, and I might not even notice some of it. But yeah, I'm excited. The little thing at the end where it said that it's on 2 discs. What are we doing?
That is hilarious.
I get it. It was tongue-in-cheek little comment, but don't use a joke in a trailer as a justification to put it on 2 discs, because there's no fucking way this game needs to be on 2 discs. Get out of here.
Yeah, dude, games are fucking huge now.
Not like this. They don't need to be. Optimize it better. There's no way this game needs to be on 2 discs. Get out of here.
I think that is a really stupid thing to say, because if it's not on 2 discs, then you're just going to be downloading like 80 gigabytes to supplement the disc.
That's what you're going to have to do anyway. That's how all these games work. A disc isn't anything. A disc is a download code for most games.
Then what are we talking about, my guy? What are we arguing about? Because it doesn't matter.
Don't make me put in a second disc to play the second half of the fucking game. That's what I'm saying. It's stupid.
God forbid.
It's like a nostalgia
God forbid
thing.
You have to change a disc once, because that's you will literally only have to change it once.
But that's my point, is it feels like they're only doing it for the memes, and that's annoying.
No, I disagree. I'm sure there are just logistical reasons why they need to put it on 2 discs in order to have a physical release. And have
then why does no other game need to be on 2 discs? Are you telling me this is the biggest, most impressive game ever made? Because I don't believe that for a second. And no other game needs to be on 2 discs. It feels like they're doing it because it's a callback to Final Fantasy VII. Which, like, again, I understand for the memes, but not for real life. You're right. It is not a huge deal. I only bring it up because I just think it's stupid. That's it.
I think you're stupid.
That's totally fair. But at least I'm on 1 disc. I'm a single download.
Bro, we cannot fit all of these podcast episodes on a single disc. I don't
know
what you're smoking.
What? That's valid. Because this is the biggest, most impressive podcast ever made.
Yeah.
We're justified.
We need to add that to the beginning of every episode. This is the biggest and longest and most impressive video game podcast.
Longest might actually be
Longest
true.
Might be true.
Could have to do a little research on
I don't
that.
know. I don't know a lot of other video game podcasts that are 5 hours.
Hey, in our defense, we do this once a month.
Yeah.
If we were doing it every other week or every week, it would not be. Yeah. So that was the Summer Game Fest. Like we said, overall, I think generally positive.
There are some things in there that are really cool.
Yeah. What's like your top 2?
Alan Wake 2,
mm-hmm.
and now I'm waffling. I thought I had it, but now I'm waffling.
Palworld?
No, Alan Wake 2 and Under the Waves, I think.
Okay, yeah, that tracks. Yeah, I would say Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is still at the top of my list. If it releases on 2 discs, in actuality, it will drop to number 2, but that's fine. And then, like, I would say Spider-Man 2 by default, but honestly, like, for what they actually showed and getting me excited, I think Witchfire is number 2, just because when that game was announced, I was, like, blown away and all about it, and I'm just glad that it still exists.
Right.
So, want to call that out.
Yeah. I waffled between Under the Waves and Lord of the Rings Return to Moria as my number 2.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like I got to give it to Under the Waves because Lord of the Rings Return to Moria, it's kind of like, it's too obvious.
You'd expect it.
Yeah. It's like, I know what that game's going to be.
Right.
So.
Okay. Microsoft.
Yes. The big dog.
Yeah. I mean, people were generally underwhelmed with the PlayStation Showcase, and people were generally overwhelmed, in my opinion, about the Microsoft Showcase. I thought it was very good, but to what I was saying earlier, like, it just felt like a lot of what was shown was not immediate and therefore a little less exciting. And, like, I don't know. We'll talk about it as we go through here. There are plenty of things. They showed a lot of stuff, which is fantastic.
They started off with a big hitter. Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, we can wrap up after. But yes, started with Fable. This is an interesting one. I really liked the trailer. I loved the tone and the style of it. It felt very British humor.
Yeah.
Yeah, like very Monty Python in its like sort of deadpan slapstick. Yeah. I played Fable 2. I don't recall if I played either of the other Fable games. And I know those games are definitely funny. I don't recall if like it's this same style of humor or if this feels like a departure.
This feels like a more modern take on the humor in that it's not all fart jokes.
Yeah.
And like boob and butt jokes. Yeah, which is good. So it's like a little more mature.
Sure. Yeah, I definitely liked it. But again, it's essentially a CG trailer. So there's not really anything that can be gleaned from this in terms of how the game is structured and the actual story or the combat and like the different systems. So
yeah,
it's really just a tone thing, and that tone is appealing.
It worked.
So good.
Yeah, it was a good tone piece.
And then what gave us even less was South of Midnight, which is the new game from Compulsion. This is a studio that made... What is the game that they made? The one that was like Bioshock that was in early access.
We Happy Few.
We Happy Few. Yeah, We Happy Few. This, like, why did they show this was kind of my reaction.
Because it's an announcement, Shea.
But, like, we literally know nothing about what this game is. I'm sick of trailers like this. I'm not saying you have to show us 10 minutes of gameplay to announce a game, but what is this game? Is it co-op? Is it a shooter? Is it story-based? Do we make our own character, or do we play as this girl? Like, we know literally nothing about this game, so what's the point? I'm just sick of it. And I have been sick of it, and I will always be sick of it.
So South of Midnight looks pretty cool.
But why? Why does it look pretty cool?
I like the setting, this like dark gothic southern bayou kind of blend. It's got like a little bit of stop motion style to some of the graphics. Like it's doing like this weird.
But you don't even know that these are the graphics. You don't even know that these are the graphics. They probably are, because it looks like We Happy Few, but there have been so many times where a trailer like this comes out, and then it's like a fucking 4X game. That like it could be pixelated, where it looks nothing like what the trailer. That's my point. Is you can't tell me anything about this game other than generally the tone of it.
And so it's got like a sassy female protagonist who's like clearly a bit of a badass, and she's talking like this big giant dude who's clearly, has some like malevolent aspects about his personality and is some sort of feels almost like folklore-ish. Like he's some sort of like folklore-ish figure from the bayou or something, and then the giant monster thing comes out of the water or whatever. So it's it's got like a lot of fantastical elements to it. I think it looks pretty cool.
Okay. If you are like hunting monsters, which is what it seems like she is setting up.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll say that.
Okay.
I don't know how you're hunting monsters.
Did the visual aesthetic do anything for you?
No. I like, much like you, I like the Bayou
Yeah.
sort of fairy tale kind of approach. I definitely like that.
It felt
Literally,
like a little bit of a refinement, or not a refinement, but like kind of an evolution of Telltale's visual style. How it's like
yeah, I was
slightly
gonna say like Sea of
painterly
Thieves.
and kind of
Yeah.
angular and strange and like yeah.
Yeah, I would say it doesn't. I don't dislike it, but like I'm not into it. I guess.
I like this version of that. I think.
Okay, the more stylized kind of approach.
Yeah.
All right, and then the next one is a big one, and we'll talk more about it when we get to Ubisoft. But consider it like what they showed of Star Wars Outlaws.
This is a big fuck yeah from me.
Yes, and I will give two different reactions because we saw it in two different places in two different contexts. In this context, I was like, fucking please, yes, like shove it in my eyeballs. This looks dope. I love this era of Star Wars.
Yeah.
I love this vibe of Star Wars, the grunge,
I love space grunge.
Yeah, dude.
Star Wars space grunge is some of the best.
All about it. I did think that it was a little odd that Ubisoft would announce a game at Microsoft when they have their own press conference.
Yeah.
But it does make sense because they showed a lot more at their own press conference, and it built hype for people to watch their press conference. So it does make sense in hindsight. But yeah, this trailer, I was all about it. And then we will talk about the gameplay part of it later.
Okay. Next up, then they showed 33 Immortals.
Hell yeah, dude. This is the Spiritfarer folks.
Yeah.
That game is incredible. The bummer is that it's like a multiplayer 33-player co-op raid kind of game.
Yeah.
Which sounds insane and fun, but also means that there's almost no chance that I'll play it, which just bummed me out.
It's a third-person action game that's very like more cartoony and stylized, and it's kind of pulled back isometric perspective.
Yeah. Minus the roguelike elements, it reminded me a little bit of Hades in terms of the visual style, the camera style, the combat, all that kind of stuff.
Right, yeah.
And then we got a lot of look at Avowed. And
this
then
is also crazy to me.
They also had a dev diary sit down interview thing about Avowed that I watched too that gave a lot more context on the world and the story. I
did not
know.
Like when they said it, like, because it shows Obsidian and then it goes into this thing, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck this game is, but I know they're working on Avowed. That is not this. And then it said it was Avowed. I was like, what the fuck happened to Avowed? Because the original announcement trailer is like very realistic, dark.
Skyrim. It's Skyrim.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's like more mature Skyrim is kind of what they were going for, like a much darker. And then this is just Outer Worlds, but fantasy, which makes sense, but was not at all what I was expecting. And so my gut reaction was very negative because I was like, well, that's fucking like, why did they do this bait and switch over the past few years? Why haven't it would have been nice if they had kind of set up some expectations about how the tone and everything has shifted. But I've since gone back and rewatched that and looked at it again, and with the lens of like Outer Worlds, I enjoyed Outer Worlds for what it was. And so, their next cut at a game like that, I think, is exciting because it's not, it's not a Skyrim. It's a much more focused experience, and I think I'm okay with that because like I get my big open world thing with Starfield in September. Like this game Avowed, whenever it comes out, something a little more focused, I think I'm okay with.
Yeah, I think that I am as well. I definitely was disappointed the more I learned about it. Just that scope-wise, it was similar to Outer Worlds. It wasn't a big open space. It was specific places that you go that are more open. I was pretty bummed by a lot of what they showed. I will say that like I have a high level of confidence that I will still greatly enjoy this game.
Yeah.
I wanted it to be a new Skyrim game.
Sure.
With Obsidian and their different approach. And so I was bummed by that. I also think that much like Skyrim, the combat looked pretty stiff.
Yeah.
The magic seemed fun, but like the actual combat looked pretty stiff. So I don't know, man. I didn't realize, because I guess I hadn't been paying attention, that this is set in the Pillars of Eternity universe. And they've been really specific that like you don't need to play those games to get anything out of this.
Right.
But it still makes me feel like I'm definitely gonna miss some stuff, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Fine.
I get why they're not going for a big, huge game. They work on multiple things.
Yeah.
They don't want to take 7 years to make a game like Bethesda does. Obviously, Microsoft already has that in their stable because Bethesda is part of their studios. So they don't need to make games like that. It was a little disappointing to see that the scope was not what I expected it to be from the original announcement.
Yeah, I'm interested to know how the Outer Worlds DLC performed. Like how many people were kind of drawn back to it to play the DLC.
I didn't. I loved that game and I did not play the DLC.
Right, I didn't either. And so I'm interested to see if they have that same post-launch support planned for Avowed, and if I think the reason I didn't go back to Outer Worlds is because despite the scope being so limited, it still felt a little empty in a lot of those areas, and so I feel like I kind of mainlined it for the most part. Okay. I definitely did a lot of the side quests, but my heart wasn't really in it. I was just kind of doing them to do them instead of like really being enraptured in the world and wanting to explore it and experience every square centimeter of it, like I do in a regular Bethesda open world RPG. And so if Avowed is able to drag me into a world in that way, and it does make good on the scope that it has, I could probably see myself going back for more content. I would hope.
Sure. Yeah, for me, it's the writing. The Obsidian writing is so good.
It is good.
That is why I would have gone back to the Outer Worlds, but there's just, there's enough other stuff that I didn't feel the need to.
Sure.
So who knows? The base game needs to have something first before I would think about the DLC.
Yeah. Speaking of the base game needing to have something,
so
Sea of Thieves is getting a new expansion of content. They're doing Legend of Monkey Island,
which is very fun.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. It showed because they've done a lot of kind of crossover event content with Sea of Thieves, and it showed the Lucasfilm thing, and I was like, Sea of Thieves Star Wars? And then it was like, oh, right, Legend of Monkey Island is Lucasfilm.
That makes a little more sense.
Yeah, that makes way more sense. So this looks like a lot of fun for people who are still playing that game.
Yeah, which I don't believe is very many. But I could be wrong. Maybe it's got like a bigger swell of people that have checked it out with Game Pass.
I think there are a lot of people that go back to play the new content. I don't think there are a lot of people that are regularly playing.
And I also believe this is like being pitched as being very standalone, that like you don't need to play any others of Sea of Thieves in order to play this.
Okay.
Which seems like a smart approach as well.
Yeah.
And then quickly, Microsoft Flight Simulator. I mostly wrote this down because like they're actually making a sequel to Microsoft Flight Simulator, which came out 4-ish years ago. But the biggest thing is like it's got more of like a story mode and a bunch of different types of things and like
jobs that you go do?
Industrial cargo transporting and like executive transport. Like, hell yeah, I want to fly around a bunch of billionaires on my private jet. That sounds like fun.
They also have like rescue missions for like you can fly like a rescue helicopter into the mountains where someone needs to be airlifted out and stuff like that.
Right.
That is what this game needed.
Yeah. What I'm talking about is let me use a helicopter to build a telephone line. Like, it's just, some of it seemed really weird. Like, do people want to do that?
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes. Look, the autism spectrum is wide and broad, and a lot of us fall on it somewhere, and this game is for us.
Okay.
That's what I'm fucking saying. But like, this is the thing that I needed. in it to be like really interested in this, and so I think I will play this.
Huh.
Like, especially knowing that it will likely be on Game Pass because it's Microsoft Flight Simulator. Like, I will probably spend time doing this and like fucking around and doing some jobs and stuff because that sounds really interesting.
Okay, I could see that. To me, like, I know that I won't because in order to get the most out of it, you need to be PC because that's really what you want.
Correct.
How incredible it looks. And so, like, I would love to see some Microsoft Flight Simulator, but I know that I will never play Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Sure.
All right, and then some Hellblade 2.
This was a weird section of it to show.
I haven't played the first game. Maybe people that have played the first game got a lot more out of this because this was purely focused on character and visuals.
Right.
And I got literally nothing out of this 4-5 minute segment.
It was long.
Because it was it wasn't even there wasn't even story happening. It was just her looking into the water and thinking about shit.
Yeah, all the different voices in her head talking to her. And
really
I feel
weird
like Microsoft owes headphone users an apology.
Oh, was it bad?
Oh, yeah. Well, because it's all... You're supposed to play the game with headphones on.
Okay.
Like they do a splash screen.
Audio?
So, and because it's all of... throughout the entire game, it's Senua's, multiple voices in her head and opinions and ideas floating around. Mm-hmm. And so, the spatial audio, it's kind of, bouncing around everywhere, hearing her thoughts echoing in her head and stuff. And so you get a lot of that while watching... Even just watching the Microsoft conference. Okay. Even though it's not 3D audio, it's just left-right channel. It's still, very ASMR, invasive, and stressful. Anxiety-inducing. And so, it was very effective. And I think that was their goal, right? Was to show hey, we can still hit those notes that we hit in the first game, and you've already seen the combat stuff. We showed that a year or two ago or whatever. So
that's true. They did. Yeah, I don't know. It still just felt like a weird.
It was weird
for people that aren't familiar with the first game,
right?
Which is a lot of people.
A lot, yeah.
It just is a weird thing to show at your big press conference that millions of people are watching. It didn't do anything to sell this to a new audience.
Yeah.
And in a lot of ways, I think it would turn off a lot of people because it was odd and upsetting, in its style. However, the first game has been on my backlog for quite a while. I know, a lot of people love it, and I want to check it out. And the second game coming out will be a good motivating factor for me to actually go and play the first one. So
right.
I'm sure this, there's a lot of confidence, right? It's Ninja Theory. The first game was really well received. I'm sure this, will come across the finish line and be a high quality game. Just a weird thing to have in your press conference in this context.
Right.
All right. They're still making content for Fallout 76.
I can't fucking believe it. I mean, it means they're still pumping out money from it. People must still be... those Fallout 76 whales
or whatever
must still
it is,
be there.
the monthly fee that you can pay to get
your own
more
server.
Materials and shit. Yeah.
It's the only way to get a private server.
And then Capcom's new game, Kunitsu-Gami, Path of the Goddess, which looks weird as shit.
Yeah.
The art design is incredible. The color, the grotesque enemy designs, the combat movement looks insane. No idea what this game is, though.
Yeah,
it's a third-person action game, but
is.
It's very weird trailer. And then I didn't watch the Capcom press conference, but I saw people talking about it, and apparently they showed Path of the Goddess at their own press conference, but it was literally just this trailer again.
Okay.
Which
I feel like that used to happen a lot in the past. That's a thing you could do. Yeah.
I would say it's a bad thing, as a marketing expert, but that's a thing you can do.
Right. It's hard. It's hard enough for developer to put together, cut a trailer for a press conference. Having to do multiple of those things, I think, is asking a lot, and so it doesn't surprise me that a game of this scope I don't know what kind of size team is working on it, but it doesn't.
Well, that's the whole
surprise me
point.
that-
We don't know.
Right. It doesn't surprise me that we saw the same thing.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, again, the art design is enough to like pique my interest. It's a third-person action game. Also, generally like third-person action games because it's like the biggest genre of game.
Right.
But yeah, we'll see. We'll see more. Not at Capcom's press conference, but somewhere. All right, Forza Motorsport. We don't need to talk about.
Car porn.
ESO. We don't need to talk about. Descent. So this is that other Don't Nod game that I mentioned. This is a mountain climbing puzzle platformer. It reminded me a little bit of Rime, which that game had less mountain climbing, but it had a similar aesthetic and like that sort of ethereal tone to it, and like the sense of scale. Felt similar. This, I'm on board.
Yeah, this is another Don't Nod game.
This. Yeah, I mentioned that.
Okay, yeah, and so because they are French, it is actually pronounced Jusson.
Oh my gosh, I'm not doing that.
So, just
look,
wanted to drop that little nugget of knowledge.
As an American adult that is in the minority and not loving guns, I can be an American adult in the majority of fuck your other languages. I'm not going to pronounce your shit in a stupid way.
Y'all play that Jusant? Yeah, you're like climbing mountains and shit. You got glasses on because it's all bright. There ain't no guns in it, though.
This would have fit in better at Ubisoft's press conference.
More like Jusant, no guns in this.
Pretentious French accents.
Yeah.
All right. Still Wakes the Deep was the next game. This is by the Chinese Room, who have done the Amnesia games. Everybody's gone to the Rapture. We are now at the point where this is the first game that I don't remember anything about.
Wait. Hold on. Still Wakes the Deep.
Still Wakes the
game
Deep.
We were thinking Under the Waves was.
No.
I think
Under the Waves.
No,
not me.
Under the Waves is a third person.
Yes.
Okay, I had confused them. I forgot Under the Waves was a video game. Yeah, so true. Yeah, okay. So Under the Waves looks fine.
I see. Everything I said about Under the Waves is true because I know what that game was. It looks awesome. It looks still borderline too scary for me, but it looks great. Still Wakes the Deep is definitely not a game I will play.
Yeah,
because it is
Still
actually
Wakes the Deep is what
an
I was
underwater
thinking of.
horror game.
Yeah, it's hard, like actual hardcore horror. Like this is the one I was talking about. All
First
of
person,
like, the setup shots, the tone, the atmosphere, the music in the trailer, all really hit for me.
Okay, that tracks.
Yeah,
this definitely seems like a game you would like. I still think Under the Waves looks very good.
Yeah. And this is made by like the Amnesia studio, Chinese Room. They made Everybody's Gone to the Rapture as well, which I really liked.
You're not listening at all, my friend. I said all of this.
Fuck,
already.
I was scrolling in the document. I'm sorry.
You can't.
I was too. No, dude. I super can't. I've been dizzy all day. I'm like, my brain is not.
That's fair. You have a little bit of an excuse.
I'm sorry.
Just a little bit. Okay, Dungeons of Hinterberg, which is a weird name for a video game, but at a certain point we're going to run out of good names. So this is an action RPG life sim. I really liked the visual aesthetic. It reminds me of Sable, but with way more color and detail, which is cool. Yeah, I just think it looked great. If you go to their website, which you should, where I am right now, they've got some good GIFs and videos and stuff of gameplay. They got some grinding rails. They got some combat with the big monsters. They got some weird isometric puzzle solving, some conversation choice making. I like this.
Yeah. I also like the art style and stuff. I like the fact that the protagonist has a sword that's called like the supercut.
Hell yeah.
I really like the visual aesthetic, the kind of blend of nature and like the high. It's like
the purple tech that you love.
Yeah, yes, but it's like I don't know. It's a weird blending of like modern day stuff and hyper futuristic. It's like it takes place in the future, and there's all this crazy technology and fantastical elements, but we're still using the infrastructure from like the 2020s. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
I find that interesting.
For all the other dads out there, some of this stuff reminds me of the My Little Pony movie.
Okay.
just a little nod. Again, like the purple tech. There's a lot of like purple stones in that movie. And I should clarify, I'm talking about the like 2017 animated My Little Pony movie with, Twilight Sparkle, Pinkie Pie, not the new like 2022 My Little Pony CG animated movie starring Vanessa Hudgens that is more, Sunny Star Scout and, Hitch and all those beloved characters.
Hide behind the dad moniker all you want. I know, I've known you our entire lives. You used to watch My Little Pony.
That's not true.
All the time.
Wait, what?
I'm just fucking with you.
Okay, good.
I'm just
because I was like, you've got a shit memory, but also you have not known me my entire life. I am older than you. I had
since you were
4.5 glorious years before you entered this world.
Fuck off. That's when it started to get good.
Okay, let's move on. Big fella up next. Cyberpunk 2077.
Wow, that's a big number.
I struggled. Right there. I'm starting to feel the effects of it being an hour and a half in of talking. Phantom Liberty.
This looks great.
Yes.
The thing that surprised me that I had no concept of until I read about it is that they are updating and doing a lot of systemic fundamental changes to the base game.
Yeah, like the cop AI.
Yeah.
Yeah. It definitely comes, and I think it's,
and they're like redoing a lot of the skills and stuff too.
Right. The hardest thing for me is I loved Cyberpunk 2077 once I played it 3 years after it came out when it was mostly fixed, but maybe like 60% fixed. Okay. Even on PS5, it was still pretty busted. But I loved it. It was still disappointing, not just because of the technical aspects, but because of how much of it I could see that they didn't get the most out of.
Right.
Like the conversational level stuff, the combat depth, the skills, the like detective mode shit that you do like one time and never comes back up in a really weird way. Like there was a lot of wasted opportunity and wasted systems in this game. The world is phenomenally built, but it is extremely shallow. It's one of the most disappointing games I have ever played, and one of the best stories I've ever played. Like it's really hard to like talk about that game in a purely positive way. With Phantom Liberty, this is their chance because it takes place in a completely separate area. Like this is their chance to press the reset button on everything. And it doesn't have any of the same expectations. They can delete some systems from the base game that aren't relevant for this. Like I hope that this is, smaller than the base game, but that this is the focused version of what Cyberpunk 2077 could have been had they not overscoped.
Right.
Yeah, I love that Keanu is still in it, and it seems like he's in it in a big way, not just in the beginning. The difficulty for me is like how much of the story is going to tie back, because it's been long enough that I don't remember most of the shit that happened in the base game. So I don't know like if there's an optimal time to play this in the main story or not.
Yeah, I don't know.
It feels pretty separated. I mean, it's got brand new characters and again a different zone. So hopefully it stands on its own merits.
Yeah.
Like whatever the Blood and Wine DLC in Witcher 3 did.
Right. That was completely separate.
Yeah. So I'm hyped as hell. It comes out in September, right? Nope. When does it come out? Yeah, end of September. I'll be playing it.
Hell yeah. Me too.
City Skylines 2. Seems fun.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not skipping over because I like actively don't care. I don't really have anything to say. I haven't played the original. It seems super fun. The first game looks super fun. I just never, I don't know. I'm just not going to commit to that kind of a game.
Yeah,
it's just too much.
My only exposure to City Skylines is my boy Ambiguous Amphibian on YouTube and Twitch. He'll do like challenges, and will upload like kind of compilation videos and stuff of like edited down voiceovered versions of his streams. And I really, really like him. So I like those videos. So this just
What is
means
his name?
Ambiguous Amphibian.
Ambiguous Amphibian.
Hell yeah.
That's a bad name.
No, that's a terrific name. It's an alliteration, and I have...
damn. He's got 1 million, almost like 1.25 million subscribers?
Yeah, you should watch his stuff. He's very philosophical and has a really cool voice, and he does like he references like Nietzsche and like all these like like a more philosophical, thought-provoking, and like he'll like quote poetry and stuff, but it's all kind of, I don't know, the tone of it is weird but funny.
None of this is appealing to me at all.
I think you just need to watch a couple of his videos.
No, based on that description.
I'm really not selling it.
You say that you've known me your whole life, you know me so well, and then you say that I should watch a guy who's quoting poetry and Nietzsche like in his fucking YouTube videos? Fuck off.
But it's as a voiceover to like things that are happening. So it's like an over dramatization of the events, and he's kind of role playing a little bit as if it's like a journal of. He does a lot of like Project Zomboid videos, and that's where he kind of started. And like so he would do kind of recaps of his streams and make a narrative out of the things that happened and narrate it as if it's like a personal journal of that person. He is actually that person and is like quoting and like getting philosophical, but it's in a humorous way. Like it just has this awesome energy about it. Anyways, I'm saying he makes videos for smart people.
Okay.
And I think you're smart and would enjoy it, is what I'm saying.
That I appreciate that. That's also a little bit judgmental and condescending to non-people that don't like, and to people that don't like Ambiguous Amphibian. So wait. So does he does City Skylines videos? Is that why you brought him up?
Yes, he's done several videos on City Skylines.
Okay, because I'm looking at his channel and I'm seeing like lots of Sims and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Zoo Tycoon. So it makes sense that he would do City Skylines. I just didn't see that.
Right. Yeah.
I'll watch a fucking video of his. I've got like 50,000 open tabs of random YouTubers that I intend to check out and never do. Because instead I watch old Call of Duty videos by Excalzors.
Xcal. His
fucking love Xcal.
Ambiguous Amphibian's videos are a fucking vibe. They're very fun.
It does not sound like a vibe that I like at all, but I will absolutely give it a shot.
It in some ways defies explanation. But yeah. Anyways.
So City Skylines 2.
So yeah,
coming in hot to Ambiguous Amphibian's YouTube channel in the future. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay, Metaphor RE Fantasio is a new Persona game. It's not Persona, but isn't it though?
Yep.
It looks like Persona. It's by Atlas. It's got the same kind of even like UI design, which like don't get me wrong, Persona's UI design is like maybe the best UI design in any game ever made. Like their shit looks so cool.
Yeah,
they got that comic booky thing to it.
Like Persona games, they're like contemporary, pseudo real world. Like, but this is a fantasy.
Okay.
This is a fantasy game. So
that
it's not set in like alternate Earth. It's like a fantasy setting.
I only mean everything about it other than that
looks
like a Persona game. Like this could be like a Persona Elseworlds game, or like a
what
do they do with the Like a Dragon games?
I'm just surprised like this wasn't like Persona : something,
right?
Like Final Fantasy Stranger of Paradise.
Yeah, but that would have been confusing. It's way clearer to call it Metaphor RE Fantasio.
Because it's a metaphor for Persona. Yeah, I will say, like, the one thing... Yes. The one thing this game is missing is the fucking slapping soundtrack. The music did nothing for me.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, what's the point, even? If you're not going to have the fucking ripping soundtrack, what's the point?
Yeah. It's not a game for me.
Right.
A lot of people like Persona, so fine.
They are popular games, yeah.
Next was Towerborn, which I was trying to Google as I was talking, because I do not remember
this
game.
is another anime game.
I don't know what that means.
Anime is I believe, a hentai anime website. Don't go there.
Oh, no. What is the relevance of that?
Because I think, isn't Towerborn, it's an anime game with, like, the big booty, big busty anime girls, right?
No! This is by Stoic Studio, the people that made the Banner Saga.
Oh,
it's just like a co-op hack and slash.
I don't remember which one I'm thinking of.
It looks like a much more stylized, leveled up graphically from the Banner Saga. Like, it's still got that sort of like hand-drawn look, but it's more 3D, not that like old school 50s style Disney. Like, it looks really, really good. It's just it's a co-op game. And I'm not going to play it on PC, so you and I aren't going to play it together, which means I'm not going to play it. Which sucks.
I don't know what game I'm thinking of.
Neither do I, but you should clear your search history based on what you're talking about.
I live down here in the filth, man.
In fairness, the game that you described sounds like 80,000 games on Steam.
Yeah, I don't remember what conference it was at or what stream it was on, but there was a game that was it's like, it is a tower, like most animes. There is a tower you must progress through, but it's just it's oh god,
Tower of Fantasy?
Tower of Fantasy, that's it. Tower of Fantasy.
That is I'm on Steam right now. That is a free-to-play game that came out last year. I do recall... Maybe it's just in early access. It's free-to-play, so maybe that's why. I do remember this name. So yeah. I think you are right that Tower of Fantasy was shown. Yeah, it looks like whatever, like the harem chick.
Right.
It is, it's mixed on... I guess...
Because, like, this is...
mostly positive.
It's just a Genshin Impact game, is all it is.
Okay, I see.
But yeah, that's what I thought this was. But yeah, anyways, Towerborn is not that. It's much more respectable.
Yeah, clearly. Like, comparing a game like that to something that Stoic Studio makes is very funny to me.
I want Stoic Studio's take on a Genshin Impact.
Yikes. All right. Next was Clockwork Revolution, which me was like maybe the coolest net new announcement at their show.
But it looks terrible.
Do you think so?
Yeah, it looks like it will play like ass.
Oh, I don't think so.
Anyway, it's Bioshock Infinite.
This is the Wasteland, folks. I mean, granted, if this is more
this is nothing like what Wasteland makes.
But just that, I mean, it's still a high quality studio, though.
Sure.
I don't know.
I just thought like what they showed was really rough. I just don't want to get people's expectations too high.
Hey, I think that's fine. Look, I'm not trying to get hyped about like anything anymore. I'm too old and jaded to do that anymore. I don't get hyped about fucking any video games. But like this looked very cool to me. I loved the sort of elevation of Bioshock Infinite and like leaning more into the steampunk angle. To me, it looked a little bit like Dishonored in its gameplay approach. They've talked about being able to like do things in multiple different ways in a Dishonored style. I really liked what they were going for here.
Yeah, I guess I just need to see more gameplay, because what they showed, it didn't look like it was going to play very well. Or I could see in my mind a version of it that is like a lot of other B-tier first-person shooter narrative things that I've played over the past few years, and none of them feel good And so I guess that's kind of where my mind went.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think the bigger things that jumped out to me were like the aesthetic and the tone and just like the design of all the characters and like the vibe of it.
Yeah.
Not so much the gameplay, because we didn't really see a lot of that stuff in there.
Yeah. I think my mind is maybe filling in some gaps.
Sure. They've talked a little bit about this. Maybe it was at one of those like Microsoft little things after the show. But like it's got RPG systems. It's got abilities in it, which I don't know if it's going to play out like it does in Bioshock, where you have your fire on the left hand or whatever. But the story also deals with some time travel, which again reminds me of Bioshock Infinite, with some of the like you change the past sort of new universe stuff. So I don't know, man. I liked Bioshock Infinite a lot when it came out. And then I played it again a couple years later and was like, I don't know if this game's good. And then I played it again when they released that collection on PS4 a few years ago. And then I was like, I'm pretty sure now I don't think this game is that great.
I can talk about that later.
So point being, a game set in that kind of universe is appealing.
Sure.
I hope that it differentiates itself enough from a Bioshock style game, because that game already exists. So, all right. And then the actual Mac Daddy. So I guess, I listened to our episode from last month where we did our predictions, and we had talked about, hey, they have the separate Starfield thing. They're going to have some big closer. And you and I were texting during the show, too.
Yeah.
And after they did Clockwork Revolution, as they were prepping Starfield, we were like, I mean, it's got to be Gears or fucking...
Or Perfect Dark.
Perfect Dark. Like, they got to be revealing one of those here to close the show, right? And then, no. They just went straight into Starfield. It felt a little bit, like, underwhelming in the transition.
Yeah. It felt like a little bit of a cop-out.
Yeah, like the Clockwork Revolution, while, at least I thought it looks cool, and it certainly is a big reveal, brand new game, it just didn't have the same oomph that a Gears or Perfect Dark or even like that Indiana Jones game that Machine Games is working on. Like anything like that would have had a much bigger hype thing around it.
Right.
All that said, how are you feeling about Starfield?
Dude, I feel so fucking good about Starfield. The things that I was worried about, because it wasn't coming through in any of the interviews or any of the trailers or leaks that were happening, was like, where's the Bethesda goofiness? You know what I mean? Like the opportunities for fucking around, right? And like, because it definitely presents itself as a pretty self-serious sci-fi RPG. And so...
And they made it feel pretty bland,
right?
In what we've seen so far.
Yeah, because of that lack of Bethesda goofy DNA, and so they highlighted a lot of that fun stuff in this, like just like showcasing all the developers, like their quote unquote is all scripted, but their favorite parts of the game or whatever. Which it just so happened that they spoke to enough people that all of their favorite parts were different parts, but like. Building a ship that looks like a robot, so when it takes off, it looks fucking ridiculous. The lady who likes to go around and invade pirate ships and steal all their sandwiches and fill her hold with sandwiches, a la Cheese Wheels in Skyrim, right? Like there's an adoring fan. He's back from Oblivion. And it's the original voice actor, and like he looks this, and like that makes me so fucking happy. Like. I think this game is going to be full of that DNA, and that's the shit that draws me in time and time again, is because Bethesda games are games where both things can be true. It can be self-serious and have, awe-inspiring moments, but you're also free to fuck around and be a goofball.
Totally.
And the game responds to that and allows it in a lot of ways. And
I mean, the structure of the game, while I think for most people, me at least, it was disappointing to originally hear that despite like, hey, 1,000+ planets, it's like predetermined areas on planets, and it's that mixed like procedural generation where They have their bespoke things they've created, which will randomly generate on planets. And anyway, the point of it being like this big open, a Star Citizen game, it's not quite what they're going for,
right?
Which is totally valid and fine.
Yeah.
But I would have loved a bigger scope game, like an actual their version of No Man's Sky with a story. And it's not quite that, but I still totally agree. I think overall, I cannot wait to play this game because I absolutely know that I will love it. I love Fallout 4, and most people did not. I'm fucking playing it right now.
Yeah, I also love Fallout 4, and again, yeah, most people
I have
on it.
Zero doubts in my mind that I will love this game and all of the minutia. I will love playing around with the different systems of, customizing my ship, building out my party on my ship, building out bases on different planets, taking on all these bounties and treasure hunts and all the random, I'm sure, ambient quest stuff that they've got going on. It's really just that it's not as ambitious as I would have liked to see from them in any capacity. It's still a highly ambitious Bethesda game, but taking out that Bethesda is making it, it doesn't feel as ambitious in its core systems as maybe as I wanted. But we'll see. I still think that all of those individual elements, that I mentioned, I'm still very excited to play around with all of that stuff.
Right.
And I'm sure I will spend well over 100 hours in this game. Yeah, I don't know. That feels like I'm being a little bit down on it, and that's not my intention. It's more that when they announced that they were making a space game called Starfield, this game is what I expected them to make, but it's not what I wanted them to make. I wanted something newer and fresher and different than just Skyrim in space. And at the end of the day, that's all this is.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of the systems reflected. But my thing is, I don't have a problem with any of the systems that are in Bethesda games. I think they just need more options and more polish, and it seems like that's what we're getting. And so that's what makes me happy.
With several delays, hopefully they've, tightened up a lot of the stuff.
Yeah. And so Matt Booty made some comment about how this was on the Giant Bomb at Night couch when he and Phil Spencer were being interviewed by Jeff Grubb and Tamar Hussein. Matt Booty made some comment about how to date it's the fewest bugs that are on the list to squash in a Bethesda game, like to date before release or whatever. That
it's only 50,000,
right? Yeah, the metric really means nothing, but because also how many bugs exist that aren't on the list. But whatever. But it seems it's something they're eminently aware of, and they've been aware of for a long time. And they've always had good post-launch support for that kind of stuff in the past, so that it doesn't worry me too much.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, it's hard to parse through it because watching through everything, I loved the Dev Diary style approach that they took.
Yeah.
And having all random people introducing systems that they then showed in the game and dive deeper into them.
Yeah.
The different approaches to combat. It just also, because I know better with Bethesda. I know that they oversell. And so there's a little bit of that hedging, on the different approaches to combat. The jetpack looks dope.
Yeah.
I like the jetpack. It actually looks fairly smooth. There's some frame rate hitches when they did it a little bit, but the fluidity to the combat, because that's been one of the biggest problems with Bethesda combat in the past. That seemed again, that's a good evolution. They're really leveling up their ability as a first person shooter, but it's not 100% there. And I also know that it won't always be as good as they make it look, because that's how it always works with them.
Yeah. I will say, from the people who have had hands-on time with it, and have kind of talked about it in some leaks and stuff, this is the best combat, and it is far more dynamic and responsive, and less stiff than it's ever been in any of their games. And so,
low bar, but yes.
Sure, but to see them continue to improve and iterate in that area makes me confident that it seems like they're doing that in all areas, which is really, really cool to see.
Yeah, I agree. I think
it's a studio that learns lessons and iterates, and I think there are I don't want to I don't want to have to like walk that back. Like there are definitely problems that have persisted throughout their games, but at this point are they problems or are they features? Are they bugs or are they features? And kind of at this point, it kind of feels like they have become features, because of this unique and specific style of game that they make.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think just to put a button, like a couple other things that I noticed from what they showed, because obviously it was great to get this in depth look. I think one of the biggest disappointments for me was the lack of NPC variety. Like it's all humans. Like they didn't show any aliens or anything, and maybe they're hiding some of that stuff, but it doesn't seem like it. It seems like this is very much a human-focused universe.
It's hard sci-fi. It's much more hard sci-fi than fantastical. So
yeah, because like the robot companion dude looks awesome, and I would just love more variety.
Yeah, I would
again,
love
it goes
more
to
of
my
that.
point of like it's just not quite what I wanted. Like I wanted more. I wanted it to be more Mass Effect than it is.
Sure,
just like more variety than there is.
That makes sense.
But it's fine. I'm sure it'll be fantastic. And then at the very end, little teaser where he like 0G palm powered and lifted people up, so there are clearly some kind of like special powers and stuff.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's tied to the main story or if it's something else.
What do you mean? That you like unlock it as part of the story, or
right? That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I'm sure. But it's cool to see that kind of thing, and just again to the scope of the different types of things in this game, that they could leave that at the very end to like tease it out is cool, because that just shows how much shit there is in this game that they don't even need to focus on. Like you have special superpowers.
Totally.
All right. So that was Microsoft.
It looks fucking good.
Yeah. I think overall, comparing to Summer Game Fest and like, we'll talk about Ubisoft, just this being, it was kind of in between Sony's approach and Jeff Keighley's approach.
Yeah.
Like you had Phil Spencer standing on a stage of sorts, but it was all very pre-produced. It didn't feel live because it wasn't, obviously. And so I don't know, that part of it was a little underwhelming to me, but it was still much better than Sony because we saw human beings as part of this. Especially the Starfield section, I thought was the highlight in terms of it feeling engaging, because you're seeing all these passionate people talk about the game they're making. Like that does a good job selling it.
Yeah.
And so I really liked. I think, their approach to world premiere exclusive Xbox Game Studios day one on Game Pass. Like
that stuff's getting really tired.
I've hated it for like the 10 years they've been doing it. It's like a lot of it feels manipulative because it is.
It's all manufactured.
It feels like lying because it is. And I just hate that stuff. They're never going to stop doing it, but I hate it. Yeah, I don't know. Overall, did you feel like this was like the strongest one?
Yes, totally.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are your top three from Microsoft? We did a top two of Summer Games Fest, but yeah, so top three with the knowledge that there's more on here that you and I are both interested in.
You know what's interesting is like most of the ones that come to my mind are not Xbox games. Because like Starfield, duh.
I mean, yes.
But like if I was going to pick three, it would be Starfield, Cyberpunk, and probably Fable. I was going to say Star Wars Outlaws, but as we'll talk about, I'm a little mixed about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think those would be my three.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, mine, obviously, Starfield, Still Wakes the Deep, and I think Avowed are my three, which probably makes the most sense for me.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited about Avowed, but I was just a little... a little underwhelmed with what this game is actually shaping out to be.
Right. And like I said before, Avowed would not have made my top 3 as I was watching it, but since I've gone back to look at it and like thought about it more, it's like, actually, you know what, this is more interesting than what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. Anything else Microsoft wise? Any other like takeaways?
I mean, there are still a lot of developers that Microsoft has acquired that we have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah.
And include, well, not no idea what they're doing, but no updates on projects. So it's an interesting kind of smorgasbord of things that they assembled here. And I feel like they used Starfield as a bit of a shield to stop them from having to show off other big first-party stuff. Like,
they showed off a lot. They showed off a lot of big first-party stuff. Just none of it had release dates.
I mean, long-running franchises. Like they're big hitters, right? Like they didn't talk about Halo, they didn't talk about Gears, they didn't talk about Perfect Dark, things that we know are in development. We didn't get updates on them, and I felt like they used Starfield as a bit of an excuse to not have to address those things.
Yeah, I think that's true.
And it makes me wonder why none of that stuff was here. Like,
well, it's not ready.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like, I mean, they showed Perfect Dark.
They announced it too early. That's why.
Yeah, well, yes, yeah.
Just like they're doing with this stuff.
Yeah.
Like Fable, South of Midnight. I bet you we won't hear anything about those games for a year.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Like Avowed you know what? Avowed might not even come out next year. Who knows?
Right.
Hellblade, I think, comes out next year. Was that it? Is that all the big first party ones? Microsoft Flight Simulator will be next year.
Correct, yeah.
Because, yeah, like I would not at all be surprised if Fable and South of Midnight are 2025 games.
Yeah.
And Clockwork Revolution is a 2025 game, I would bet.
Right. Yeah, I could see that.
So, again, to the point of, like, their shit's just not ready, and they have to compensate by announcing more stuff before they should. Because otherwise it would be underwhelming, right? So that's just that's the cycle. Yep. All right. Ubisoft.
No, Ubisoft.
Ubi hard.
Ubi hard. That is not how I felt coming off of this press conference.
Yeah, exactly. Weebisoft. Okay, I think in general this felt the most like an E3 press conference.
This felt so wildly out of date.
Yes, and that's kind of what I mean.
Yeah.
And like, if it wasn't Ubisoft, I would enjoy that. But because it's Ubisoft and most of their games are bad, it made it feel cringe in a bad way, not cringe in a fun way.
They literally opened with another fucking real-life Just Dance routine. They're still fucking doing it.
It was so bad. And again, like, it felt like the production quality was so much lower because there were fewer dancers. The lighting wasn't as crazy. There weren't as many of like the big costume moments.
Yeah, and they didn't like, because it's a Just Dance competition and it's a team from that competition. Right. They did not set that up in any way. They just threw us face first into this thing, and we're all like, what the fuck is happening? Because guess what? Nobody knows that this competition exists. Nobody knows who the fuck these people are. You need to set this shit up a little bit. Oy vey.
Yeah, it was not awesome.
No.
But the positive side of the like traditional E3, that outdated mentality, was that we had more devs on stage talking about shit, which I liked.
One of them was unfortunate, but yeah.
Which one?
Well, he's not a dev.
Oh, fuck, yeah. Oh, God.
We'll talk about him in a minute.
God.
We'll talk about him in a hot minute.
I have a thing where sometimes I just feel like some people just need just one punch to the face and it will fix their whole personality. So yeah, we'll come back to that because I think this is a good example where just get punched one time and it'll completely fix your personality.
Yeah.
So I wrote, the vibe of this felt like they did it in the company all hands space.
Totally.
Or they rented a small hotel room because the production felt very low.
Yeah.
Like they kept cutting to the audience and it didn't feel like they're in this big conference hall or this big studio. Like it felt like they were in a room that can only hold 150 people.
Right.
And that it just made it feel like, are you guys running out of money?
Yeah, are you guys okay over there? I think the answer is
no. The answer is definitely no, and it was obvious.
Yeah. The answer is they really need all of these things to fucking hit.
Oh, and I have some bad news. They won't. They won't.
I think a couple will, but we'll talk about that.
So first, Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora. This game comes out in December, which is crazy.
Yeah, that is wild.
We'll see if it makes that date. I'm looking at the schedule right now because there is not much in November or December right now in terms of release dates. So we'll see how much of this stuff sticks and how much of it gets pushed. But
yeah.
It says right now they're coming out in December. It is a first-person, open-world Far Cry game.
It is, yes.
It's a Far Cry game.
Yeah. So like the conceit is that you play as Na'vi who were abducted as children and raised in a human facility and taught how to use guns, and that's why you know how to use guns so that it can be a Far Cry game and blue people can hold guns.
Yes.
But the program is going to be scrapped because this happens in parallel with the events of the movies, and so your like experimental program was going to be scrapped and you were going to be euthanized and you get saved and then you realize how bad the humans are and come into contact with your native people who you were abducted from and brainwashed and all this other stuff, and then you switch sides back to your own folks and go, hey, turns out I agree humans are bad, we should do something about that.
We should kill them with guns.
With guns.
We've got plenty of them in America.
We're adults, and we love guns. Even on Pandora.
Yeah.
So these are new characters. They're not from the films. Like this is like a fake side story developed by Jim Cameron himself.
Who looked psyched to be videoing in to talk about this game.
Boy, howdy did he. It's... I'm kind of excited about this game in a weird way.
Why?
I don't give a shit about the Far Cry stories or the worlds or anything, but I kind of gel with the structure and the gameplay, and I kind of know what to expect from it. And so, in a universe that I do somewhat care about, I'm not like way into the Avatar universe, but I do like those films. And so it's like a universe that I somewhat give a shit about. I know how all of the things are going to feel and how all of the systems, I know what it's going to be going
safe.
into it. It is a safe experience. Yes, exactly.
I get that.
And so that is interesting.
The larger problem for me, I think the art direction looks awesome.
Yeah.
Obviously Ubisoft can't take credit for that, but the game looks design-wise beautiful.
Yeah.
With all the color and the scale and the, verticality. Technically, I did not think the game looks particularly good. It's not out yet. They can patch it, change it, update it. This was just a trailer, etc. But I noticed a lot of pretty shitty elements. Like, the explosions were very, basic 2D explosion, animations that were, copy and pasted and used the same ones over and over again. The aerial stuff looked really jittery and kind of framey. Again, not judging a final product based upon the trailer, but it seemed like there was still a lot of work to be done on the back end, which this game comes out in 6 months. So there's not a lot of time to do that work, is sort of my point. The larger, hey, it's a Far Cry game, I'm kind of with you that, that's not an immediate turnoff for me, but I am extremely burnt out of their approach to open worlds.
Yeah.
And just putting the same game in a new setting is not enough for me. I also don't care about Avatar from the story perspective. I've not seen the second movie yet, but again,
it's fucking good, bro.
Visually, the world, amazing.
Yeah.
Content of the world, story of the world, don't care. So, also, it's a Ubisoft game.
Unobtainium, Shea.
Oh, yeah. Giovanni Ribisi.
It's hard to obtain.
Oh, man. You can't. You cannot obtain it. So, dude, we'll see, man.
Yeah.
I'm open-minded. If this game reviews well, I will absolutely check it out because it's got enough of what I would be looking for. To your point, it's a safe sort of structure of a game. It's got a new-ish visual style, but I'm not gonna go buy it when it comes out. If it reviews well, then I'll check it out.
There are elements of this that feel like it's a thing that's too big to fail. You know what I mean? Like they won't let it fail because it's a property that has so much financial investment, and like Disney owns it, and all this other like. It feels almost like it's too big to fail. So I don't think it will be a bad game. Will it be a good game? I don't know.
Right. And I guess what I'm saying is it's not enough for it to be another one of those.
Sure.
XDefiant.
Jesus Christ.
A bunch of streamers talking about how fun it was.
I've always fucking hated when they put influencers in press conferences and stuff, because like if you don't know who that person is, that 5 seconds that you see them on screen, that's not selling anybody on going to watch them. Like that is not good publicity. It's fucking them screaming nonsense or having really fake lame reactions to shit. Like they're never good.
Unfortunately, we are old. And
I feel like
a majority of people watching this, I'm sure, recognized several of these people. And I know that that's the case because these people have millions of people that watch them. That's the unfortunate reality. I agree with you. This is like, I have never been a fan of having a famous person as a spokesperson because they don't care about your product. They are an actor being paid. But there was something that felt more legitimate when a movie star was promoting your skincare line.
Right.
Not a random girl with, granted, 8 million Instagram followers, but like just a random person like that. There's something about it that feels a little shady and a little like they're taking advantage of people. Someone is taking advantage of someone else just because in there, this has been years in the making, but just the FTC is still building its guidelines around promotion with influencers like this. And people know that. And so they're taking advantage of it. I don't know. I hate it, but for, different reasons as a marketing person. I don't know any of these people and they all seem fucking annoying. Like, yeah, but unfortunately we are in the minority there when it comes to the demographics of people that play video games. Because all of these people have millions of people watching them play video games. And that's why our society is doomed.
This is a podcast by millennials, for millennials.
Don't even come to this podcast if you are under the age of, I don't know, fucking like 26. When does millennial age end?
I tweeted the other day. I was like, if there's one of those stupid clickbait surveys that you can take where it's like, guess your age by how much you know about pop culture, I bet I would be dead years old. And then my friend immediately tweeted back, hey, here's a BuzzFeed survey you can take that is this thing. And I took it and I got 40 years old.
Yeah.
Which
that tracks.
I feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have a friend who got 16. And it's like, you are too online. You are too clued in.
Yes.
You need to back off. Because it's not clearly it's not good.
Oh man, the internet is a bad place.
Yeah. Speaking of
and we're part of the problem. So yes, and then Prince of Persia: Lost Crown came back. They showed more. I guess we don't need to go super deep because we already talked about a lot of this.
No, it's just worth mentioning that like people got hands-on time with it on the show floor at Summer Games Fest, and those who got their hands on it really, really liked it and liked how it felt and had a good time with it. So a lot of positive buzz around the hands-on time, despite some of the people's reservations on some of the visual style and other kind of side scroller aspects to it and stuff.
Yeah, I am generally interested. That's the most excitement I can work up for a Ubisoft game. And then yes, this next one was something.
Holy shit,
Captain
man.
Laserhawk.
Yeah.
This is an anime series based on Blood Dragon ? But also like has the broader Ubisoft IP involved. The guy that did this is one of the worst dudes I can recall seeing in a thing.
At least the persona that he was putting on up there,
which is himself. That is him. That is that guy.
Okay.
There's no way he's not doing a thing.
Oh.
That's that guy.
I mean,
he's
have you seen
douchebag
him in other stuff?
No,
or you're just
but
going
that's
off
not
of
a
your gut.
Yes, that's
Okay.
not a character. That was him. He thought he was being funny. He thought he was being charming because he's a rich Hollywood douchebag that everyone compliments him all the time because he's a rich Hollywood douchebag, and so he no longer has a real human being personality. This guy sucks. He sucks, man.
He hasn't
guy,
been told no
you suck.
enough times.
Yeah, he sucks. Oh, he's been told no by a lot of women. He just doesn't care.
Oh, yikes. So he walks out in this like really stupid fucking cyber getup. And he like starts with his credentials about how he's the creator of the was it like the Castlevania Netflix series? Is that what it was or something?
I believe that is true.
And he's like, yeah, and he made like a bunch of bad jokes that didn't have good timing, so they didn't land, and also they weren't really jokes. And yeah, they're making so an anime series based on Blood Dragon. That's all you really need to say.
But it isn't even based on Blood Dragon. Like it leverages some of the IP, but it's like a much bigger. I don't know what the fuck this is because he's a jackass and didn't set it up at all.
Right? Yeah, he did not do a good
like
job.
This, it had like a bird Assassin's Creed character in it, like wearing the hood, or maybe it was a frog.
I don't know.
I don't know what the hell this is.
And two or three times, at least two times, he said something that he thought was going to be impactful, and then he paused, and under his breath, he did the thing. As in, like, yeah, I know that's impressive. Ugh. And I know you're impressed by it. Ugh. He did that, like, twice, if not three times. And I wanted him to go the way of Sonic and never have existed in the first place.
This guy sucks. That's the best thing I can say.
The way in which he presented himself on the stage
show.
really fucking sucked.
Yeah. He was like the Caffeine Man, but not a character. Like this is the real dude.
It is he was the spot on caricature of Silicon Valley investor, tech startup guy.
Yes.
But he was pitching an anime for Blood Dragon. Anyways, then there was Skull and Bones.
An even better showing
by
famed a cappella band Home Free, who... funny side story with Home Free. So there was a show called The Sing Off, and I think it was on MTV, but it was an a cappella competition show. And in season 1... the band that won the sing-off was Pentatonics, who is a huge band.
Yeah.
they've got 20 million subscribers on YouTube. Like, they're gigantic. They've won Grammys. And then, like, that was season 1, which is, like, that's impossible to follow that up. I believe Home Free was the winner of that show in season 2. Because I watched the show because it was Pentatonics had come from it. And I was like, hell yeah, let me see some more a cappella groups. And Home Free was not as good as Pentatonics.
Right.
And now here they are writing an original song for the Ubisoft game Skull and Bones. Also, they sounded bad. Like, they're talented dudes. I've heard other songs of theirs. Not my style of music, but they're talented singers. There was something must have been weird with the mics or something, because the main dude was very off pitch.
Yeah.
Which I give him the benefit of the doubt. But the biggest thing about this is they showed nothing new about the game. They literally just sang a song over a rando trailer. And then they announced a closed beta in August.
Dude, that's the best fucking punchline.
For a game that was supposed to release a year ago.
No, it was supposed to release like 4 years ago.
No, not that long. Right?
It has been alright, how long since Skull and Bones was announced?
Skull and Bones was revealed at E3 2018.
Yes.
According to my notes from E3 2018, because I'm
Okay.
a dork.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. 2017.
Oh, wow. Okay, so it was revealed 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not great.
It's certainly not, especially for a game that's not going to sell any copies. And so there's still, like, there's no release date still, and they've announced a closed beta instead.
Yeah, dude. I mean, there is a release date. It's end of March 2024.
But it won't be.
Yeah, it will. No, that's what I'm saying. It isn't literally the release date, but that will be the release date, because they're going to fart this thing out before their fiscal year ends.
Oh, I see. Yes, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Holy shit.
So yeah, expect a March release date in like September after the closed beta closes.
Oh man, that was so crazy and tone deaf in multiple ways.
Yeah, it's wild. What, going back to what we talked about with the Phil Spencer like Redfall postmortem of like at a certain point a game reaches a state where you just have to release it.
Yeah.
You can't cancel it. You've got to recoup something. That's Skull and Bones.
Yes.
They can't cancel it. Too much work, too much money, too much investment. They've got to release it. They know, which is why they're spending almost no time promoting it. They know that this game is going to be a colossal failure.
Yeah, and
But
the servers will be closed within 3 months of it releasing.
Yeah. All right, the Crew Motorfest. It's a new racing game. It actually, graphically, did not look that impressive.
Yeah,
which is
the first
wild,
Crew game didn't look very good either.
because, like, car games have looked insanely good for, like, a decade.
And that's also all they have going for them.
Yeah, well, speaking as people that don't enjoy racing games, it's not totally a fair statement to make. There are plenty of people who enjoy racing games.
Crazies.
No, they're fine. I got nothing against racing games. But it was just wild that this game graphically didn't even look that good, when that's like the thing about racing games is how good they look, because all you're doing is, there isn't a ton of shit that you're trying to generate.
Right.
It's the car and it's the track and it's the background. All right, Assassin's Creed Nexus VR.
Yeah, this is like a slew of Assassin's Creed announcements.
Yes. Yeah, this was their Assassin's Creed Infinity block, even though they didn't call it Infinity, because maybe they're pivoting away from that, and we didn't know that.
Right.
Yeah, VR game. I don't know. I mean, they've said that they're going to use, like, the Skyrim thing where you can teleport forward to specific spots.
Yeah.
But, like, parkour and assassinations, like, in VR, that sounds like a nightmare. Like, that sounds like everybody's going to get motion sick doing that shit.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. I don't
Yeah.
get why. Or that's not true. I know why. They need money, and Assassin's Creed is a thing that people know. I don't know how this is going to actually work, I guess is the statement.
I mean, it makes sense, though. Like, this is a thing they have to do, right?
What a great reason.
Yeah, they're not. There is no option. They must do this thing.
Yeah. All right, and then Assassin's Creed Codename Jade, which is their open world mobile game. Blech. It's free to play. Blech. It's going to be microtransaction to hell. Yeah. It'll probably be one of our game club games the month that it comes out.
No, don't make me play it.
You made me play Lord of the Rings Heroes of Middle-earth, all right? We're going to play some Codename Jade.
Yeah, but we both really like Lord of the Rings. We're both lukewarm on Assassin's Creed.
That's true. And then Assassin's Creed Mirage.
Yeah.
Which also doesn't look that good graphically.
Yeah, it's like low budget in a weird way.
It looks very like an early PS4 game.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not like, oh, it looks like a PS2 game. Like, I'm not an idiot. But it actually does not look that good. And I'm sure,
right.
The budget's way lower for this game. It's a much smaller scope. But still, come on. The lip sync was also really bad. When it first started,
it's just
I had the
stuff
reaction,
that you think should be standard now. They're not doing.
Mm-hmm. It really feels like they are inept, which is so judgmental to say.
I know.
I'm sure there are tons of very talented people that work there. We're not seeing the fruits of those efforts.
No.
In the products that are being released. When they started with this gameplay demo, I was like, this looks like Assassin's Creed 2. Like, why this looks boring and outdated. Like, this Assassin's Creed 2 was dope when it came out. But it came out 10 years ago.
Right. I'm ready to play another Assassin's Creed 2. I just didn't want it to look like Assassin's Creed 2.
Lord. However, as it kept going, like, there definitely are new systems in the game.
Of course.
Like the assassination things, like the stealth kill.
Yeah, you can chain kills or whatever.
Yeah, it makes it look easy as hell.
Sure.
But it's something that makes it feel a little bit new.
Yeah.
There's also, like, you can't use your eagle unless you kill a specific guy sometimes. And I'm like, come on, man. Find a different solution than even having the fucking eagle. Like, don't make it harder to make the game easy mode. That doesn't make any sense. Just don't make it easy mode. And look, I played the hell out of Assassin's Creed Origins and Odyssey. I got the fucking Platinum Trophy in Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I played that game for like 110 hours. I was extremely depressed, but I did it, and it was fun. I was, dude. That was like my depression game. In 20 years, I'll be like, oh man, I remember how depressed I was because I played Assassin's Creed Odyssey the entire year.
Jesus Christ.
But like, point is, I liked those games. They're so fucking easy. So just make it not as easy. We don't need the eagle. Let us actually stealth through stuff. I don't get it. They want to give fans the original experience, but also they want to make it for the lowest common denominator.
Right.
And you can't do both of those things and make a fun video game.
Right.
So we'll see.
Yeah,
People seem to be excited.
The Assassin's Creed things that are announced, this is the one that I'm interested in.
Oh, well, fucking duh. Because it's the only one that seems not bad.
Right.
What a compliment. Although what's it called? It's like Assassin's Creed Hex that they announced last year. They're like, it looked like witchcrafty, maybe a horror thing, which obviously they haven't shown anything else other than a title
I forgot about that.
But like that might be something interesting.
It probably won't be, but it might be.
Probably not, but it might be. Which, again, okay, so to take us to the end of this, all of this that we have been talking about here is why I am surprised that you're so excited for Star Wars Outlaws.
Well, okay,
so
again, this is Ubisoft Massive.
Uh-huh.
Right.
The people who are making the Avatar game.
Correct. And I think that game looks competent. And so
uh-huh.
I mean, what they showed of the gameplay of Star Wars Outlaws looks like a lot of fucking fun. Like I dig the look, I dig the gameplay style. This is what I was wanting the Jedi games to be. Like it's like a little more grounded, you know, you have like more vehicle interaction. You know, it's like it's less Tomb Raider. It's just like a little more standard third person action kind of a thing, you know what I mean? Like this is a little bit more of what I was looking for, I guess. And I think it's because I have this game in my head from Amy Hennig's 1313 that has never come to and this feels like making good on the 1313 promise in a way.
I very much disagree because this doesn't, like, 1313 looked like Uncharted in Star Wars. This does not look like Uncharted in Star Wars. This is way more open. It's got space shit in it. It, like, part of what turned me off in the gameplay stuff is it all felt extremely scripted. Where, like, I don't know how this actually works while you're playing the game yourself. Because everything that happened was extremely scripted. And that's how Ubisoft does their demos. Which is why their stuff, people generally are like, what the fuck? This isn't what you showed. Like with The Division, which is the last game that Ubisoft Massive made.
Yeah.
All of the gameplay demos were extremely scripted and were not reflective of what the real experience of playing the game was.
Yeah, but also The Division fucking slaps. I love The Division.
All right.
It has really good shooting. It's a fun co-op game. You know, like I really like the Division. I think there are issues with like some of the like progression and endgame stuff or whatever, but like the core mechanics, the gameplay of Division, I really like, and so like there's a competency there that I trust in that level, and so yeah, I'm choosing to be excited about it.
Why? Just because it's Star Wars?
Yeah, and because like the Jedi games do nothing for me. I actively don't like them. And so like it feels like they're making a Star Wars game that's a little more for me. And that's exciting.
Yeah, and like the character, the story, again, like the era all of that is extremely appealing.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the part where it's a video game. I have almost zero faith in Ubisoft, and what they showed and the way that they showed it felt like a red flag to me. Not that it's gonna suck, but that what we saw is not reflective of what it will actually feel like to play the game.
Yeah, and I guess that's where my faith comes in, like knowing that it's a massive game. That's where the trust comes in for me, because it's like I like the way that their games play.
Right.
So
I want to be excited. I don't have faith. I have some optimism because it is Star Wars. I like that. I like the approach that they are taking to the structure of the game. I can't be excited. I can't let myself because I've been here before. You know?
Been hurt too many times.
Yeah. And I love the Star Wars Jedi games. I know I was a little more down on Jedi Survivor just in comparison to Fallen Order,
right?
Mostly from a story perspective, but I think both those games are dope. I love those games. So that, you know, I'm not coming from it from I haven't had a good Star Wars game in a while, or Star Wars game I liked, but I don't know.
Yeah, I want a little bit of that for me. That's why.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. Yeah. It like the Nick. It was a lot of it was like the Nick stuff with the little pet, like the ordering instructions and like, oh, go pick up this gun, go turn on this thing. That a lot of that is why it felt so scripted. And then the little chase sequence where she's on the bike and it does that little like slow mo sort of like QTE power where you shoot the ship. Like I feel like that only works if it's scripted. Like the actual sequence. How would that work if there was one car? It just, I don't know. The whole thing felt very fake. Yeah. You know what we're going to do? Let's see.
Yep. We sure will.
So that was Ubisoft.
Yeah. All right. Hey, what's your
Ubisoft,
top? What's your
as
top
we said.
one from Ubisoft?
Oh fuck. Oh man. Like straight up, there is not a game on this list that I am actually excited about. Like I am open-minded for Avatar, for Prince of Persia, for Assassin's Creed Mirage, for Star Wars Outlaws. I'm not excited for any of them. That's the truth.
Yeah.
So if I have to pick a game that I'm excited for, it isn't one. And just by default, it's got to be Star Wars because it's Star Wars.
Right. I will use the word excited to describe my feelings about Avatar and Star Wars.
Mm-hmm. I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
You're going to be disappointed, but I'm happy for you in this moment.
Yeah, we'll see.
No, that's not true. Like, in all reality, I bet you Star Wars Outlaws will be, like, totally fine. And I bet you Avatar will be totally fine in a less exciting way.
Yeah.
Like, because it will just be Far Cry. Like, it will be a boring fine, but it's Avatar, so you're into that. And I bet Star Wars will be totally competent.
Yeah. Despite being 40, I would describe both of these experiences as mid.
Great.
I'm looking forward to a good, solid mid experience.
Hell yeah. I live my life in the mid.
I embody mid in all that I do.
All right.
Speaking of mid.
Nintendo. Yeah. So this wasn't part of like the actual week of all of the press conferences. This was a couple of weeks later.
Yeah.
But makes sense to talk about it as part of the same structure. People really liked this Nintendo Direct.
That doesn't surprise me because there are always people that say every Nintendo Direct is the best Nintendo Direct.
You're right. Nintendo fans
people are fucking out of their minds
crazy.
And they are idiots. And they lie to themselves and therefore to other people. So you shouldn't listen to people who are Nintendo fans. Listen to us.
This is another one where if you ask me to pick a game that I'm excited about, it might be hard for me to pick a game that I'm actually excited about from this Nintendo Direct.
Yeah, you're right. I only have one. Actually.
A couple of games that I'm like, which likely means that I won't play them because the Nintendo Switch is a piece of shit hardware these days, and like I have no faith that any of these games will work on the system nowadays.
Yeah, I think the one that I'm excited for will not be exclusive.
I see. Okay, so let's get into it. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet DLC.
Hey, how about you fix your
Disc
fucking game first before you add DLC?
Indigo Disc. Yeah.
How about that?
I don't know. I guess I don't know. I wrote that down and I'm realizing what am I going to say about this because I haven't played either of those games.
Yeah, me neither. I just know they're fucking broken.
Yeah. And then Sonic Superstars, they also showed, and Nintendo.
Right.
Which we don't need to talk about. Myth Force, which actually does look fun.
Oh,
like,
I don't
visually.
remember this, actually. Hang on.
It looked like a Saturday morning cartoon. In the like visual style.
Oh, you know what? I did not see this
funny.
Because I was skipping through.
I'm on their website, and literally the tagline is Saturday morning cartoons are back. So I am not creative for making that comparison because that is literally part of their marketing. But it is a co-op roguelike, but in first person, which seems weird given the visual style.
Right.
Like it seems like you would want to lean into that and like the character
and like see your character.
Yeah, so that's weird. But yeah, it looked like cute.
Also, like I'm just gonna say it, first person games on the Switch, it's not gonna control well.
Mm-hmm. Hey, they've got merch.
Oh, cool.
You know, for this game that isn't out.
Yeah.
You want to buy some merch?
No. I did buy merch from the Devolver Digital thing, but we'll talk about that in a little
that's
bit.
different. That's hell yeah. I want some of that shit too.
Yeah.
Okay. Detective Pikachu Returns. I've never played Detective Pikachu. I don't know, man. I wrote down, this looks like a B-tier PS3 game visually. Oh, it looks horrible.
Bro, that's every Switch game.
Well, yeah, fair enough. Comes out in October. Look, Detective Pikachu is a beloved franchise. I've got nothing for you there.
Yeah, I didn't play the first one, so I have no idea.
Super Mario RPG Remaster. This is the one game that I would call out that, like, I would actually want to play. I have no affinity for Super Mario RPG. But I like the visual style of it. I've always wanted to play Super Mario RPG because of how beloved it is. So this is actually an opportunity for me to do it in a way that I don't have to pay like $20 to download a game on my Switch that came out 30 years ago. Yeah, it looks cute. I'm down. It's turn-based, which people don't want to make those RPGs anymore, as we'll talk about with Final Fantasy. But, yeah. And then they showed us 90 seconds on the Batman Arkham trilogy coming to the Switch. What? Why? Those games have been out for a very long time. Why are we spending so much time of your direct talking about them? It's odd. It's weird to do that.
Yeah.
Look, people love them. People love those games. But is anyone going to play those games on a Nintendo Switch?
I don't think so.
Why would anyone do that?
I would rather buy a PlayStation 3 and play them on that.
Ugh.
Yeah.
And then Silent Hope. This game reminded me a lot of Moonlighter. The like mix of the dungeon crawling,
right?
Sort of like
I can see
town building. The combination of visual styles was weird because like it's super anime in the cutscenes, but then it's like super cutesy chibi in the game, which just felt weird.
Yeah,
like it looks like what was that game, World of Final Fantasy, where all the characters were like little chibi 3D things.
I did play that. I forgot I played that.
Yeah, didn't you? I think you liked it.
No, not really.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I don't know, dude. At a certain point, I stopped writing some games down in the Nintendo Switch Direct or Nintendo Direct because I was like, I don't care about any of these. And apparently, I left Silent Hope on the list. I guess just because it reminded me of Moonlighter, and I liked that game.
Sure.
I never got very far, but I liked it.
I got save locked in Moonlighter when it was still in early access.
That's rough.
Yeah, so I never beat it because I never went back to it post updates and stuff. But I was really digging it when I had played it.
It was a good loop.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Dragon Quest Monsters: The Dark Prince. So this is a Dragon Quest game, but it is like Pokemon. The cool thing is like you are combining the creatures to create other creatures, which I think is like an interesting twist on that style of game.
It's also kind of fucked up.
That's also true. Yeah, are you breeding them, or are you like doing some dark magic? I think
you're like
shit?
Combining them. So it's like taking a Pikachu and a Rattata and like, combining them into a Ratachu.
Combining them how? Like you just put them in a blender?
I mean, look, I'm not going to get into the gory details, but let's just say what comes out is not what went in, and their souls have departed this earth.
Nice. All right. Pikmin 4. I don't care about Pikmin 4.
No, I liked that first one. I liked that first Pikmin game, and I feel like I'm good, and I'm set, and I'm done. And then I played that Tinykin game that came out a couple years ago or a year ago, and that was really good. And I feel like for the rest of my life, I'm okay.
Well, yeah, and The Wild at Heart, which I played last year,
that's right, you mentioned
was
that.
Similar. I mean, it was isometric 2D. It was very different visually, but it was a similar style of Pikmin. Yeah, I just don't need that. It does it. Originally when I saw this, I was like, I mean, this just looks like they're just making a new Pikmin game. Like, what what's the new hotness. So they did show a lot more of it with the versus mode, tons of different types of environments, using a lot more light to like switch up the environments. You can level up your little dog companion to get different abilities to like, swim across stuff in a Metroidvania style. So like there's clearly innovation happening. I just don't care about Pikmin.
I don't either. You'll hear no arguments from me.
Headbangers Rhythm Royale. The note I wrote is I feel like I'm losing my mind. Which I guess is because this looks insane. And why? Why?
Because it will sell.
Yeah, because it's weird. That's all people want. All the Zoomers, man.
Yeah.
I want weird. It doesn't need to make sense at all.
It doesn't need
In
to
fact,
be
it
good.
shouldn't. Yeah.
It almost certainly will not be good. It just needs to be weird.
It is, it's a party game competition. Visually, it looks a lot like Fall Guys, except you're pigeons.
Correct, yes.
And that's it.
Uh-huh.
Penny's Big Breakaway. This is by the Sonic Mania team.
Sonic Mania, that was the one. That was the one.
Which then means that Sonic Superstars is not being made by them. I was conflating those. Who's making Sonic Superstars? Is that just like a legit Sonic game?
Sonic Team and Arzest.
Okay, so yeah, it's just a legit Sonic game. So I misspoke, which is why I regretted even talking about it, because who gives a shit?
Ooh, Arzest worked on Balan Wonderworld.
Hell yeah.
And Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games on the Wii U.
Sonic Boy is going to jail also, which we haven't talked about.
Oh, right, yeah.
I can't remember his name.
Insider trading.
The creator of Sonic. Yeah.
Had to make money fast.
Hey, don't do that. Don't insider trade. I wrote this down because my daughter's name is Penny. And this game has the name Penny in it.
Cool.
WarioWare Move It. You move while you play WarioWare games. No, thank you.
Hey, Shea, why are we talking about the Nintendo conference?
Because it's fun, man. We're having a good time. We're making fun of shit. This is what people come here for. They don't want like our analysis and opinions on things. Who cares? We're making fun of it, and it's funny.
You know what's not funny? Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
Yeah.
It's like another 2D, 3D Mario game.
Like, there's just so much going on, man.
Yeah, I can't imagine it's possible.
It was overwhelming.
I cannot imagine all of those things coming together to create an experience that I would describe as fun.
Yeah. Like, I assume that they are also working on the next big actual Mario... Well, I shouldn't say actual. This is an actual
Yeah, that's
Mario
what this
game.
is.
The next 3D Mario game. It will launch on the next Nintendo console, which is why they're not going to show it.
Sure.
But it's a bummer to see this next big Mario game and have it be this. Because this has nothing appealing in it to me whatsoever. I have played many of the recent 2D Mario games because I wanted to enjoy them, and I've gotten nothing out of any of them. I can't even remember the names because they're all stupid. New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe Switch Edition.
Yeah.
Like whatever the hell. Actually, I've got, let me 1 second. Start telling me about Star Ocean, because I don't even remember this being in the thing.
Yeah, so it's the second Star Ocean game, and they're remaking it to, like, so they have like a lot of the original sprites, but it's in 3D environments now. So like, I think what used to be pre-rendered backgrounds are now 3D environments. But they're keeping like the original sprites and hitting it with a nice lighting engine, in the way that like Octopath looks or other like similar games.
Okay.
So it looks really nice. They still have the same combat system from the original, but with like a few extra things. A couple new combat features, like you can chain attacks to like stun enemies, which was not in the original. And then because you have more people in your party than actually go into combat with you, and you kind of cycle people in and out, like a pretty standard JRPG does, they can come in and have like assist attacks when they're not actually in the battle party or whatever, which is a fun way to keep them in as a part of like the combat stuff. So like it's cool that they're doing this. They're rebuilding it from the ground up like that, and they're adding new combat features. That's cool. The only Star Ocean game I've ever played is it was on PlayStation 2. Star Ocean Till the End of Time. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
Star Ocean Till the End of Time. Yes, PlayStation 2. I remember liking it, but being at a complete loss because of the breadth of systems that were in the game.
Okay.
But I remember, like, 'cause it had a little bit of that Xenosaga energy, just as like a JRPG, space stuff, and like space fantasy. And so I remember that kind of being what initially drew me to it and like kept me playing it for a little while. But I never beat it, but that's my only exposure to the Star Ocean franchise. And I know like it's pretty popular and has been around for a long time. So this, because it's in that new, like the nice lighting engine, 3D, 2D kind of thing, then it's in this new style that I really like, that I really gel with. I might give this a shot.
Is this your one
This
game?
is the one thing, yeah.
Yeah. Just for fun, I went and pulled out my Nintendo Switch game library to look at my Mario games. Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe and Super Mario 3D All-Stars are the two Mario games, the side-scroll Mario games that I have played, and I did not enjoy either of them, and I could not tell you what the difference is between those two games. I have no memory of what those games are in differentiation from one another.
Yeah.
That's the state of the 2D Mario shit. It's just too much. There's too much stuff happening.
Yeah. You know what? We did gloss over the Super Mario RPG remaster. That is a big deal. People are excited about that. Super Mario RPG that was my is like the game. Precursor to... in a lot of ways to Paper Mario. So.
It's the precursor in a lot of ways to Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle.
Okay.
No, I'm excited
how
for
so?
Super Mario because it's like a turn-based RPG with, and there's elements of that in Mario plus Rabbids.
Yeah, I guess.
But,
it's just that's a 3D tactics.
Uh-huh.
Not really standard turn-based.
Mm-hmm. Right. So sometimes on the podcast, one of us will just make like a little joke for fun, and then we'll like move on.
Was that was a joke is what you did?
Uh-huh.
You need to be a little more clear about when you're making jokes.
Okay.
Just a little feedback for you to take and think about as we move on.
Thanks for the note. I am writing that down. Make it clear to Kyle when I am joking. Got it.
Yes.
Okay. So that was Nintendo. I am realizing I don't care about the vast majority of things that Nintendo does.
Finally. We are the same.
Yeah.
We have become one.
Yeah. Because, I will get excited for a new 3D Mario game. I might be interested in a game like Metroid Prime 4. Maybe? I think I probably would want to play that game.
The problem is you have to play it on the Switch.
That's a fair
That's the
fair
fucking
point.
problem.
That's a fair point. I also would generally say that I care about Pokemon, but here I am dropping dozens of hours into Pokemon Sword over the last month, and still have zero interest in playing Scarlet or Violet. So maybe I don't give a shit about like a new Pokemon game.
Yeah, the only way they could get me to buy a new Pokemon game, and it's not new, is if they did the HD 2D of the original Pokemon games.
HD 2D? What do you mean? What is that?
Yeah, like they rebuild the environments in 3D. They have the 2D sprites with a nice lighting engine and all that stuff, and like maybe add like a couple little quality of life features. I would buy those. But there is no other thing that they could do to Pokemon to make me buy them at this point, because they have gone in such a different direction from the direction in which I give a shit about. So I'm done.
What if they made an actual like open world, like they did with whatever Arceus, but it was a normal Pokemon. It had the turn-based combat system, but it was an entire game of the wild area.
Maybe.
And it had
my thing is like
it was Breath of the Wild with Pokemon, where it had random shit to discover. It had other characters, side quests. Even better, it had voice acting. Like this game will never be made, but would that be interesting?
I don't think so, because I like how the original Pokemon games are chunked up, like they're in zones and routes. And I like how those are segmented off from each other. I like that there is a path that you go through. It ticks all the parts of my brain that give you a sense of progress.
You can still do that in an open world-ish game.
But it's just not as satisfying for me.
Okay. You want the loading screen when you go off the right side.
Yeah, I like a separation of space.
Yeah.
Because I can then go... I have completed this area. I have caught all the Pokemon in this area. I can move on. I don't have to come back here. I've gotten all the hidden items. I don't have to come back here. And there's a literal separation where I can kind of put it in the rearview mirror and not look at it or think about it ever again.
Right. Okay. So that was Nintendo.
Yeah.
Wet fart. More like Nintendo. Sorry, I should say this. Hey, Kyle, I'm gonna make a joke here.
Okay, no, I'm ready now.
More like a Nintendo don't. I don't know. You can't make a joke about my transition here because I don't know how to get this back. I feel like I've lost you. I feel like I've lost you.
There were other streams and other little showcase things from, like the indie games showcase, the cozy games? What was it? I forget what the name is. Devolver, which was ripping as usual.
True.
Good old Volvi. I did order one of the Volvi shirts.
I would totally buy a Volvi shirt.
I am so happy that they actually made Volvi merch.
Yeah. Dude,
it's so good.
Awesome.
It's so funny.
Their press conference was great. I felt like the way that it kind of like the climax and the ending of it was maybe a little bit underwhelming. But I was all about what they were laying down. Yeah. And I loved the presenter guy. He was a little bit like the presenter guy at Ubisoft, but a character.
Right, exactly.
Not an actual human being.
A paid actor playing a character. Not a paid asshole playing himself.
Isn't that what... I mean, that's what you and I
are. We're not paid. We are not getting paid.
Not by this
We're
podcast.
just assholes.
We make $0 an hour multiplied by 5 hours of podcast. That comes to $0. Great.
Yeah.
Okay. So a bunch of rando games. A couple that I pulled. Did you add anything to this list?
I did not. Because you got the one that I really care the most about.
Love your contributions as always. So, gory, cuddly carnage. I think this was at the PC Games. I did not watch that, but I think that's what it was. So this. I liked the visual style. I liked the tone. It is an over-the-top sort of what's the phrase what's the word? Like combat arena third-person action game where you play as like cuddly carnage cat who is killing a bunch of abomination monsters.
Yeah.
Big boss battles. It just looks fun and over the top. You have like a flying skateboard that's also a weapon that you move around with and do attacks. It just looks cool. It looks unique, which I'm all about that kind of approach. So yeah, want to shout that out. Gory, Gori, cuddly carnage. Looks fun.
Yeah, it looks like, and I do mean this a little bit as a pejorative. It looks like it was made in Dreams.
Sure. The visual style, yeah. It looks a little like Biomutant. Like it's like a...
But also the way in which the game is stitched together and the way you... Like the way the character... Like there's like a floatiness and a slight disconnect to the geometry. It looks like someone made this game in Dreams.
It definitely looks a little janky. Yeah. For sure. I don't know like what the team looks like that made this.
I'm sure it's very small.
As I was scrolling through trailers and watching a bunch of random things, like this jumped out because of the aesthetic and the tone of it, and it just looked like it could be fun. Not a recommendation, but like I've got my eye on it. I will remember this game when it comes out, is more what it's about.
Yeah.
Cookie Cutter, in a similar vein, very over the top, super gory, not like gory, but like violent, 2D Metroidvania. It's very like, pop punk heavy metal style, which like is a cool sort of vibe. Again, similar vein to gory, where like it jumped out at me because of the style of it being unique that I liked. I liked it. And then I think these next two are Devolver joints.
Yes.
Baby Steps, which is from... Is it the dude that made Getting Over It?
Yeah.
And Quap, which I think like this was sort of an originator, or Quap was an originator of this. This is like Ape Out plus Getting Over It, because it's a walking simulator in a way. Because that is the gameplay, is you're trying to get this onesie-wearing, man-child, basement-dwelling loser in this fantasy sort of world. And you make him walk.
Uh-huh.
And it's very hard
one
to make
leg
him
at a time.
walk. Yeah. That is the
It is the only true walking simulator.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, this has a lot of like Octodad energy.
Totally. Yeah. It looks crazy. This isn't really my kind of game.
No.
But I'm sure
it's very popular streaming games.
A lot of those streamers in the Ubisoft XDefiant will be playing this on their off days. And then Wizard with a Gun, which does look sick.
Yeah. This was a Next demo as well.
I left a comment for you in the doc, Kyle, that you didn't answer. I said, Kyle, are you going to play this with me?
I was supposed to answer it in the doc? I was supposed to type a response?
I'm sorry. I forgot to qualify that I was about to make a joke. So
oh, okay. That was a joke. Got it. Okay. Yeah, we can play this together. This looks good. It's like Don't Starve, but more crafting, progression-oriented with guns.
Yeah, way more combat than Don't Starve.
Yeah.
Yeah, and visual style also looks like Don't Starve. More, not as simplified, obviously, because of the style, but it looks great. Looks fun. Devolver usually does not miss. So when a game looks good and is from Devolver, it's probably a safe bet. And then Citizen Sleeper 2, which we will talk about Citizen Sleeper. I, having played Citizen Sleeper, am extremely excited for Citizen Sleeper 2. I had not yet played the first game when I watched this and saw the announcement, but I am now very excited.
Nice.
And then finally, Tectonica, which I think I wrote down because I was like, this is a Kyle game. Because it's a first-person factory automation game set in caves of an alien planet.
Yep.
It's got co-op. You're building factories, resource gathering. You've got a pickaxe.
Yep. It's got all the things that makes it a Kyle game.
Yeah.
This looks very satisfying.
Yeah. And those are the video games. That was the month of June in press conferences. That was a lot.
Holy Lord.
That was a good 2.5 hours. I told you, listeners, that's why we did that first. Because it was a lot. So, as I mentioned, if you saw anything that we missed, shoot us an email, info@sheahateseverything.com. I'd love to check it out. We can talk about it next month. Would also love to hear what were games that stood out to you both on the extremely positive or extremely negative side. Would love to have further conversations about that and respond to your responses, which is always fun.
Nice audience engagement.
Fuck yeah. It's my marketing shit. Okay, let's move on to talking about video games we played, and then we'll do a couple of quick bits of news beyond just all of the game announcements. So, our June Game Club, as I mentioned at the top, Lord of the Rings, Heroes of Middle-earth, Ravenlock, Citizen Sleeper. Kyle, where would you like to start?
Let's start with Lord of the Rings, Heroes of Middle-earth, because you said the name first.
That's a good plan. How much of this game have you played?
I played a decent amount for about a week, and then I started getting login errors.
Yes.
And I was looking up solutions, and it seems like the solution is keep trying to log in until you can log in. And so I uninstalled it.
Oh, that's a bummer.
I was way too frustrated.
I get frequent, we have to restart this game notifications. Only, I think, once did it happen, when I was in a mission where I actually lost progress. Every other time it's happened, at the main menu or, at the whatever home base area, so I didn't lose anything. More just, it's an annoyance. But yeah, how far did you get?
Pretty far. I had, a full set of light and dark characters, and I was doing... I was several tiers of missions on the light campaign and a couple tiers in the dark campaign.
Okay.
I was pretty... I mean, I was in there. I saw most of what the game, all the systems that it had to offer and stuff.
Yeah, that sounds about where I am as well. I'm still playing it fairly regularly. That has replaced Pokemon Masters as my, when I wake up and lay in bed for 10 minutes
when I wake up.
And that's usually the only time I touch it during the day. But yeah, I don't think it's particularly fun, but it's inoffensive in its gameplay, and it's a perfect way to waste 10 minutes. It
was largely broken for me. Even just navigating the menus and crafting equipment to equip on characters, I would get multiples of the character loaded on top of itself.
Oh, wow.
And I would get locked into menus where it was halfway between closing and opening another menu. And so I became locked and would have to force quit the application and restart it, and where I'd be greeted with a "you can't log in" error code over and over again until I was able to get back in. Interactions with the menus being laggy and non-responsive and taking a little too long and making the interface chug. It's worth mentioning I have the iPhone SE, the 2020 or 2021 new version of the SE, so it's not the most powerful newest phone or whatever, so maybe that factors into it. But it's all up to date.
Right.
It's not an out-of-date OS version or anything like that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I have not experienced any glitchiness like that.
Okay.
My biggest bug is actually quite humorous. So on the dark side, I have the I don't remember his name. The Goblin King from the Hobbit movies.
Yeah.
And one of his powers is he can summon a goblin.
Yes.
Who acts as another. Do you have this character as well?
Yeah.
Okay. And that character doesn't animate. So he stands there, and then when he attacks, he will just T-pose float over to an enemy,
Awesome.
and then just like a
Fucking
damage indicator
awesome.
happens, and then he will T-pose float back, and it's quite funny. I really, really enjoy that.
What is it about Lord of the Rings games and being wildly broken? It's just...
but like that's the only problem, other than the like random,
Right.
hey, we have to restart it. That's the only big issue that I've had, and it's obviously it's not a big issue, but yeah, that's crazy to hear that there were so many technical problems.
Yeah, it was so bad. I got frustrated enough that I actually uninstalled it because I was like,
totally.
I'm not going to play this if every time I launch it, I don't know if I'm in for like a minute and a half of relaunching it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's no way I would continue with a game like that.
Yeah.
I guess, like, to context set, for those that haven't played, it's a turn-based, combat game. I wouldn't call it an RPG.
No.
You level up your characters and you level up their gear. They have skills, but you're not picking skills. You're not, you build a party and there are synergies, but at least where I am in the game, and it sounds like where you were, Kyle. Yeah. And also a lot of the synergies don't apply because like one of the characters is like, hey, you can buff all elves in your party. And I'm like, wow, that sounds awesome. I only have one elf in my party. So like it's a lot of that stuff where it seems like late game is where it becomes
a little more thoughtful.
There's more strategy when you've got 30 different characters to choose from.
Yeah.
The biggest, which again, it's a free to play game. The monetization sucks because it sucks in all free to play games, but in particular the messaging. Every single time I go to the home screen, I get a pop-up to buy a box.
Yeah.
It's insane. And, like, it's very easy to level up your base character by, like, when you claim a free chest, you get XP.
Right.
When you beat a mission, you get XP. When you level up a character, you get XP. So, Shea's character will level up, so then I will go into each individual character to level them up to my Shea's new level.
Yeah.
And then I will claim a quest for leveling up my characters, which will give Shea XP again. And it's like, clearly it's that loop, that addictive.
Yeah.
There's always a button to click in the home screen. But the actual gameplay is extremely straightforward. There is very little strategy behind what you're doing when you're choosing to use powers. There are a ton of soft gates. Like, I would very regularly come across huge difficulty spikes where, like, I'm doing a 10th of HP on a character when I hit them, and they are doing 50%. I beat the previous level. And then on this next level, it's a crazy difficulty spike where the game wants you to go in and upgrade all of their gear to the next gear level. And in order to do that, you need to either play old missions or you can use one of the in-game currencies to automatically beat that mission 20 times to get the candlestick that you need to update his satchel to get the extra 30 HP.
Right.
It's a lot of that bullshit, which isn't fun. I'm not having fun.
That's all those games are. It's they're all the same.
I am playing it though. So it's more, granted, I was having quote unquote fun with Pokemon Masters because it was Pokemon. And then once that ran out and it was just the game, I was like, this isn't fun. And I have reached the point in this game where I feel that way.
Yeah.
At first, it was fun because it's Lord of the Rings. And there is a story. Like, there are little title cards at the beginning of each mission where two characters talk to each other.
Someone wrote that stuff.
It's nothing.
Right.
So, yeah. The next free-to-play game that comes out, it will replace this one for 3 weeks. And then the next one will replace that one after that. There's nothing really here to recommend.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Ravenlock.
Okay.
Since it was next on the list, and that seems to be the structure you enjoy. How far did you get in Ravenlock?
About an hour and a half.
Okay, that's probably about the same as me. I'm in the Mask Mansion. Did you get there?
No.
Okay. But
think I was about to go in there.
Okay. You went through like the deer and then you fought the bison boss.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so pretty similar. I'm just at like the next stage after that. I am a little bummed that I waited until this afternoon to play Ravenlock, because I don't think that this game has much to offer.
No.
But it was enjoyable enough that like I would have played more. But now that we're talking about it, I won't. Like I'm not motivated to play more, so I won't.
Yeah. Again, like this is in a similar vein of that like gory, cuddly carnage. This is a game that feels like it was made and developed and created in dreams.
Well, it's that type of budget game. It is very, very small in budget, and in like, whereas a game like Gory Cuddly Carnage feels like it has innovation and ambition in it, like it has a unique idea. That this isn't intended as an insult to Ravenlock, but this game is extremely straightforward.
Yeah.
There is no depth to the combat.
No.
Like, you can literally just mash the attack button and get through everything.
And you don't
like,
really
you
get
have
any
special
good
abilities.
feedback on how that combat's working or not working. So.
No. And, like, there are no satisfying puzzles.
Right.
Everything is find the item.
Find this and bring it here.
Yeah, and so it's there's really nothing here. It is extremely slight. But I actually really like the visuals. I don't like the main character's design. It feels pixelated because it's a human being, it looks bad. The other characters, which are mostly animals, something about them in the like voxel-based pixelated style I like the look of. And also the look of the world I like too. It reminds me a little bit of like what we were seeing in Minecraft Legends, where it was like a lot of huge biodiversity and like lots of mushrooms and just cool translucent or like bioluminescent colors, and that stuff I do really like. But the game itself, there's just nothing really going on.
Yeah. I agree. I think the visual aesthetic does a little less for me than maybe it does for you. Mm-hmm. But I agree. I do like the environments. That's kind of like the standout thing. But then it has that like, this is a problem you would have with a lot of games that have like pre-rendered backgrounds. It wasn't always clear what parts of the environment you could like actually traverse,
move through.
Yeah.
Yes. Part of that's a camera problem,
right? Because it's a fixed camera.
It's a 3D game, but the camera is on a 2D plane, so you can't like fully circumnavigate the character.
Right.
It's very limited, and that was especially sometimes in combat. Like if the enemy is below you on the screen, it makes it really hard to see what's happening.
Right.
So yeah, I definitely had that experience of like, am I missing an exit cavern somewhere because I can't tell with all the rocks and the bushes?
Right.
Yeah. It's like, because it's on Game Pass, most games on Game Pass, it's like, hey, if you've got Game Pass, why not check it out? Who knows? You might like it. But even with that, I would not say check this out. I just don't think there's anything here. The like Alice in Wonderland setup is...
It feels kind of inconsequential.
Something. Yeah, it just doesn't feel relevant, really.
Yeah.
It feels like window dressing.
Yeah, yes, window dressing. Totally. I wonder if this would do something for a slightly younger audience, but
sure.
I don't think it's polished enough for that, because I think some of the like where you need to really the puzzles are like find a thing and bring it here, but the act of finding the thing is just stumbling upon it. Yes. You're not really led to where the thing is in a significant way. Yeah. You're just
clicking A on all everything. Of the sides of the screen until you eventually find something.
Yeah, and I feel like that's not going to be good for a kid, because it's better if a kid has like a little bit of a guiding hand or some clues, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know.
And then finally, Citizen Sleeper, which I played the entirety of in one sitting and stayed up till after 2 a.m. to do it, because this game hooked me big time. I know you didn't really enjoy it because I honestly, this is not what I expected. I was conflating this game with Hard Space Shipbreaker.
Oh, yeah, that is not
which is
the same
extremely
game.
different. And not like I wanted to check out both games. So it's not like I was wrong and didn't want to play this. I wanted to play both, but I thought this game was Hard Space Shipbreaker. It isn't. This game is primarily text-based. I mean, it's all text-based, but like there's no voice acting or anything. It is extremely story-heavy, and it's all text-based. So I say that up front for like if someone's not up for that, like you, Kyle, like you were not up for that.
Right.
That's totally reasonable. I know you also didn't like the writing style as much.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty amateurish. I didn't think it was necessarily bad. It just felt a little half-baked. And felt a little bloated in some cases where it was like you go to an area with an idea of something that you want to accomplish or a task that you want to do, and you end up in like this like 30 screen dialogue like sequence of like shit you just don't care that much about.
Well, right. And that's where we disagree. Because
Right.
that part of it,
Right.
I was super invested in the fiction of like, I thought it did a really good job setting up the world and the factions within the world, the sort of like dreary feeling that everyone has that lives on this space station. So you play a sleeper, which is essentially like I guess I would call it a cyborg. It's like a human soul that's been implanted into a robot body, and that robot body is the property of a big corporation. You escape before the game starts, and you escape onto this, big ship that is essentially, it's a city that is a ship in space. And you're trying to both continue running away from the corporation that is now hunting you, as well as like try to maybe build a life of your own, because you have feelings and ambitions beyond the like what a actual robot would think and feel. And I liked that that composition and that struggle between the two things, because also as a sleeper, like you look like a robot and people don't like you because they don't trust those robots and they think that you're a corporate sleeper agent, whatever, what have you. And I just really enjoyed all of the characters. I thought that they were really, really well crafted and super distinct. From a gameplay perspective, you play days, and each morning you get a dice roll, and you have, or I guess several dice rolls where you use die that are predetermined 1 through 6 to accomplish actions throughout the day. So you can say, you wake up and you have 5 die. You've got a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5 for the sake of argument. And you have several different quests that you're trying to manage. You also need to get money because you're trying to pay back someone else from a debt. You're also trying to help someone that you discovered, get him and his daughter off of this ship. So you can go through that by like, let me go work for a different corporation and helping them build a ship. And when I build that ship, I'll be given a ticket to ride the ship as it goes off. And so in order to work on the ship, you need to submit one of your die, 1 through 5, that gives you a % chance of your success. So if you play a 5, it gives you a 75% chance for a positive outcome and a 25% chance for a negative outcome. Positive outcome gives you money, and it gives you, progress on your ability to work on the ship. A negative outcome reduces your ability to work on the ship, and it reduces like your energy or your like food storage, basically. And that's kind of what you're doing, and you're making choices with those different die on what matters to me most. I want to use my best die on those things, which makes the things that matter less far riskier, because I'm playing a 1, which gives me not a good chance of having a positive outcome.
Right. And different tasks, the risks, some of them are marked as like dangerous and some are not. Right. Some have like like if you were to fail and get like not get your success or whatever, the bad outcome, nothing happens. You just don't get the success or whatever. So like you want to save your low die rolls for things that A, are not critical to what you're doing, and B, are not like a dangerous, have like dangerous repercussions if you fail.
And then there's a secondary thing where, like, you can, you're essentially sort of hacking into the subsystems of the station to, like, use die to find a sleeper agent for a gang or discover, a new type of resource. And so that's where a lot of the low die are useful, because with those, you're not playing a die and taking a chance. You need a specific number die in order to do the thing.
Right.
Like, you have to play a 2 to do this thing.
Yeah.
And so that also creates, because again, the die are randomized every morning. So, you might need a 2 to do a thing, but I didn't get any 2s today. So I'm going to do all my shit, go to sleep, and hopefully I get a 2 tomorrow. And then there's as you're leveling up and accomplishing quests, you're getting perk points. And one of the perks you can select is to re-roll your die once a day. And that was like a huge game changer for me, because like, so many times you need a specific number, so I would use all my really high die, and then I'd re-roll my other ones to get the right one. There are several sort of like point of no returns in different story quests, where it's like, hey, once you start this, you have 3 days to finish the whole thing. And that creates a lot of tension when you need a specific number, because you're like, fuck, I've burnt the first day, I don't have the right number. I wake up the next day, shit, I still didn't get the right number. So that some of that RNG creates tension in the story, which I really liked that sort of mechanic. I wouldn't say that it never felt hard, which I guess is a weird, because that's not the point of the game. Like, it's not hard to pick die. It just, I never actually felt like I was going to fail anything. And maybe it's just because the way I play games is I over prepare. And so I always went into it with a strategy in hand. So I was never really surprised. But it always felt like shit always went my way in some way, shape, or form. Even if I got a negative outcome, I was able to like overcome that through another means. There are definitely failure states in the missions, like in the story quests. Did you fail like the first quest? Did you get far enough? Like the first guy you meet on the station that has you work for him? Did you finish that quest?
Yeah, I finished it.
Did you fail it?
No.
Interesting. Because I did, and I guess it was because, you pick dialogue options sometimes too. And I assume it's because I picked a dialogue option. But after the fact, I was like, I wonder if that's an auto fail to show you that you can fail. So I was, and clearly not, because you didn't fail at it.
Yeah, I don't.
But yeah, that was. There was one other quest I failed at just because I didn't prioritize it early enough, and I just ran out of time to actually. And it didn't tell me like, hey, you have 6 days. I just let it sit there for too long, and I got a notification that was like, hey, this person doesn't care about you anymore, basically. And then I failed they call them drives, the quests. But yeah, I mean, talked about this game enough. But I personally, if you're into this, right? Like if you're into the text-based, it's not like there's combat. It's mostly, making small decisions, talking to characters, really like engrossing yourself in this universe and with these characters. If you're into that, I'd super highly recommend it. There are a bunch of different endings, which I don't think I will go back to explore. There's too much to like justify that for me. The ending that I got, I read through a lot of the other endings. The ending that I got is the one I would want. It was happy-ish, and I was tearing up reading the sort of denouement dialogue about it. But yeah, it really surprised me in how much it engaged me. And, the fact that I sat there for 7 hours and played it in one sitting. That's a long time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had an amazing time with it and was super impressed. And to what I was saying earlier, am now extremely excited for what a sequel to this game might be.
Nice. I it's just like to put a little bit of a kind of wrap a bow around like my thoughts on it. mechanics of the game, it brought me back to when I was playing Persona 5. And the reason I dropped off playing it is, in Persona, it's really important that you plan your days, because there are a lot of activities that you do outside of the dungeon.
Yep.
And Persona is constantly, like, throwing curveballs at you. And, like, there are things that you, like, certain things are only available on certain days of the week, and things, like, you can only do a certain number of things a day, and yada yada. And so you would have kind of, like, your next few days planned, and then, like, some bullshit happens in the story and a thing is not, or you get sucked into having to do this other thing, and now you cannot access that thing that you needed to access, and so you just get fucked. Like, your plans just get fucked all the time, and that's not fun. It's frustrating. And I felt a lot of the same energy in Citizen Sleeper while I was playing it, where I had things that I needed to do and really wanted to experience and pursue, and I wasn't getting the dice for it, or I would fail, and, like, the RNG just failed me. And so that was not fun and interesting. It was just frustrating in the same way that it was in Persona for me as well. So and not that, like, you have to have a frictionless experience or whatever, but it gave me Persona PTSD.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, in having not played Persona, I get that. The game definitely wants your days to be difficult. Like, shit goes wrong a fuck ton. Right. People betray you a ton. Things resolve in a way that you didn't expect, in a negative way, usually. Like, that's this universe that they've created. It is not a happy place to be. And that's what it was frustrating when, like, something would happen where it didn't go according to my plan, or, like, someone says something or does something that I didn't expect, that someone promised me a thing, I got the thing, and then, fuck, it didn't work. Like, I'm trying to get out of here, and now this is a dead end solution. That stuff is frustrating, but I was so invested in, like, the character stories that I was motivated to, like, overcome the negative outcomes to try to find something else to help. It was like, there's a particular character, it's a father and his daughter, which, there's a lot of complexities there, but, like, he's trying to get off the station to create a life for his daughter. And, like, that's what I became invested in. Everything I was doing was like, how do I help these guys get the fuck out of this horrible place? So when something would be set up and, it didn't work out, they told us it was going to work out and it didn't. And the dad is, like, destroyed, and I'm watching the daughter because now he needs to find another place to work. So I'm using my dice. I'm, quote unquote, wasting my dice on babysitting, because if I don't, he can't get a job, which means he can't get out of this place. So I can't accomplish things I wanted to do because I'm babysitting for this guy. That's what I loved about the game is, not that it was what you're talking about with Persona. It's much smaller hiccups, but I wanted to overcome them for the story because I loved the characters so much.
Sure. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
All right. So that was June Game Club. 3 games, which was a mistake. But that's fine. I'm glad, at least for me, I'm glad to have checked out all of these. Even though, Lord of the Rings and Ravenlock have not done anything for me. Like, I found a gem in Citizen Sleeper that the Game Club forced me into playing that I probably would have continued procrastinating on forever. So I'm glad to have done it.
Right. Like, I definitely, having played it, I understand why people really like it, because in the circles that I play in, a lot of people like it. So I get why people would be into it, but
yeah. All right. And then there's a shit ton of other games that we've been playing. Let's start with, like, the big recent games, because there's a bunch of other ones.
Yeah.
How about you start with Diablo IV?
Sure.
Because I need a break, and I have some thoughts on Final Fantasy 16, but I want you to talk for a minute.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. So I while we were on our family vacation, I got Diablo 4 running on the Steam Deck and played a little bit there, and then continued to play it when I got home, played a little bit solo, a little bit by myself, and a little bit co-op with one of my friends. And I think It is a game that is completely... It's pointless to play.
It's so harsh.
It's what they've created something that doesn't matter in any way, because like everything scales. It's one of my biggest pet peeves in games right now is this trend of everything scale, all the enemies scale all the time, so you never have like periods of contraction or periods where
the power fantasy.
Right, you're never experiencing your power fantasy, you never experience moments of powerlessness. It's just the experience is always the same. And I've heard that changes late game, but why am I going to fucking play 30 hours of a video game to get to the part where I give a shit? The answer is I won't. So I'm done playing Diablo 4. I think and it makes me sad because my boy Connor, he is a voice actor in this game. Not my friend Connor, not my friend Connor with the emails, but I forget his last name. It's Connor.
Fuck
something.
That Connor. That Connor's a loser. He's not a voice actor.
He's a voice actor that has an incredible voice. He actually has he plays Sid in Final Fantasy XVI. He is kind of...
Wait, what?
Yeah, he has like that really deep, gravelly voice.
And you know this dude?
I don't know him, but
You said your friend. I thought you literally meant your friend. Yeah, he was in Game of Thrones as well. That actor. I thought he was actually your friend, because you said my friend.
Wait, no. No, the guy... hang on. Do they just have the same voice? Because the guy
the same guy.
No, the guy I'm thinking of, he's just a voice actor.
No, he is in Game of Thrones. It's a small part, but he is in Game of Thrones. I know who this guy is.
So is he not played by the guy I thought he was?
Yes, it is, Kyle. The narrator guy in Diablo 4 and Sid in Final Fantasy 16 are the same guy, and that guy was in Game of Thrones.
Oh, no, it's not him. Okay, so there's a voice actor that I follow, and it's not Ralph Ineson. His name is Connor, but he sounds exactly fucking like Ralph Ineson.
Interesting.
That's crazy how much they sound alike. That's seriously fucking insane.
So who does he play in Diablo?
Well, again, I don't know if it's Ralph Ineson or if it's this other voice actor that I know.
The guy, if you're talking about the narrator guy who's one of the companions in Diablo 4, that is Ralph Ineson.
Wow. So it is the same guy, but it's not the guy I think. Yeah, Lorath. That is, dude, all right. This dude Connor, who's a voice actor that I know, he lives in Japan. He's British.
But you don't know him.
No, I follow him.
Yes, okay, that's where I was getting confused.
That I know of.
That's not the same. This parasocial relationship.
I don't care. Anyways,
that's why I would no, but that's
that makes
why I
me
was
sad
confused.
that it's not him, because I was happy for him that he got a couple of big voice acting gigs that apparently he didn't get.
What's his name? What's his actual name?
Connor something. He does a lot of anime voice acting, and that's why I thought.
And he's Japanese?
No, he lives in Japan. He's British. Yeah, CDawg, CDAWGVA is his handle.
Well, that's not helpful. This doesn't matter. I was gonna see if I actually
Connor Mark Colquhoun. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. COLQUHOUN. Colquhoun. Probably why he just goes by his handle. Oh, he's Welsh, apparently.
Connor Colquhoun.
Yeah.
Actor, Dragon and Weed Origins. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to see if I had heard him in anything. Oh, he does a lot of voice acting.
Yeah, he does a ton, which is why... And dude, seriously, he sounds exactly fucking like Ralph Ineson. that's actually like breaking my brain at the moment. Anyways,
he's in Honkai Star Rail.
Hell yeah, my boy. But yeah, so I mean, anyways, Diablo 4.
That was a huge divestment from what we were talking about.
I understand what the game is, and I don't want any part of it because it's literally just wasting time. You use the same abilities over and over again. It's like playing an MMO where you're just hitting hotkeys and.
But you knew that, so why?
I was expecting more thought. I thought I was going to have to put a little more effort into playing the video game, but it kind of plays itself, and I was wanting to, like, grind out an area for a little bit and do a bunch of side quests and, like, level up and then, like, beat the shit out of enemies and have my huge fire spell, my flamethrower spell, like, rip through enemies. But instead, no matter what gear I equip, no matter what level I grind to, no matter how I spec my points, that flamethrower's doing just about the same fucking damage to every enemy the entire time. So it never really gets better. So it's like, what the fuck is the point? And you'll hear a lot of those same arguments about Final Fantasy XVI.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, because I mean, I was obviously always on the fence about Diablo IV. I knew once I didn't get it immediately that the likelihood I was going to play it was extremely small because I had missed the zeitgeist. I don't have anyone to play with other than you. So, like, there's almost no way I'll play this because while I was super into the story in the demo and would play this game for the story, knowing that the combat does not hold up its end of the bargain makes it super unappealing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to grind. I don't want to play this game for 30 hours at all.
It's not worth spending time playing it.
That sucks.
Yeah. But I mean, there are people that really crave that brainless experience.
Yeah, and like to play with your bros, like I get it, but that isn't how I would engage with it, so I'm not gonna engage with it.
Yeah.
All right, let's do Final Fantasy 16.
All right.
I played the demo, so I can talk a little bit about like the setup.
Okay. I'm about 2/3 to 3/4 of the way through the game.
And you're still playing it?
No, I'm done now.
Okay.
But that's how far I got.
Because, spoiler alert, when we were talking about it off the podcast, you did not seem to be enjoying it.
No, that's as far as I got, which is a lot farther
than But that's a long ways.
Yeah.
Like, at that point, why don't you just finish it?
I had that argument with myself, and I've come to the conclusion that it would be nice to beat it so that I can say I never have to pick it up and play it again and will never be tempted to do that. But I already know I'm never going to be tempted to do that, so I just don't have to bother.
So you just wasted a lot of time, basically.
Yeah, I spent about I played probably 5 hours longer than I should have. And that entire 5 hours was skipping all dialogue and all cutscenes and just running to the next thing just to see the broad strokes of the story, what was going to be happening, which meant I was skipping all the combat I could, all the dialogue, no side quests. I was just running to the next point. And that's when I realized I'm not even playing this video game. So why am I playing this video game?
Yeah. Yeah, I have developed an admittedly unfair hatred for this game for a bunch of different reasons. So, actually, some of which are fair, in that I did play the demo. I enjoyed the world narrative, the like different armies and the high fantasy.
Yeah, I think
like
that setup is fine.
Yes, the background stuff I enjoyed. The actual story, like the plot and the main characters, no. It is extremely trite. And, like, I cannot believe how Game of Thrones this story
It is so
even in just
desperate. It is so desperate to be Game of Thrones. It's almost
crazy.
pathetic.
Yes, like it's almost not literally like George R. R. Martin should sue them, but like it is so obviously Game of Thrones that like I was pretty shocked that they thought they would be able to get away with it. That like that wouldn't be the predominant story of, hey, they just did Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
But they did. They just fucking did Game of Thrones. The other part of it is Yoshi P, which I know like people love what he was able to do with Final Fantasy XIV and rebuilding that game, and it has a ton of huge fans about it. But his approach, or the way he's talked about his approach to this game, I find pretty like condescending and kind of offensive as someone that greatly adores the Final Fantasy series.
Oh, about
like,
how players don't want turn-based.
Yeah,
they want this action
players don't
thing.
want turn-based. Yeah. This is the future of the series. Like, ignoring the fact that Final Fantasy VII Remake exists, which, like, I know you weren't all about that combat either, but that was, like, the middle ground, right? That actual active time battle where it's that mixture of turn-based and real-time combat. Like, this is just fucking Devil May Cry with very little actual depth. Like, you have powers that are attuned to elements, but there aren't elemental strengths and weaknesses.
There is no rock, paper, scissors, elemental strength or weaknesses. It doesn't make
any sense. Why do you have fire powers
purely
and
style.
Electric powers? Like, you can use fire powers on fire enemies, and it doesn't matter.
Yep.
That's horrible.
Yep.
Like, that's just objectively bad game design.
Yep.
And so, like, all of that shit is annoying in and of itself. But then there's the part that isn't fair to the game, that the reaction to this game and the reaction from the Final Fantasy fanboys, like, doxing anyone that says they don't like the game. Like, I've mentioned before, my favorite YouTube video game person, SkillUp, he did a review of this game, like a huge 45-minute in-depth review. Again, I have not played the game. I can't speak to the actual veracity of his complaints. He did not like the game. And he loves Final Fantasy XIV. Plays it all the time. Huge Yoshi P fan. He interviewed Yoshi P at an event. Was so excited. He felt like it was meeting like one of his favorite dudes. And that interview went really shitty. And it seems like Yoshi P maybe is a shitty dude. Like, he seems like kind of an asshole. The way that he talked about what happened. And like, the reaction to his review, it went viral on the Final Fantasy Reddit. He got like, thumbs down bombed by Reddit fanboys of the game. And it's just that whole like video gamers are the fucking worst. This community sucks ass. I hate so many people that enjoy the hobby that I enjoy. So all of that also taints my feelings about the game, which are not fair to the game. I admit that, but it's hard to look past that kind of shit. Because, like, I'm sorry, man, this is not a Final Fantasy game. It just isn't.
It's not. Strangers of Paradise is more of a Final Fantasy game than Final Fantasy XVI.
Yes.
Which is
absolutely
one of the worst sentences I've ever said.
That doesn't mean that Strangers of Paradise is a good game.
No,
a lot of Final Fantasy games are not good.
Yeah. So I wrote you a text that I feel like summarizes my thoughts really well, and then we can kind of break it down into its component parts from there. It's a game that cares only for its self-serious story and flashy combat, but lacks depth in any of the usual areas we've come to associate with the franchise. Unbalanced economy and crafting systems are made irrelevant by progressing the main story, and scaling enemy levels ensures you'll never experience your power fantasy no matter how many side quests you complete or levels you grind. But the story, while self-indulgent, largely convenient, and dour, still has good moments and strong character development, which may be enough to encourage players to power through. I would like to walk back that positive, because the longer you go in the story, the more like repetitive and samey and blueprinty it feels. Like chapter to chapter. It just feels like, oh, we're doing this again, kind of a thing, and there aren't as many twists and turns as I would expect. Yeah. So that's kind of my thoughts in a nutshell.
Yeah.
And I don't think it should be a controversial opinion, because I feel like there are a lot of positive reviews of this floating around.
Mostly positive reviews.
I don't understand it, because it is... When I say it lacks depth, I mean, like, really, a thing that could largely fix a lot of the problems is adding in the elemental resistances and weaknesses, because, like, do that, and then don't make the enemies scale. Because then, all of a sudden, you want to grind the side quests, because then you're, like, contributing to your power fantasy. All of the mats could matter, because then you could create elemental effects on your weapons, and then, like, depending on the fight you're going into, you might want to change your equipment, because right now, it's just equip the thing with the higher numbers. It lacks any subtlety, any depth of mechanics or systems. There's technically like a build you can make by selecting the powers of each element that you want on your hotkeys, but like there are is it two? Yeah, there are 2 hotkeys per element you can have equipped, and there are 3 abilities per element. So you're only missing out on 1. So it's not like there's even really a massive like amount of options or choice.
Yeah.
And so combat it's literally just using abilities, changing an element, using abilities, changing an element, and you just go in a loop and you use all of the abilities, and by the time you've used all of them, the other ones should be about recharged. And that is as deep or involved as the combat gets. And so, similarly to Diablo IV, you're just using abilities on a cooldown, and that's kind of all the combat is.
Yeah, and so playing the demo, right, you only really get access to, like, two powers.
Yeah. I was at the point where I had 4.
Yeah, I was not having fun with the combat because it was extremely limited and lacked depth. But I was like, I mean, you're going to unlock way more powers. I'm sure it'll get there. But seeing, even the positive reviews talking about the combat as being flashy, not deep, it's just no thanks, man.
Right.
It feels like all of the positives about this game when it comes to the gameplay have been that it's flashy and over the top, and like the scale of the icon battles are crazy.
Yeah,
and I'm like, okay,
but the icon battles are largely quick time event based.
Yeah, well, they're more like, I would call them like, they're like Azura's Wrath, where it's a mix of on rails stuff, not just QTEs, but everything is very on rails.
Also, the music has not been good, which is another crazy thing. Like, there were a couple of tracks that I really liked that were kind of like a nice mix of classic Final Fantasy music, but a lot of the other tracks have been like really, really generic fantasy, or in what was baffling and confusing, like some sort of a fucking like hip-hop, trap, electric. It was a bad fucking song, and it was...
Well, I feel like that happens a lot.
It was for... Yeah, maybe. It was for the longest icon fight. It was a half an hour icon fight, and this shit-ass song is playing. I thought I was going to lose my goddamn mind. Because, like, it's just not fun or interesting. It's all flash, no substance. Yeah, it is not a very good game.
I will say, from what I saw in the demo, I think the main dude, the voice acting is good. And from what I've seen and heard, Ralph, whatever, the guy that plays Sid, is also very good.
Yes.
The writing sucks.
Correct. The voice acting is good, and the writing is bad. Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it's such a fucking bummer.
Yeah.
Because this is it. This is Final Fantasy now.
Well, we'll see.
I mean, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is different, but that was part of the other thing with the Yoshi P interview, right? Like, Ralph, the skill up guy, he asked him about, because he had made a comment, Yoshi P did, about like, this is the future of Final Fantasy VII. It has to be, you know, action combat. We're not doing that like mixture anymore. And Ralph was like, but wait, Final Fantasy 15 was like that. Final Fantasy VII Remake was like that. And Yoshi P like ignored him and like moved on. Like he like didn't acknowledge that those games are things. And just like, it's like he just made this choice and is justifying it after the fact. I don't know. This shit that the stories that I have heard, it sounds like Yoshi P's not a dude that I would like. And a dude that I don't like driving the direction of a series that I do like really makes me sad.
Yeah.
Because with it, like, I have never, well, not never. I have always thought the Final Fantasy stories were dumb. And
but
I
in a
say
good
that
way.
Endearingly.
Yeah.
Yes. Many Final Fantasy games have some of my favorite stories.
Yeah.
10, 7.
Holy shit.
4 and 6. Like, there are phenomenal stories to be had
9
in
is
that
really
universe.
good too.
9 I have not played all the way through. But like, they're always like this. They're always melodrama. They're always sort of caricatures, and that's fine. But they also always have a little bit of the lightheartedness.
That
to
is
them.
what is missing in this one.
And yeah,
and
that's
what
what
I
it
was
seems
worried
like. This
about
is
going into it.
Fucking dour and so self-serious to the point where like it's kind of cringy, man. Like, I'm kind of laughing at you because you think this is good.
Right.
And it was the characters. It was always the characters were what elevated it.
Yeah.
It was the Tidus and Yuna, like that relationship. It was, you know, Cloud and Sephiroth. It was Cloud and Aerith. Like, those were the things that elevated these stories. And from what I've seen here, there's no characters to elevate it because there are hardly any fucking characters in this game.
Yeah.
There's no party system. Like,
and it's 10 is a great example because like every time there was a cutscene in 10, I was like starving for it because I wanted
glued to the screen.
I had to know more about how these characters felt about each other, how the relationships were changing and evolving. Had to know more about the universe. In Final Fantasy 16, I started skipping cutscenes because I already knew what the characters were going to say. Because they were just saying the same fucking thing over and over again. There was this big moment where the girl that you're traveling with, she's having this, like, her, like, peak character development moment. And I knew all of the words that were going to come out of her mouth to this person that had, like, done her wrong in the past or whatever. And I'd found myself, like, just starting, like she started to go on her diatribe, and I was like, I'm skipping this cutscene because I know everything she's about to fucking say because it's so predictable. Everything up to this point has been so predictable and rote and, you know, like college student film project level, like just not good. It's just like not imaginative, not interesting, not good, no subtlety, just bad.
Such a bummer, dude.
Yeah. On a positive note, reportedly there's a Final Fantasy IX remake that is keeping turn-based combat, reportedly.
It's like just a more of an update.
More of a
thing.
a graphical thing, yeah. Reportedly. We'll see if that bears out or not, but I'm just trying to hold on to that right now, man.
Yeah. And that isn't like a thing
like
that I love
Diablo
about...
4 and Final Fantasy 16 releasing in the same year. How crazy
month,
is that?
Right?
The same, yeah, pretty much the same month. Well, Diablo 4 was May.
Oh yeah.
Or no, it was June. Yeah, you're right. No, they were both June. The same month. Both of them are shit.
Man.
And I know that's an overreaction. They're not shit, but neither of them are anywhere near as good as they should be based upon the the legacy and the amount of weight that those names carry. It's just Final Fantasy 16. It does not pay heed to the legacy of Final Fantasy in any way. It wanted to be something else. It cast aside the trappings of Final Fantasy, except for the chocobos, the one Moogle that is in the game, and crystals. It casts aside everything, and the guy named Sid. It casts aside everything else that makes Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
And it just desperately wanted to be Game of... I feel like Yoshi P really likes Game of Thrones and just wanted to make a Game of Thrones game, but all he has at his disposal is the Final Fantasy license.
Right.
That's what it feels like. Whether or not that's true, it's what it feels like.
It's sad. And Final Fantasy has always been different. That's part of what made it so awesome.
Yeah.
Is, until Final Fantasy X-2, every single game was a brand new universe. Like,
but they all share...
They shared core
DNA they share
around,
core design philosophies.
Even when they weren't strictly turn-based, as, the time progressed, they still, there was always a party system. There was always this vast universe to explore. There was always some sort of strategic nature to the combat.
Yeah, some sort of, equipment customization.
Yes.
Like materia.
Actual RPG elements.
Yeah, and, in 10, you had the sphere grid that was this huge, robust leveling system.
You're making 12, choices for how you're building your character.
Yeah, 12, you had the Gambit system, which was, combat programming, a programming language. It's all of that stuff is absent. All of that depth.
Yeah, there's it's straight up just an action game. It's not an RPG.
But it's not even a good action game.
Well, yeah, but that's besides the point.
Yeah.
The point is, it is not an RPG.
Right.
You are not making leveling up choices. You are not you're assigning special abilities from an extremely limited list of things. You're not making equipment choices because none of them are meaningful.
Right.
You're not building a party.
It's an RPG in the way that Far Cry is an RPG.
Which it isn't.
Correct.
Ubisoft wouldn't even say that Far Cry is an RPG.
Well, I feel like there are people who play fast and loose with the definition of role-playing game, and there are skill points you can spend, and...
No, that's not enough. It's an open-world game.
Right.
You could say it's an open-world game with RPG elements, which literally just means you level up your character.
Okay, yeah. So Final Fantasy 16 is...
It's an action game.
You
game
level
with
up
RPG
your elements.
An RPG element.
Right, yes. Yeah.
Fucking sucks, man.
It does.
And even when this game was coming out, after playing the demo, seeing some of the, early positive reviews, I knew that this wasn't going to be Final Fantasy like I wanted it, but I was like, fine. If the combat is fun, I like the, set dressing of the story, I could be into this. But after watching Skill Up's review, where, it was way more detailed, hearing you talk about it, and just the general reaction towards any dissent and the positive things that fanboys say about it, I'm like, you're full of shit. You are just drinking the Kool-Aid, man. Let's move on.
Okay. I would like that.
I'm not playing Final Fantasy or Diablo. That sucks.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend them.
I wanted to come back to both of those games. And now there's no way. All right. System Shock.
Yes, the remake.
Yes.
I was not sold on the visual aesthetic of it. That was kind of pushing me away because it looked so weird and slightly inconsistent.
Yeah, it looked like a little kitty almost.
Yeah, it was really strange.
All the neons and...
Right, and just the kind of squatness of the characters. It looked a little strange. And I guess, for context, I've never played the first System Shock. I played System Shock 2, but never the first one. This is my first time playing it. This is it is literally in large part just a graphical overhaul. Everything else about the game, I think, remains intact to my limited knowledge of it.
I know I watched a big review of it, but I know they like changed some of the guns and a little bit of some of the map structure stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, generally it's very faithful.
Yeah. And, I think they do a reasonable job of setting up, because so the structure of System Shock is you have basically run of a space station, and there are areas that are gated off. It's a little bit of a Metroidvania in that way, where you'll get a thing that then enables you to gain access to other areas of the space station, and kind of progress that way. But you have run of the space station, and can kind of work your way through it in a couple of different ways and different orders and things. And as you unlock more things, like the possibility space becomes larger and larger, and the game gives you, like, you do not have quests. There is no tracking system. It is all, I mean, it's a classic PC sim exploration game kind of a thing. Like, it's, it doesn't hold your hand in any way, and neither does the remake. And I think that is missing. I think that would really help with just a modern sensibility of, here is a collection of, and it has you can go back through the data logs and voiceover things that you find in notes and stuff. You can go back through those, but it would be really helpful to have a task tracker kind of thing.
Okay.
Even if it was just something I could type in manually and I didn't have to have a pen and paper with me. Even if the game's not going to generate it, give me something to write in or whatever would be helpful. But I'm at the point where I've unlocked a lot of areas, and I'm not quite certain what I need to do next. And so that's stopping me from playing more of it.
Right.
What I have played is really good. It's very atmospheric. I think all of that stuff holds up, even with some of my reservations about the art style. I've gotten used to that. I think the gunplay, it still feels a little dated, but largely fine. It serves its function. But I was enjoying, because there's a system where you can pick up basically anything in the environment and bring it to a scrapper, and it'll scrap it into scrap cubes or junk cubes, and you can then trade in junk cubes for currency and buy stuff with them and all that other kind of stuff. So I was enjoying going through all of the areas and picking everything up and scrapping it and getting coins and currency to then buy extra health kits and all that other kind of stuff. So I was enjoying that aspect of it, because I'm, I don't know, a monster person. And it's definitely scratching that itch. I think that's what I'm missing is a way to track my tasks, because as it stands, I have to go through my communications log to try and figure out what's the last relevant thing that I should be focused on. I know I'm supposed to turn off a reactor, but to do that there's radiation, so I need to turn on the radiation shielding. But in order to turn on the radiation shielding, I have to do something else, and I'm not sure what that is. So it's either I need to play with a guide, or I don't know. I probably just won't go back to it. Is probably what the real thing is. But it is a very faithful reimagining of what this thing is.
The good and the bad.
Correct. Yes, the warts
or
and
maybe
all.
Just outdated, not necessarily bad.
Correct. Yeah, just outdated design. So it's kind of warts and all. So just know that going into it, if you're looking to pick it up. And I would recommend taking some notes as you go along, and really paying attention anytime Shodan is talking to you or you're getting notes and stuff. Make sure you pay attention. Because you'll get codes and stuff, and you better know those codes.
Yeah, you better remember.
You got to type them in.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It is cool that this thing exists. And I really hope they remake the second one. Because I at least have sort of a working knowledge of maybe the first third of the second one. So I'd be interested to play that. So that's System Shock Remake. I also picked up Shadows of Doubt, which came out a month or two ago. It's in early access. It is a procedurally generated detective game, but it's a sim. It's like a life sim. So like, there's a tutorial you can play, which was very helpful, but also not nearly helpful enough because, like a sim, there are a ton of systems in which you can engage with, and they all kind of intersect in crazy ways you wouldn't expect. But it's a 3D game, first person. Everything is made of pixels, so it's kind of voxely in that way. And you can do a randomly generated city. In the tutorial, you have an apartment, and there are mechanics where once you get an apartment, you can do other things. I never ended up getting to the part where I had an apartment in the real playthrough that I did, but in the tutorial, you have access to it, and it's pretty freeform. Like, so in the actual game, like, you generate a new city and you just start on the streets and you have nothing. And you can run over to the city hall, and they have job postings on a job board and a phone. And so you can like pick a job, call the number that's on the job listing, and someone will tell you, meet me over on Jefferson Street. I'll be holding a Coke or whatever. And you'll go into Jefferson Street, and it's like, all right, who around here is holding a Coke? And you'll walk up to the person with the Coke, you'll say the appropriate passphrase, and then they'll, hand you a briefcase with your assignment, kind of a thing. So it's like this kind of fun, it's all very noir-esque. So it's kind of like
right.
this fun, like, beating the streets, detective game where like you'll get this case file where, like, let's say you've bought a camera, and so you can take on quests that require you to take pictures of certain people and bring the pictures to the person who wants it, and they'll pay you. And so you get this case profile of, there's a person, they live in Jefferson Heights building, and they have brown hair and blue eyes, and you need to take a picture of them.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're like, okay, well, there are like 50 apartments in Jefferson Heights, and potentially more than one person with brown hair and blue eyes, because I don't know if it's long hair, short hair. I don't know if they're male or female. I don't know anything else about them. I don't know their age. So you'll like knock on some doors. You can like post up and watch and see if you find anyone suspicious. You can like start knocking on doors and ask people if they recognize anybody with those characteristics. And like, if you get lucky and someone's willing to talk to you, they'll be like, oh, that sounds like so-and-so. And you'll be like, oh, great. Where is so-and-so? It's like, oh, I think I saw them recently around, Madison Square. And so you'll run over to Madison Square and question people around there and be like, oh yeah, I think they live in Jefferson Heights on the 5th floor. You're like, hell yeah, all right, I'm getting closer. And so you can post up on the 5th floor, and then you see someone with brown hair, blue eyes walk past, and you whip out your camera, take a picture, and run away before they shoot you or beat you up because they don't want to have their picture taken. And then you have to deliver the picture to this other apartment building. You go up to the door, you'll slide it under the door, and then if it's the right person, then you get funds deposited in your account. And like, that's one type of mission, and it's all procedurally generated, and it's a lot of fun, and like very mysterious, and like everyone's like not trying to give up any information about themselves, so you're trying to suss it out. Let's say there's a murder is reported on the police scanner. You want to get to the location of the murder before the cops do, so you can investigate the scene before they show up. Because once they show up, you're going to have to work around their presence or distract them in some way to lead them away, so you can get into the apartment and try not to, bust through the police tape. Maybe you go in through the vent system in the building or whatever. Or like you go in through the window. And let's say you're investigating this murder victim. You can scan for fingerprints around the body. You can try and investigate the body, see what the cause of death was, try and find the murder weapon, and find fingerprints on the murder weapon, and maybe some other clues, like there's a cryptic message written in blood on the wall. that leads you to a business. And so you sneak into the business at night and hack into their computer program to see who their employees are and see if any of their profiles match any aspects of things that were going on at the murder scene. Or maybe the victim has an address book and they have like 3 names in the address book. And you're like, okay, I should question those people because one of them might be the murderer or know the murderer. Or like the victim has a computer and you hack into their computer and there's an email on there of someone angry at them. So you want to find out who sent the email. It's like there are a bunch of different ways to solve these things. It's all procedurally generated and there are so many options. It can be really overwhelming, but it's fascinating. And it's such an interesting experience. Like I can't believe someone made it and it functions at the capacity that it does. It definitely has room for improvement. Like I said, it's early access. They need to add more case types. They need to add more variety, fix some bugs and stuff. But it is super fascinating. And the sim element of it is like you can do these odd jobs and save up money and get an apartment, and then you can start storing some items in the apartment that might assist you on certain investigations. Like you can only carry a few items at a time, so it would be nice to have a place to store extra equipment, and a nice to have a place to sleep or store some food, so you don't have to keep going to like vendor stalls to buy food all the time. And like you can have a place, then a phone number where people can reach you and like call to specifically request your services. You're not just going to a job board or listening to a police scanner. It's crazy.
That sounds really neat. Like I really like the
cool.
the procedural generation just in a detective context where like it makes sense that there's so many different things that you can randomize.
Yeah.
That like I get how that can work, and it's not like a mystery of how that works.
Yeah.
But it's just a good idea.
It is an awesome idea. So it is called Shadows of Doubt. I highly recommend people check it out. It is very, very cool. And it has all sorts of difficulty things. Like you can eliminate the need for like food or sleep or whatever. Like you can get rid of all those things. And you can kind of adjust how the city is generated and stuff like that if you want. But the city is also, it also randomly generates the people inside the city. And so they all have names and they all have schedules and jobs and associations with people. That is all generated on Generation of the World. And so when someone dies, like the person who lives with them, they might not go back to that apartment anymore. They might get a different apartment. And so they live somewhere else now. And then on future cases, if they're involved in something, you're going to that different apartment now instead of the old one. You know what I mean?
Okay, sure.
So it has the potential to like have the world kind of evolve as you solve crimes and stuff too, which is really neat. Just wild that this thing exists and that like wild that nobody's done it yet. Because like once you hear the idea, you're like, oh, that's fucking obvious. Yes, absolutely. That's a great idea. So very cool.
I dig it. Let's do Bolt Gun because this game is definitely on my like want to play list. So I want to hear your takes.
Okay. Yeah. So Warhammer 40K Bolt Gun. This is the boomer shooter set in the Warhammer universe. It controls exactly like you think it would. It's very fast-paced, like an original Doom. You know, it's the flat 2D sprites in a 3D environment kind of a deal that kind of rotate based on your perspective. It has a lot of really good art and a lot of really good music and very satisfying weapons. And those are that's the holy trinity of boomer shooters, right? And so it has like an awesome attitude. What writing is in there is very minimal, but full of attitude. It plays with some of the religious corporate lore in the Warhammer 40K universe a little bit here and there, which I'm not a huge follower of. I don't know a lot about it. Not that I'm not interested.
That's my biggest question is like, beyond it just being a fun boomer shooter, do you need to know about Warhammer to like get anything out of the other parts of it?
No, not to my knowledge. I've played probably 4 or 5 levels. I think 5 levels so far. So I don't think I'm like super far into it or anything. But it's got like just a great pace, great movement, great sound design. Yeah, it's a very good, competent one of those.
Yeah.
That I really enjoyed going through. So I would like to finish it. And now I'm losing my voice, so why don't you talk about one of your games?
Yeah, unfortunately, you played way more shit than me. So
I played
that's
so
just
much.
The way the cookie crumbles, and some of your stuff, maybe we can get through quick on older stuff you've played. But I guess like the biggest thing that I would call out that I've been spending the most time with has been Pokemon Sword. I mentioned that already, but like I also started this when we were on our family beach trip.
Yeah.
I brought my Switch because I was like, who knows? Maybe I'll break out my Switch. And it ended up being a perfect thing to sit down and play and just grind out a little bit. I was between that and Brilliant Diamond, which I also have that. Like, I think Pokemon Sword originally I got maybe 4 badges and then fell off. And then when replaying Diamond, I did the same thing. So I never finished either of them. And I just like asked my daughter which game I should play. She picked this one, so I just started it. But yeah, I know we were texting about the forced experience share, which sucks in a new Pokemon game.
Yeah,
I have decided. I decided to embrace it and to use.
Well, there is no other option, so I'm glad you did.
What I mean is, I decided to use it to my advantage, which is to say, I now have a rotating roster of like 25 Pokemon that I keep leveled up, that I use in various configurations and for different gyms and that whole business. Like, I don't just have my 6 dudes that I keep. And that has been really satisfying to level up Pokemon that I otherwise would never use and have, make sure I have every type that is represented in my party. And just a lot, I've been able to evolve a ton of Pokemon that I never would have normally spent the time to do.
Sure.
So like, I regularly, like, I'll catch a Pokemon, I'll look up to see what level they evolve at. If it's relatively soon, I'll just leave them in my 6th slot for the next couple of hours and let them level up and evolve, and then I'll rotate them out and put someone else in. But I'll also have, like, again, I've got a shit ton of dudes that I actually use because they're actually fun, and it's cool to, like, be able to create an entire party of all electric Pokemon for the second water gym that I did. Right. I'm still early, right? I have 2 badges. My dudes are like level 28, but I've put hours and hours and hours into this game because of how I'm playing it. And I generally am playing it like when we're watching a movie with the kids, or like, I sometimes this will be my morning thing that I pick up my Switch and lay in bed when I don't want to play Lord of the Rings, which granted is kind of always, but like I'm finding that I'm having a lot of fun with this approach. I still don't think that this game does enough to differentiate it from the Pokemon series in a way that, like, I think it's great. But I'm having a good time. I like the wild area. It's a great place to level up and just grind. It's fun. I'm having fun.
Good.
I think, like, man, I would need to pull, because most of the Pokemon that I'm using are ones that I've never used. Because, like, I never played X and Y. I didn't play whatever the Alola one was. The Sun and Moon, is that what it was? So, like, there are lots of Pokemon, plus there are new Pokemon in Sword and Shield, right? But there were lots of Pokemon that I've never used before. So that's, like, what I'm trying to stick to.
Okay.
I don't, I leveled up my Caterpie to get a Butterfree, and then it went in my box number 3, never to be touched again. Just because that was an easy one to level up and fill out my Pokedex. But, like, I caught the dark type raccoon dude that I normally would have used for the first 10 minutes because I wanted 6 Pokemon. And as soon as I got the flying guy, I would get rid of this one because who gives a shit. But instead, I've been leveling him up. And he's actually really good. He's a Lanoon, his second evolution. He looks dope. He looks like he belongs in the band Kiss. He's got like a black tattoo star on his eye. He looks dope. He's like a mix of an anteater raccoon thing. He looks, yeah. So there are lots of Pokemon like that I never would have expected or previously never would have engaged with. It's starting to get a little bit unmanageable because like I'm regularly catching Pokemon that I'm like, oh yeah, I only have one fairy type. Let me keep this guy in the rotation too. Where it's starting to get hard to, it takes a lot of time to level them all up in a position that I want.
Right.
But as a quote unquote time waster, and I don't intend that as a pejorative, but as a time waster game, it's exactly what I'm looking for. And a good reason to use my Switch, which had not been turned on in 2 years. So that's Pokemon Sword. You know, bringing all the hot releases, as always. I know you've got a couple more that are newer games.
Yeah.
So let's talk about those, and then I can wrap up my stuff before we dive into the rest of yours.
Okay. So in terms of newer stuff, Void Train, that's been floating around for a little bit, but it's finally out in early access and people can really play it. Before it was like specific people could get access to the demo version of it or whatever, like you influencers or whatever. But now it's fully out in early access, which is a sentence that makes no sense. It is out in early access, and you can play it. It's cool. It's it's like Raft, but it's on a train in space, kind of.
In a void.
In a void. So you are basically tethered to the platform that goes along the train tracks, and kind of resources will spawn around the tracks, and so you kind of float in 0G through the void to pick up resources and go back to your platform and build it up and craft things and go through the tech tree. What I wasn't expecting is that there's like a lot of combat. So you get a pistol that you have unlimited ammo for, and there's this whole like weapon crafting system where each weapon has a bunch of different parts. And when you kill, like, these bandit enemies that occupy the void, some of them will drop weapon parts that are, like, varying degrees of rarity and color, and you can swap out new parts that totally change the way the weapons function. Like, you can turn your machine gun into, like, more of a shotgun or more of a sniper rifle. It's kind of like changing out pieces and parts and chassis and barrels and stocks and all that stuff. Receivers. So, like, that caught me off guard. There's also like a lot of cosmetic, like decorating your train and like adding cars to it and adding armor and all that too. So there are it seems like there's plenty to do, and as you're going through these like void zones, they're getting more difficult and kind of getting access to some new types of resources, new hazards. Like there will be floating mines around that you have to shoot before your train hits them, otherwise they'll damage your train. I just got a steam engine for the first time, so I'm like gathering ice crystals and nodes of like coal and mixing them together. But I'm processing the coal first because it's more efficient. And then like you can really speed through, and so if you armor up the front of your train, you can just like bust through these bandit roadblocks. But if your train isn't armored and doesn't have a ram, you like stop and have to fight them, and then like disable the roadblock before you can continue on. So it seems like there's like some gating mechanisms there in terms of like speeding up your progress through and all that other kind of stuff. So there's a lot of things going on. There's a narrator for the story bits because there is a story that goes along with it, and it's kind of a tongue-in-cheek, kind of a fun narration that is, I think the writing is largely funny, and kind of hits some comedic notes. I also got to a point where there were these little creatures. I don't remember what they're called, but you can like assign them to machines, like to your furnaces or your workbench or whatever, and they will give like buffs to when you're crafting stuff out of them. But you have to keep them fed, so like they take some of your food resources. So there's kind of a give and take there. So that's like one, like a fun way to upgrade the systems or whatever. So instead of just like upgrading your crafting station, there's actually like a little creature that will operate it for you, and they're like cute little things, these cute little alien looking things that are from the void, that are like semi-intelligent. Yeah, it's a really strange game, but structurally it is survival crafting, where you're building up, in this case, your void train, hence the name of the video game. So that's Void Train.
Well, and like, what's the end goal here?
There is a story where like you're trying to find a scientist that came before you, that is like either part of a team or just one guy who like opened the portal to this void to begin with. Uh-huh. So you're kind of progressing towards him to get some answers about what the void is and how it intersects with our own reality, and et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
So there is a story there. So that's Void Train. I got One Lonely Outpost, which is actually a game I played a demo for on Steam Next Fest, but there was a demo and then it came out like right after Next Fest ended. So I got that. It's a Stardew-like. It's a little less about the like interpersonal relationships, though those do exist. It's also like it's a 3D environment that's certain things are 2D sprites, like your character is a 2D sprite that has a lot of animation and kind of different directions you can face and stuff, but it is a 2D sprite. You're growing crops, like alien crops, on this desolate Mars-like planet. It's more playful than that. It's a cartoony art style, but like I said, 3D with like large crystals and rock formations and stuff growing out to like gate progress in different areas, and it's kind of like stopping you from going to different places on the map. And it's like days, you're cycling through days, and events will happen on certain days that will further the story or progression. There's some sort of like alien technology that right now I'm trying to gain access to, but first I need to find out how the fuck to make silicon, because I have no idea how. But yeah, it's a lot of like walking around. You have a stamina meter that's going down that you can replenish by cooking and eating food, which you're growing from your plants, and yada yada. It's got all that stuff. You start out with just you and your robot friend, your little robot cat on the planet, and then shortly after, the first extra NPC shows up, and he kind of has his own ship, and he's all about plants and botany, and so he has some things you can buy that are to that effect, some upgrades that you can purchase from him. I'm enjoying it so far. I think the writing is sparse enough that I don't mind engaging with it when it happens, and it's been fine. Interested to see how the fuck I make silicon, because that is my current gating mechanic. Because I need that.
What would you say? Like, what's the thing about this game? Because like it sounds like one of those, right? Like it's like one of those cozy games.
Yeah, so it starts as like this desolate Mars-like planet with some crystal formations and rocks and stuff, but this alien technology, the purpose of it is you kind of quickly learn or like suss out that it's about terraforming and making the planet more habitable. And so I've seen screenshots on the Steam store page. I'm not here yet. I'm not there in the game yet, but how like certain areas have a little more greenery around them, so it seems like you're progressing, and there will be like story beats where the planet will become increasingly terraformed and increasingly habitable, and so the environments will change. Maybe that's sort of like changing of the seasons kind of a thing. I'm interested to kind of see. So that seems like that's kind of the hook, right? Is you're seeing the environment transform, and it's just like cute, fun characters, and like the 3D models are all like kind of chibi looking. Yeah, not quite, but more. They're like Mega Man Legends. If that makes sense. Like the art style of like the machines and ships in Mega Man Legends, how they're all kind of squat and cute.
Right.
It's kind of like that.
Okay.
So yeah, that's One Lonely Outpost. Another one that just came out is Into the Pit. Wait, did this just come out? Actually, now I'm second guessing myself. When was this released? Into the Pit, store page. Shit, no, this came out almost 2 years ago. This is not a new game.
Well, that's fine. Let's talk about it.
It is a roguelike first-person magic shooter.
Oh yeah,
Immortals of
I really
Avowed.
like the
Watch
I
out.
like the visual style.
Yeah, visual style is very like PS1. It also it's the gameplay is very Doom-like in its speed. And like you're. So the setup is it's kind of this it's like a gothic village with like cobblestone streets and really dark wood homes, and all the doors are locked up and stuff, and you have to perform a summoning ritual to open a pit dimension that you fall into, and it has different levels, and as you progress through the levels, fighting in these little arenas, you're gaining upgrades every time you beat an arena, and you can kind of pick and choose. So every level has four gates that need to be closed. I don't know the proper term. Let's call them gates. 4 gates that need to be closed. And so it's the 4 cardinal directions from the center of this room. And each cardinal direction has 2 options. And there's an icon above that kind of tells you the resource you're going to get within that room. And so you go into the room, you're collecting motes of whatever that type is, and killing enemies and destroying these things. And once you destroy all the things, that room closes and you've completed it. And that other option, the second option, is locked out. So you only get to choose one of the 2 per 4 cardinal directions. Every time you beat a room, you then get an upgrade, which is random. And it can be... So you have a different spell in your left and right hand. And you can choose what that spell is at the beginning of the run. And then beef that spell up and give it passive or active abilities that modify it in some way, like increase the firing speed, increase the range, add poison, add bleed, add curse, like all these different effects you can add to them. And like one of the spells is like a shotgun blast. One of them is like a long range single fire sniper shot. One's like a steady stream, like a machine gun. There are all sorts of different spell things that you can play around with and then modify through the modifiers that you get from beating the room. So you beat the 4 rooms that you choose out of the 8 total, and then you proceed down to the next level. And then if you're lucky, you find a villager room. And if you go into the villager room and you free them, then you
can trade them zombie flesh for an emerald.
No. They go back to the town and unlock new features, like new shops that have new features for like the roguelike, the persistent part of the roguelike.
Yes, right.
So that's, and then there are certain resources that you get in the pit that you get to keep. So like wealth is one, spirit is one, and something else. There's like 3 or 4 of them that you get to keep out of the 6. So like you kind of want to prioritize those on your pit runs, because then when you exit the run, you have that currency to spend on unlocking new modifications, new upgrades, it's similar to Cult of the Lamb, in that like you're unlocking as you go new worlds that are randomly generated, like new themes. And so one of the things you can unlock is new themes in this for the pit. And so like when you generate the pit, you're putting different runes in, and that affects sort of like a seed for a generation. It affects the types of things that you will encounter while you're in there. And one of those runes that you put in is like a theme rune. So that's, So like a lot of different ways in which you're progressing. And the thing that I need in a roguelike, which is persistent stuff. I in order to keep me going back to a thing, I need a lot of persistent. Otherwise, it's just like I'm throwing myself at this thing until I beat it, and I'll never beat it because I'll get frustrated and stop. But here, it's like it feels like there's enough progression that matters. Like every run, no matter how short, you're always getting a little bit of something that's useful. Yeah, so
that's cool.
It is really cool. But yeah, the visual aesthetic is really neat. It's this like, this gothic, kind of medieval with some fantasy elements, PlayStation 1 gritty. It's it kind of rules.
Minus the visual style and roguelike, but like purely the gameplay part is what I want Immortals of Avium to be. Like that fast-paced, lots of different styles of magic combat.
Sure, yeah.
Like that all sounds awesome. And
yeah.
I was watching some video, like it looks cool.
Yeah, it's a bummer, the roguelike aspect where you can get a couple of things that have like really good synergy on a run and you're feeling really good about it, but then the run's over and you don't have it anymore. Yeah. And that's kind of a bummer.
Yeah, that's the roguelike
right
pain. It can be frustrating.
Right. But yeah, that's Into the Pit.
Nice.
So that's, another game that I've been playing. I put that one I've only put 2 hours into. So
okay. But it sounds like you're gonna keep playing.
Yes, yeah, I will play. I will keep playing that one.
Well, I can do so. I mean, I got some Fallout 4, some Mario Kart 8. I honestly don't have like a ton. I've been talking a decent amount about Fallout 4 the last couple of months, but I continue to have a lot of fun with that, just as a world to immerse myself in and re-experience, all the fun quests and moments and characters, and like the gunplay is good enough that it's it's mindless, but it's not boring per se. And the mods of all the new guns that I added help elevate that, because at least they look cool, and I've got mods that I can change the color of the projectiles, so when I get bored I can make my laser rifle shoot blue or yellow or red, so that I can just play around with a little bit. And I got a
red, white, and blue, baby. America's laser gun. We're America's adults here. We love guns.
I would absolutely make something to that effect the name of this episode, but I don't want people to make assumptions about this podcast when we are talking about America and guns in the name of the podcast.
Man, I was literally on my way to type. I just went ahead and did. I added adults love guns.
Yeah, that's just unfortunately the world we live in. Something bad could happen with guns on the day this podcast goes live.
That's
because something
true.
bad could happen with guns at any moment in any place.
That's
which is
true.
why it's better to just never leave your house. But that's a whole other very scary, sad topic. So moving on to Mario Kart fucking 8. So I had a ton of fun with Mario Kart 8 when it came out, or like the deluxe, the Switch version. I had a ton of fun just playing single player. I'm not playing online because I don't want to pay for Nintendo's bullshit online service. And then I let my in-laws borrow the game for their children. And then my in-laws forgot that they borrowed the game from me for about 2 years.
Okay.
And then their son lost the game. And then they made a whole to-do joke about how they bought him a new one. So they just lost my game. And that was it. So Kelly wanted to play it, so we bought another copy of Mario Kart 8
Oh,
Deluxe.
Wow. They didn't buy you a replacement copy?
I didn't bring it up. There's a lot of other complexities going on with that relationship right now, to where asking them to repay me for a game they lost 4 years ago maybe felt a little not the right thing to do.
My thing is you shouldn't have to ask. That's my point. I
agree. They obviously forgot that they had borrowed it from me. It was just funny that like when their kid lost the game, they bought a new one for him, and they made a big joke of like, he lost his favorite game, so we bought him a new one. And I was like, wait a minute, that's mine. That game you bought him is mine. But yeah, so we've been playing a good amount of it. We've been giving my son Max, who is almost 2, we've been giving him a little toy controller that makes a bunch of beeps and sounds. And then we've been giving Penny, my 4-year-old, a PS3 controller, while Kelly and I play split screen Mario Kart 8. And it's been glorious because it's like the whole family's playing, but they are not, because my kids cannot play this actual game. It is also very fun because my wife is extremely competitive, much like me, and she is extremely not that good at Mario Kart 8. And so when we play, I get first place every single race, and she gets mad every single race. So that's
healthy.
been fun as well, in a fun way for me. We can only do like 2 circuits, and then she's like, okay, I'm done with this.
Yeah.
I'm tired of getting 5th.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a good time. It's a perfect when, it's a quote unquote video game. Well, it's not quote unquote, but like all 4 of us aren't playing it together is my point. But it feels like all 4 of us are playing together, which is a good time.
That's nice.
I also discovered that it's an officially licensed Nintendo Switch controller, but it's a third party, and it's got Mario shit. Someone got it for me for Christmas or something. Probably mom did years ago. And it's got really bad stick drift. We haven't used this controller in 5 years. And so we generally trade off who has to play with that controller. Because I'm not buying a new Pro controller or anything.
Right.
I don't want to spend that money. But that makes it a little extra challenge. A fun moment was when we were racing and I was playing on my controller with the Switch and kicking my wife's ass. And she's like, I'm so sick of this. It's just this stupid, it pulls to the left. If I could play with that controller, I'd do better. And so I said, hey, let's switch controllers. And then she immediately regretted saying that because she knew that I was going to win anyway. And I did. So inevitably, when we are in couples therapy in a couple of months and the therapist asks, when did your problems begin? My wife will blurt out, Mario Kart 8!
Deluxe.
Yeah, deluxe. So that's what I've been playing.
Nice.
All the new games. Pokemon Sword, Fallout 4, Mario Kart 8. I will do better next month. Last month I said on the podcast that I was going to play some Roller Drome, and I didn't because it was just too much. And so I'm gonna this month. I'm also gonna start the Horizon Forbidden West DLC. Those are both earmarked for me to play this month.
I believe you.
No, legit. It's what I'm gonna do. Plus, we've got our Game Club game that we'll be talking about too for next month. So there will be. I mean, not that Horizon or Roller Drome are brand new, but they released in the last year, so that's something. But speaking of old games, you also played old games.
I have more. Good lord. Old game is a Half-Life 2 mod called Entropy 02. It's a Half-Life mod that the storyline happens concurrently with Half-Life 2, which is cool. And you play as a bad guy. So you play as one of the Combine. Is it Combine?
Oh, okay.
Is that right? That sounds right. That feels right. I hope I'm not conflating that with Killzone's. That's the Helghast, so it is the Combine.
That's the Helghast. Yes.
All right. So you play as this Combine super soldier who loses his fucking mind and starts killing everybody, including other Combine. But there is a large portion of the game where you are killing the regular human resistance fighter guys that are on your side in the normal Half-Life campaign.
Sure.
So it's just cool to have that kind of counter story to the main story, and the writing is really fun, and it's very nicely done. It's well done. You get to drive around one of the Combine trucks, the RV things. There's a whole portal level where you go down to an aperture science lab, and there's a monster down there that you're trying to avoid, and there's this
nice.
There's a GLaDOS equivalent who's a turret who has the "Are you still there?" that voiceover thing. So he's really, really bored sounding all the time, but he's a companion for you, and you can choose to bring him with you when you leave that level or not. And so, which is a fun. I didn't even think about it because he's well, I guess this is goodbye. And then I picked him up and put him in the elevator with me because I'm oh, I guess I can just do that, right? And I started the elevator. He's really? You're going to take me with you? Oh my God, thank you. Thank you so much. And like it's like he's been down there for like decades by himself
Yeah.
or whatever. And when you bring him with you, there's a spot on the truck where he'll like snap to it, and so you can like drive around in the truck with him in it and like pull him off and like carry him around with you, and he'll comment on things that are happening. It's just very cool. And he'll like give you access to areas you couldn't get otherwise that have like extra supplies and stuff. So it's just very, very fun. A really neat idea. And it's a Half-Life 2 mod, so it's fucking free.
Right.
So that rules. It's more of that. Today, I downloaded, played, and beat the Call of Duty World War II campaign. Because I felt the need to... adults like guns, Shea.
Is that the World War II, that game?
Yeah, World War II. Call of Duty World War II.
You've already played that game.
Yeah, I just wanted to replay the campaign.
Why? It wasn't good.
Yeah, it was totally good.
Oh, I didn't like it that much.
I just love World War II stuff.
Well, sure.
It's like,
I mean,
those guns are great.
And it was the Modern Warfare 2, the remake campaign.
No, that's correct, Shea. I did not make a typo. I was playing the World War II campaign.
You intentionally replayed a Call of Duty campaign that was fairly middling.
I within the last year went through and replayed almost all of the Call of Duty campaigns, up through Black Ops and all that stuff, and I did not get to World War II. I think that's where I stopped. Right. So I was like, oh, this is the next one, and it's on sale in the Steam Summer Sale, so I'll just pick it up and play it. It was worth it. It was a good time.
Expendable income.
Yeah, seriously. Then I played some Bioshock Infinite in the last month. I played probably 4 or 5 hours of it, and then I realized that, yes, you're correct, Shea, it is not a good game.
Well, no. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not saying that it's not a good game. It's just that it's not that good.
Right.
Of a game.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I feel like I still like it. I think.
So I went through all the stages of grief.
It's not bad.
I've come to the realization that I want to like BioShock Infinite a lot. And I just simply don't.
So this is what's extra depressing. So on SheaHatesEverything.com, I have a list of my top 100 video games of all time. I have been incredibly lazy. I have not updated this list in a couple of years. But I believe, and I am now going to verify, I believe on this list, which again I have not updated in a couple of years, I believe that BioShock Infinite is very high on this list.
Dude, I'm saying you want to like that game a lot more than you do.
Absolutely, yes.
It's sad, but true.
I'm not sure that I would just remove it from a top 100. 100 is a lot of games. But it definitely would not be high on the list. Okay, maybe it's not that high. I'm scrolling through and here we go. It's at number 38. Which is still pretty high.
That's way higher than it deserves to be.
I was thinking it was in the 20s, which definitely would be insanely too high.
It
38
should be in the 80s.
Yes,
it should be in the 80s.
I think it would still be on the list, but it would not be at 38. I need to update this list because there's a lot of games that need to be on this list.
Having just tried to play it, I don't think it would be in my top 100.
100 is a lot of games.
It is.
If you actually sat... I went through this whole process.
It's almost as many games as I've played this month.
Yeah. It was... I started with a short list, quote unquote, of 383 games, where I went through literally every game to ever release and put down any game that I liked a lot. And it was 380 some games. That's a lot of games that are good.
Yeah.
But I need to update this list, man, because there are a lot of games that have come out recently that would be very high on this list.
Yeah,
maybe I'll do that.
Final Fantasy 16 and Diablo 4 not
on that list. Not on that list. Fallout 4 is on that list.
Oh, hell
and
yeah.
Mario Kart 8 is on that list, I believe.
Okay.
Pokemon Sword, no.
So those are the games I played. And then
that's a lot.
I also
I would ask you to play less games for next month.
Okay, I think I can manage that. I also played a bevy of Steam Next Fest demos.
Yes. We are going to rapid fire these.
Yeah.
Because there's just too many.
Right. Well, I'm gonna pick my top few here because I have
Okay.
like 7 or 8 of them listed. Fortune's Run deserves a mention. This is a boomer shooter, but it is a heavy sim boomer shooter where like you it's this like really grungy cyberpunk setting where like there's voiceover and like character images and stuff, like character profile images that like talk at you and have like the gum flappy thing, but like the effect on the voice is like really staticky and just grungy and just like garbled kind of stuff, and it sounds awesome. The art in the game, it's maybe a little too brown. Like a lot of it is brown and green, but it just looks awesome. And a lot of the environments are very interactive, but it is that, 2D sprites in a 3D environment, boomer shooter setup. But the combat is really cool because there's this whole parry system where like if you get a katana and you can parry bullets and like use that to get in close and slash enemies. You can have several weapons equipped. There are all sorts of like different grenades and throwables. A bunch of different like stimulant type things. You have an inventory that you're kind of filling out. Along with the interactivity thing, like you can find some food items, but if you find a microwave and put it in the microwave, it heals you for more. And so it's like a lot of little ways in which you interact with the environment that are really cool. And then every time you go to open a door, it like zooms in on the pad and you have your hand and you're like actually pushing the buttons to like open the door, and it's all like an alien script, so you kind of like start to learn what the different symbols mean and stuff like that, which is cool. It's got a really cool like setup for a story. You're a bounty hunter, like a badass bounty hunter chick who can like do some hacking and stuff. It's making good on some of that like Deus Ex, play how you want, multiple ways of attacking things. There's a lot of dialogue in there if you want to engage with it. I thought it was all written pretty well, and most of it is voice acted. Even like the aliens have their like like grunt stuff, like alien language. Yeah, it's a pretty rad game, and it's supposed to come out in September. So Fortune's Run, y'all should check it out.
Nice.
Yeah, we talked about Wizard Really Gone. El Paso Elsewhere. This is a PS1 graphics. Oh shoot, what is the name? Not Mad Max. The bullet time, diving, taking pills.
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh man. Because that was I can't even think of who made the game.
The Painkiller game.
Rockstar, right?
No.
Rockstar made the third one, I think.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, they made the third one. Max Payne.
Max Payne, thank you. Not Mad Max, Max Payne. So it's very much an homage to like Max Payne, but it's like PS1 graphics, but it's a lot of like slow motion diving and it's like fun movement stuff. The setup is it's also very noir-like in its storytelling, where it's like very close voiceover, like really, really deep
Sound
voice.
like Kylo Ren.
Yeah, a little bit.
Where's the girl?
Yeah, exactly. It's like the very close voiceover, like
I'm talking really close, like thoughts in my head,
kind of a thing. Like the guy who does it, I think, does a really nice job of evoking that thing. And it's got, it's a little tongue in cheek in some areas. It's got a little bit of a sense of humor. But it's like your ex is Dracula, and she is, Lord of Vampires, and she's trying to summon a portal, open a portal, whatever, summon something to end the world, and you have to go into the portal in El Paso and find your way to her and stop her is basically your thing. But you're an addict, and in order to stay functioning, you're having to take all these pills, and so it's like a battle. Doesn't play itself out in the mechanics of the game. Their pills are just for health, but in the story of it, he's kind of battling with his addiction a little bit.
Okay,
but again, it's that like fast-paced, a little tongue-in-cheek, just kind of like this, just relentlessly paced thing that the writing really was working on me, and the graphics look rad. The gameplay was a lot of fun, and I'm really looking forward to it. So, El Paso Elsewhere looks fucking rad. Another honorable mention, The Invincible. That's that kind of walking simulator game that takes place on like another planet, but it's sci-fi, but all of the like equipment and the setting is very like retro future. So everything looks very much like it's from like the 60s or 70s, but futurified. So a lot of like round organic shapes and things like that. Just very, very retro looking. Like some weird analog space tech, I guess is a good way of putting it. Like in Aliens, how they have like old school computers, but they're in space. This is like, they have things that like, instead of a computer monitor, it's like taking snapshots and screen printing them onto like see-through laminate stuff, so you're seeing like little like somewhat hand painted pictures of a thing in like a slideshow format instead of a video recording. It's just like a lot of cool weird like tech that seems like it would be vintage but is from the future. It's weird.
Okay,
but it has a cool setup. There's like a lot of mystery elements to it because it's more of like a walking simulator puzzle game where like the point of it is to explore the story and find out the mystery.
Right.
So, but yeah, a lot of like cool tech, some cool environmental trappings around it, and the mystery setup is very compelling. So
yeah, I really like the look of it.
Yes,
it looks very high quality, like high.
Yes,
high
it does
texture.
look very nice too. Yes,
yeah,
fidelity wise. Yeah, there are others that I'd like to point out, but we're at 5 hours, and we should move on.
We should. We can talk, games that you want to come back to that you end up playing. We'll chat through
totally
in a future date. Let's move on to the news. As I mentioned, we got a couple other stories beyond just what was shown at all the Summer Games stuff. So, starting with the Microsoft Activision Blizzard acquisition, I almost wanted to ignore this, but it's so important and it's so big, and other things have come out beyond just the actual acquisition, because they're currently going through a trial. The
right.
FTC has filed a preliminary injunction to try to halt the deal. This deal's gonna happen. It just they're trying to continue to do their due diligence, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of under oath testimony that's happening from people like Phil Spencer and Jim Ryan, and there's just shit that matters that we have to talk about, separate from billions and billions of dollars being spent to make rich people even richer.
Yeah,
right?
Things coming out in documents, like court documents, and things coming out in testimony
emails,
that pertain to the industry and announcements and stuff.
Yeah. So just a couple of hitters here. So Phil Spencer specifically had called out that Elder Scrolls 6 is still at least 5 years away. It was revealed 5 years ago. So remember the point I was making of being sick of these title card release dates for games that don't exist?
Yeah.
That's a good example of that. And we knew this. If you think about it, Starfield's coming out in September. It's gonna be several years before the next game would come out.
Oh yeah.
You would hope that it might be more like 3 to 4 because they're already working on Elder Scrolls 6, but no. At least 5 years away.
Right.
Whoop-de-woo. It'll come out I guess
this
it
is
would
a
be
2030
the next
game.
console. It will be the next console. I doubt that they would skip a console generation.
No.
Which is still fucking crazy.
It sure is.
Obsidian is working on the sequel to The Outer Worlds. The Outer Worlds came to PlayStation. The sequel may not. This was revealed as part of Sony's whole push of They say they're making things multi-platform, but that's a fucking lie because everything they've acquired, they have not made multi-platform, and that is true. Like we talked about the story last month that Redfall was going to be a PS5 game as well, and it wasn't once they got acquired. Indiana Jones game from Machine Games, similar story. Before that acquisition, they had planned it for PS5. Now it will not be multi-platform. It will be Xbox exclusive. Pete Hines at Bethesda, so he specifically has expressed frustration because, or I guess I should say, the linchpin in all of this is that Phil Spencer has been loud and proud that Call of Duty will not be exclusive. It will remain multi-platform. They want to sign the deal, which they can always get out of because that's how that shit works. But they'll sign the deal to say, we'll keep it multi-platform for 5 years or whatever it is. And so they're bringing up all these instances of that isn't the case. You're making other games exclusive. And also, Pete Hines came out and he's at Bethesda. I think he's like their VP of sales and marketing or something. And he was angry because Bethesda games, they didn't want to be exclusive when they were acquired from ZeniMax. They wanted to continue to be multi-platform, and Xbox said, no, your games will be exclusive to our console forever. And yet here they are with Activision Blizzard having to tell the story that they'll remain multi-platform. It's just yet more evidence that this is not what's going to happen. Right. They will make them exclusive as soon as they can legally.
And I mean, it's their right. Like, they spent the money to acquire the studios. Of course they would.
Yeah. But again, that's shitty for competitive balance. That's the whole point. That's the FTC's argument.
Right.
On the other side of the coin, allegedly, there were talks with ZeniMax and Sony about Starfield being a PlayStation exclusive, or at least a timed exclusive, before Xbox acquired Bethesda from ZeniMax. Now, my belief, and this is, I'm trying not to put any sort of fanboy hat on here, my belief is that these types of conversations happen constantly.
All the time.
So the fact that there was a conversation doesn't mean that there was any reality.
Yeah.
It's also come out that Microsoft had looked into buying Bungie.
Right.
Microsoft had looked into buying a bunch of other
Square
studios. Fucking Sega. Like, did any of that stuff go beyond the ideation stage? We'll likely never know. So my point is, I take this stuff with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Of, they had a conversation about making it exclusive. Similarly, there's emails from Bobby Kotick threatening to make Call of Duty a PlayStation exclusive because they weren't happy with the rev share that Microsoft was giving them through Call of Duty sales on the Xbox console.
Yeah, all that stuff's just posturing.
It's posturing because Xbox didn't cave. They didn't change their rev share. And then guess what? Call of Duty didn't become a PlayStation exclusive. Again, it was all just posturing between fucking rich guys.
Yeah.
Who cares? So my point in all of this is I'm going to take the actual testimony from human beings about things that are real as real and not this posturing, rumor mongering, trying to make the other side look bad. So like when you hear that Outer Worlds 2 was going to come to PlayStation, Indiana Jones was going to come to PlayStation, Redfall was going to come to PlayStation, and now they are not, that's the truth.
Right.
That's what we need to know when we are thinking about, is this good for gamers? And I firmly believe that no, it fucking isn't. There's also a little side thing that, Microsoft had said that, because Minecraft, there currently isn't a PS5 version of Minecraft. They said that's because Sony didn't give them PS5 dev kits early enough in the process to build and launch the game for PlayStation 5. Which, again, that's fucking shenanigans. Because if you want to make it happen, you will make it happen.
Correct.
And of course, I've seen the reaction is like, see, this is Sony's fault. As if Sony, prior to launching their console, is just going to give one to the competition to study and take apart and learn all the ins and outs of.
Yeah.
Like, come on. The whole, that's yet more evidence that this shit is bad for competitive balance because Microsoft is not actually wanting to have all of their games in all of the places. They want their games on their console and on PC. They have zero incentive to put it on PlayStation. You know, more sales, but that doesn't help them because then Sony gets part of that fucking money.
Right.
By putting it on PC, Windows PC, they're still keeping all the shit aside from Steam when they host stuff on Steam. But like, it all sucks. I hate all of it. I'm sick of it. But a lot of this is very relevant and a good setup for our expectations on a lot of these big games. Like, I'm psyched about Outer Worlds 2. I have a lot of faith that Machine Games can make a cool Indiana Jones game. And now I know that I will have to play those things on Xbox. And that's frustrating.
Yeah, I agree.
All right.
One more thing to come out of the court that I thought was interesting to point out. Sony provided a court document that was supposed to be redacted, but the black ink was not good enough, so you could still see the numbers. And it shows the rough costs, the development costs of Horizon Forbidden West and The Last of Us Part 2.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
Turns out making games is expensive.
Horizon Forbidden West, over 5 years, cost Sony $212 million, which is a big number. And The Last of Us Part 2 cost Sony over 5 years $220 million. Which is crazy because it's not like these are live service games that are, you know, selling millions of copies, but then also monetizing on top. It's like these are games that just sell what they sell.
And look, it's not 1-to-1, but just doing some quick math here, $220 million divided by $60 a game, it's 3.5 million copies.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
I mean, like,
obviously, The Last of Us Part 2 sold way more than that, but still, that's just to make their money back. And again, not 1-to-1, tons of other costs, other benefits and savings. It's not exact, but point being, these games have to sell millions of copies to break even.
Yes.
That's crazy.
It is. It is absolutely insane. Those are massive fucking numbers. I mean, that's the cost of making a huge blockbuster movie. Like,
yes, that's with
wild.
A-list talent. That's where a big percentage of the cost come. Well, a significant percentage, I should say.
Right.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah.
All right. So going back a little bit on the Microsoft side with Redfall, this was just a little bit. So Jason Schreier posted, an op-ed, or I guess not an op-ed, like a breakdown as he tends to do on Bloomberg, just with like some of the backstory of shit that went down with Redfall. One of the reactions to this was a question posited to Microsoft to say, or Phil, I think in particular, to say like, what happens now with Arcane? Are you going to shut them down? And the response was, Microsoft has no plans to shut down Arcane right now, was the literal language, right now. And like, one, why was this a question? Arcane, like, despite me not loving their games, extremely talented, beloved studio. Why is it a question? You're going to shut down the studio for making one flop? What's happening? But even scarier, because of course he said no, but even scarier is he said right now. So their plans could still change. And they could shutter Arcane for making one bad game that they didn't want to make. That's exactly what happened to fucking Visceral back in the EA days.
Yeah, I feel like
that's some bullshit.
Yeah, I think that they would take a big PR hit if they shut Arcane down. Because also, like, I mean, Phil Spencer's been kind of out there on the record saying, like, yeah, we did not give the team the support they needed at the time.
Well, he also was pretty clear that, I mean, he made comments about, like, they missed their own benchmarks, both on timing and on, like, creative delivery. It wasn't a full Microsoft publishing takes responsibility. He definitely threw a little bit of shade at Arcane for the way that it turned out. Which is why you saw the anonymous reports with Jason Schreier of people at Arcane being pissed, going to the a journalist and anonymously saying, like, this is the story of what happened and why we felt fucked from the beginning. So it's all bad.
Yeah. Turns out it's all bad.
Yeah, just give a bunch of other studios to Microsoft too, right? That's what we should do.
Yep.
Okay. Moving on to the blue side of the house with Sony. Another like quick breakdown that came out with Sony's commitment to live service. So we talked about this a lot last month as part of the showcase with potentially 5 of the big games they showed, first party games being live service games.
Yeah.
So Sony has said that as of now, 55% of their development resources are working on live service games. By 2025, they expect that to be up to 60%. So for those who are bad at math, that means a majority of their resources will be devoted to live service games.
Feels bad.
Feels bad.
For people like us.
Yeah. Well, and let's be real, dude. What's the percentage of live service games that succeed?
Right.
It's infinitesimal.
Yeah, it seems like a huge risky strategy.
Like they're and that's part of their strategy is volume. We're going to release 5. If one of them hits, it will pay for the 4 that don't.
Right.
But that still means that really talented people are working on things that will not last. And that fucking sucks. The silver lining here, at least in the short term, is that there's no indication that Sony is like placing a mandate on their studios to create live service games. Like ZeniMax did with Arcane with Redfall. ZeniMax told Arcane, you have to make a live service game. That doesn't seem to be happening at Sony, because a lot of their big single-player studios, it doesn't seem like they are intentionally creating live service games. We'll see if that bears out, because we know that Guerrilla is working on a live service Horizon game. We know that, theoretically, Naughty Dog is working on a live service Last of Us game. If those games come out and are not well received, or if they don't come out at all, maybe we will hear stories that Sony forced them to make the games. But at least what we know so far, these seem like projects that these studios wanted to create. Because this was before Sony's big investment in Bungie. Both of those things were already happening.
Right.
So we'll see. Clearly, Bungie is taking a huge directional role in how their live service games are being created, for good and for ill. But this is the future of Sony. And they were like, Nintendo, I guess. But in terms of, competitive, creating similar experiences, Sony was the last bastion of those core stable of single-player games.
Right.
The other shit still happens. Everybody still does some of them. But everywhere, Ubisoft, Microsoft, EA, Activision, their main focus is on continuously monetized games, not single player games. And now clearly Sony, that's Sony's future too. So it'll mean we have fewer games per year that we feel like we have to play. That's something.
Yeah.
Right?
It just feels like, it's going to be another 15 years before the snake eats its own tail and we're back to single player games being the primary thing that people want.
I don't think that will ever happen. Because by then we're old as hell, and the existing young generation want to play these games because they grew up playing them. That's what we crave. We crave the things that we grew up experiencing. Like the kids who are like 16 right now, they don't want to play a big narrative single player game. They think that shit's boring, bro. No cap.
All cap, you little bitch.
So there's some depressingness for you.
Yeah, I feel bad now.
You want to take this Valve story? You pulled this and more about it.
This is interesting. It also just happened.
Mm-hmm.
So Valve is reportedly banning games from Steam that feature AI-generated content. This does not appear to be happening unilaterally. They're kind of picking and choosing their targets, but maybe that's just as manpower at Valve dictates.
Well, that's how they handle all that kind of stuff.
Right, it's all kind of ad
subjectively.
hoc. Yeah. This is probably a move from Valve to shield themselves from like any copyright litigation, because this is specifically AI generated content from like open source AI, like ChatGPT generated or different open source art generations. Because if you're using that in your game, you don't own the content that the machine learning generator is using to generate the content.
Yeah,
and therefore
that's the
you could still be
of open source.
Correct, yeah. And so you could therefore still be in violation of copyright from that source material.
Well, that's also the thing about ChatGPT is in many cases it isn't creating net new content.
Right.
It is plagiarizing existing content.
Yes. So Valve is, I think, doing the smart thing and getting maybe not ahead of it, but attempting to and kind of cut that off at the pass, so that, because Valve could be held responsible as a distribution service, putting that out there and helping to perpetuate the copywritten content without proper licensing. So I just found that to be very interesting, because it's not something I had even considered. It's not an issue I'd even considered taking place, is the idea that something generated from something else, could be a part of the copyright lineage.
Yeah. And as we have seen many times with the federal government, they will move extremely slowly to regulate any of this.
Correct.
So it's going to be the Wild West for many years.
Yeah, absolutely.
And AI shit is moving very fast, as most new technologies do.
Yeah.
Like, the applications and the use cases have already become insanely broad.
Yeah. Also, I want to stop using the term AI. I try to catch myself. It's machine learning.
Sure.
It's not AI.
If that's what people call it, then that's what it is.
I know, but I'm raging against the machine, Shea.
Oh yeah, the AI machine.
No, the machine learning machine.
Right. Okay, and then last story here, I wanted to end with a fun one, quote unquote.
Oh my god.
A trailer for Peacock's new Twisted Metal series came out, which if you have not watched, I recommend you watch it. It stars Anthony Mackie, also known as Sam Wilson, the Falcon from the MCU. Seems like an incredibly likable dude. I'm not sure if he's a good actor or not, but he also seems to not be getting great projects in the wake of the MCU stuff, because I've seen him in some bad movies and shows. This also looks bad. Horrendously bad. Shockingly bad.
There were no cars.
I mean, this is just a scene. You can't be in cars the whole time. I get it, but
for the trailer for the show about weapon cars.
Yeah,
it's just Sweet Tooth throwing him around into slot machines or arcade machines or something.
I was hardcore grimacing the entire time.
So bad.
Yeah, it was not good. So check it out. I absolutely recommend watching it. You'll get a good chuckle and a good cry. Because for fans of Twisted Metal, this ain't for you. And for non-fans of Twisted Metal, this ain't for you either. I'm not sure who this is for, but it isn't anyone.
Because nobody even has Peacock.
I've got Peacock.
Oh my! Why do you have Peacock?
It came free with my internet.
Oh, okay. All right. You're not spending money on Peacock.
Kelly and I want to watch The Office.
Is that the only way you can watch it?
Well, without the DVDs, yeah.
Okay.
And Parks and Rec with fucking commercials, but that is what it is, because we don't want to pay even more money to
Right.
We get it free instead of the whatever $5.99 a month.
Yeah.
So that was the news outside of all the big video game announcements.
Whew.
I am going to make an executive decision. We are going to wait on our emails for next month. I am very sorry. We have 3 fantastic emails from our friends Dallas, Mike, and Connor. I want to talk about them. We cannot talk about them tonight. We're not going to do that.
So it is 12:30 in the morning. We've been going for 5.5 hours.
Yes. We're not going to do it. I'm sorry. We will do it next month. If y'all, Dallas, Mike, Connor, if you've got other thoughts, send us another email. I'll read 2 emails from you. I don't care. We just can't. It's just too long. You know what I mean?
My
it's just too long.
throat is gone.
Yeah. Let's wrap it up. We're going to do July game releases. We're going to talk our July Game Club game. And then we're going to get the hell out of here. Because I got to eat something. And it's 12:30 at night.
I never had
shouldn't
dinner.
Eat something, but I have to. Okay. So let's go through in July. On the 4th, Synapse, which is a PSVR 2 game that actually looks really sick.
Yeah, that's one with David
I had
Hayter.
a VR headset. Yeah, and what's her face? The chick who does all the voice acting. Mass Effect chick. Jennifer Hale. I think is the one in it. But yeah, it's a first-person shooter, like all VR games are. But it's got like a gravity manipulation kind of power where you can throw things and throw dudes and lift them up. Kind of like a force powers thing. It just looks fun. I like the visual aesthetic of it too. It's got some like neon stuff going on.
Yeah.
Looks a little bit like you're in a simulation kind of vibe.
For the 5 people who have a PSVR 2, you're going to love it.
Yeah. And it'll look even better on the Google VR when it comes out next year for those that want to pay $3,500 for a VR set with limited applications.
Yeah.
That was made as a test case for billionaires to flex their wealth. And then on July 12th is Oxenfree 2 Lost Signals. I played some of the first game and wanted to like it, but had a hard time getting into it.
Yeah, same.
It's very like 80s sort of sci-fi thriller, Stranger Things-y.
Yeah, I was about to say Stranger Things.
It's very like cartoony in its visuals. It's very, reading text heavy in its dialogue.
Yeah, it's teens caught up in a paranormal mystery.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's got like more like an adventure game style approach.
Yeah.
I liked what I played of the first one. I just didn't continue with it. And then on July 14th is Exoprimal, which is a new Capcom game.
Yes.
It is.
This is the one where the T-Rexes are falling from the sky. It's like a sci-fi shooter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It is a sci-fi shooter, a horde shooter, where you play mechs killing dinosaurs. That old chestnut.
Yeah.
It looks insane. So then on the 18th of July is Viewfinder, which I know you did play as part of the Steam thing.
Those
too.
were the next
I have
demos.
had my eye on this because it looks incredible. I would love to play it.
Yeah.
I guess for those that we should tell you what the fuck the game is.
It's a puzzle game.
Yeah. Where you use perspective, you kind of have a camera, you take a photo of something and line it up to progress to the next area.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to do. Like,
You take a 3D environment and take a photo of it, a 2D photo, and then you can layer that 2D photo over the environment in another place, and it extrapolates it back into 3D.
Makes it 3D.
So you can take a picture of a staircase and bring the picture somewhere else, and then put the staircase there.
Yep. And then on the 19th is Blackout Protocol, which I did not write down.
No, that's there was another Steam Next Fest demo, and that is like a twin stick shooter, but it's co-op zombie game. It reminds me of a PlayStation 3 downloadable title that was like early on in the PlayStation 3 life cycle, but it was a twin stick zombie shooter. I cannot recall the name
Dead
of it.
Nation.
Dead Nation. Oh wow! Thank you for pulling that out of your butthole.
Yep, I remember because that was
that
was one of the free games I got from the 3-month period where PlayStation Network was down.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, Dead Nation.
I played a fair amount of Dead Nation.
So
it wasn't particularly good, but
no, it was fine for what it was, and that's what this seems like. Fine for what it is.
Unholy.
It's a horror game. Again, Steam Next Fest demo. Coming out on the 20th.
Pikmin 4 on the 21st. We talked about. I'm a no.
Same.
Yeah, that makes me sad. I would love to have a new game to play on my Switch, but nah. And then on the 25th is Remnant 2.
Hell yeah. It's Dark Souls with guns and co-op.
Oh, okay.
Remnant from the Ashes was the first one.
Yes, thank you. Yep, I remember. You really liked that game.
Yeah.
On the 27th, The Expanse, a Telltale series. People love The Expanse.
Yeah. And apparently Telltale's still making games, so...
Yeah, good point.
Despite all odds.
There is a fair amount of hype for this because people love The Expanse.
Yeah.
It focuses on a character that people love from The Expanse. I have not watched The Expanse.
I think I watched
sci-fi shows are not my jam. I'm surprised you weren't into it because like those are the shows that you watch.
Right.
Your sci-fi kind of shows.
Yeah, I don't remember why I fell off.
And then on the 28th, Disney Illusion Island. The hell is this?
It's a side scroller. They announced it semi-recently. I think it's also co-op. But it's the new Mickey Mouse game.
Oh man.
They were trying to make a big media push for it for a hot second there.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
This looks weird.
Yeah. It does look weird.
Well, that's coming to Switch.
Yeah.
Hooray. So those are the games in July. Pretty light, I would say.
Yeah.
I know,
let's say
you're hyped
light.
about Remnant 2. You're and there's some, Viewfinder I would be excited for.
Right.
Because Immortals of Avium was supposed to come out in July.
Right, it got delayed
so
a month.
That would have been like the big quote-unquote AAA game.
Yeah.
I would say like the other biggest game on here is Exoprimal.
I would also
that's
say
what that's what we're gonna play. That's our July Game Club game.
Especially because it's coming to Game Pass.
Well, only because it's coming
only
to Game Pass.
because, yes. So we can play
Yeah, well,
together.
I mean, specifically because it's co-op, it looks dumb, maybe in a fun way.
Yeah.
So why not find out?
Right. For free. In
For free.
smear quotes.
Well, no.
For free with subscription.
That and Fallout 4 will be the only Xbox games I play in the month of July. So essentially, it's costing me $7 to play Exoprimal. Which, you know what? That's fine.
That's fine.
That's it. So if you want to check out Exoprimal, July 14th on Game Pass, and then write us in before the next episode, we can talk about what you thought about it.
Yeah.
We can include you. That would be a fun thing to do. I'm looking at my calendar to see when our episode will go up. Our episode in August will not go live until the 7th. So you've got time, baby. Play some Exoprimal, write us in your thoughts, and we'll talk about it on the podcast. You can be actually part of the show.
Hell yeah.
Unless we decide to not read your emails like we did this month.
No, I feel like that never happens. I don't know that we've ever not read emails.
That's true. It's just too late, bro. I'm sorry.
I am dying. I need to use the bathroom and
I've had to pee for like maybe 4 hours.
yes.
I'm pretty sure my body's just absorbed it back in, you know.
No, this is the second round. You had to pee, it reabsorbed it, and now you need to pee again.
I'm sweating it out through my pores. It is very hot in this room, to be fair.
Yeah.
So I'm sweating pee. There you go. There's your episode title. Okay. Let's close this out with something we don't hate. I will say that today I don't hate having dad time with my kids. I have been able to do a lot more dad stuff over the past month. We went to the zoo. We went to the aquarium. I got some one-on-one days with both of my kids so that Kelly could do some other stuff. And it's been really nice. I normally spend all my freaking time at my job when they're just downstairs and I miss them. So I've been able to spend a lot more time with them and I have greatly enjoyed that.
Nice.
I like my kids, you know?
That's good.
Yeah,
because if you didn't, then I mean, you just need to never say that.
That would be hard. Yeah,
you just that's a thing you can never say.
I just keep it inside and take it out on them in subtle, passive aggressive ways.
Yeah, that's the American way. I don't hate The Weeknd.
Guns and child abuse.
Guns and child abuse. Thank you. I don't hate The Weeknd. It's been a long week.
Like the singer?
No. I do hate The Weeknd. No, I don't even know what songs they sing. It's been a long week of injuries and incapacitation and annoying work stuff. And so I'm
Right.
glad it's the weekend. I'm going to go see the new Indiana Jones movie tomorrow.
Okay.
And I really
That's a
hope
thing
I
to
like
do.
it. Because
Yeah.
I need a little bit of redemption in the Indiana Jones franchise after Crystal Skull. And this one seems like it will be very good.
It does seem like the general reaction has been positive. I am surprised that the general reaction has been positive, but
I think people are just happy to still see Harrison Ford doing his thing.
yeah. I'll watch it eventually. In a couple years, I'll watch it.
Yeah. I'll let you know how it is.
Yeah. Yeah, we can talk about it next month.
Yeah.
That qualifies.
Sure.
That's like cool enough.
Machine Games is making an Indiana Jones game. It's
Yeah.
all tied together.
It's a video game tie-in movie.
Right. Yes, exactly.
You're going to play as 80-year-old Harrison Ford
Hell yeah.
in the game. Love it. All right. That's the podcast. You all are fucking welcome, okay? You're welcome.
I'm really sorry we didn't read the emails.
Me
People
too.
are going to be sad about that.
Yes, but we're going to do them next month. It's not... Look, I get it.
What if
I get
one
it.
of them dies this month, Shea?
Don't do
And they
that.
never got to hear their email being read.
Don't do that. That's not nice.
Right. You're right. It's not very nice, is it, Shea?
Okay, then let's go ahead and read them. Is that what you want?
No, let's get the fuck out of here.
That's right. Don't put this on me. That's the end of the podcast. Sincerely, thank you all for listening and obviously for writing in your emails. If you have an email to write in, we will read it next month because we will have time. Send it to info@ShayHatesEverything.com. And we're out, man. We're going to play some video games. We're going to talk about them. We're going to have a good episode next month too. Let's go ahead and do a look ahead at the rest of the year with what we're excited about. Maybe we can play a little. We'd probably hate that game.
Yeah. I
Let's
want to
do it.
get back to some of our podcast games.
Hell yeah. It's going to be a good time. Now that the announcements are done, we don't have to spend 2.5 hours talking about a bunch of video games that won't come out for 3 fucking years.
Exactly.
But it's fun to do. It is fun to do.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff in that list that gets me excited.
Me too.
Okay. I need to stop procrastinating the end of the podcast because I'm tired and hungry and need to pee.
You all hear the music.
Through my skin.
Yeah, you can hear the music getting louder.
All right, everybody. We will see you August 7th for another episode of the Shea Hates Everything podcast. Please like, rate, subscribe, tell your friends, burn it onto a CD and give it to your crush. See you next month. Peace out.